Chapter 75, Tuesday the 14th of March. Pastor Wesley Wenceslas sat in his suite at his Leeds hotel, accompanied by Lancelot Pope, watching the final edit of his weekly YouTube broadcast on Wesley Wenceslas Ministries Faith TV. The pastor was drinking Krug, with the bottle in an ice bucket on the table, and Pope was sipping a single malt. The remains of their hamburger dinner lay on the dining table. The video, with soul music playing over, showed Wenceslas, his prematurely greying hair beautifully coiffed, elegantly attired in a black, Mandarin-style Armani suit, with a black shirt and white dog collar. He was holding a microphone and pacing around in front of the 1,700-strong congregation that packed his Leeds church. It was intercut with carefully selected tight close-ups of people there, and relayed on huge screens behind him, faces of people of all races, ages, and genders, either singing hymns, praying, or listening with rapt expressions. And the Lord saith, Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain. And the Lord saith, Love money. Yes, he does. Because 1 Timothy 6 verse 10 tells us that the love of money is the root of all evil. But, listen, good. If the Lord's money is sowed back into the Lord's ministry, our Lord, being no man's debtor, has promised us in the Holy Gospel of Mark chapter 10 verse 30 that he will give us 100 times more than the amount we put in the offering plate. The pastor continued to pace around in silence, allowing time for his worshippers to absorb this very important fact. Then he continued, Marriage is ordained by God, and it allows a holy sexual union between just a man and his wife. Any other sexual union, thy God saith, is an abomination. He paced around again in silence, turned away, then turned back to face, challenge, and exhort everyone in the room. Join hands, he said. You want it? Take it in, Jesus. The glory of the Lord will descend on us tonight in waves. Take it. Take it. He began singing, Hallelujah, Hallelujah. The crowd joined in as one. Who wants anointing tonight? He asked. A middle-aged man in a blue suit stepped forward. Two of Wenceslas's minders moved discreetly forward also. One positioned himself behind the man. Your name is? The pastor asked him. Brian. Are you ready to embrace Jesus tonight, Brian? The man nodded in supplication. Moving his hands round Brian's bowed head, Wenceslas said, Brian, what God will do with you now will stay with you for the rest of your life. Oh, Jesus, oh glorious, prepare in us your temple. He tapped the man on each of his shoulders, and he bowed even further forward. What the Lord is telling me now is precious, totally precious, Brian. Put your faith in the Holy Ghost. He is with us all tonight. Wenceslas turned round to face the altar, which was covered in huge floral displays and crystals and illuminated in shades of fluorescent blues and greens. To one side sat a 15-piece orchestra. He was snapping his fingers. Jesus, all glorious, create in us your temple. He turned back to the man and tapped him again on his shoulders. Are you ready to receive him, Brian? What the Lord is telling me is so precious. He stifled a sob. So precious. Totally precious. With his hands clasped together, the man tumbled onto the floor and lay on one side, motionless. What God is doing with him now is completely precious, Wenceslas continued, his voice in a high pitch of emotion. He paced around, wiping tears from his eyes with the back of his hand and sniffing. He pulled out his handkerchief and wiped his eyes, sniffing again, and addressed the congregation. Lift your hands and pray. Please, come on. Sometimes we plan things, but God changes it. All of you lift your hands and pray to the Holy Ghost. God is not done yet. God has saved Brian here tonight, but can he save all of you? Only those of you who want to be saved. Those who do, God and Jesus and the Holy Ghost ask that you step forward. But first, hear me. Hear what is happening. The great beast, the Antichrist, may already be among us. Masquerading, as it says in the Bible, as our Savior. I have to fight him. For Brian, For all of you, for all of mankind, who among you will help me expose this beast?" He jabbed a finger at random members of the audience to rapturous cries of, "Me! Me! Me!" Matthew 24 verse 24 tells us, "For false Christs and false prophets will arise and perform great signs and wonders, so as to lead astray, if possible, even the elect." He opened his arms wide. "That's you all here, the elect. But I know I can trust you because you are the Lord's soldiers. When you go home tonight, mail me a handkerchief and a cheque for £25, and I'll pray over it and send it back to you, and you keep that with you always. It will be your soldier's shield. And don't forget my special Pay for a Prayer service. Every penny we raise goes towards keeping this ministry going. Always remember, by sowing seeds into the ministry, you will reap the harvest of God's blessing." On a wide screen behind him flashed the message, along with a phone number, "Pay for a Prayer, all major credit cards accepted." And now, let us pray to our Lord and Protector. As the video ended, Pope looked at his boss. "Good performance. What do you think?" "It's fine," Wenceslas said, still angry at the man over the ridiculous cup and tooth he had presented to him this morning. "You know what I really think? I'm all ears, O great master. I think I deserve to unwind with some pretty company tonight." "Well, in that case it seems like divine providence. I have two very lovely young ladies currently sequestered in a room 2 floors above us." For the first time today, Pastor Wesley Wenceslas smiled. Then, with a frown of caution, he said, "And you are confident they do not know who I am?" "Absolutely they know who you are. Your name is Maurice Winters, and you are a very successful London property developer up here in Leeds to look at a development opportunity." "Praise the Lord. I think you may be redeeming yourself, Smile-a-Lot." "You're a very naughty boy," Pope retorted, wheeling out one of the few biblical quotes he knew by heart, which he liked to use occasionally to taunt his boss. Revelation. "Then one of the 7 angels came and said to me, 'Come, I will show you the judgment of the great prostitute who is seated on many waters, with whom the kings of the earth have committed sexual immorality, and with the wine of whose sexual immorality the dwellers on earth have become drunk.'" "Up yours." "That's exactly what I'm hoping will happen tonight." Pope smiled and rolled his eyes dreamily. "Each to his own." Chapter 76, Tuesday the 14th of March. The Ducati's engine burbled on tickover as the fatigued rider leaned across and pressed the button on the panel beside the tall white gates of the house on Richmond Hill in southwest London. He was conscious of the camera pointing at him and kept his visor lowered. "Hello," a female voice said. "Delivery," he said, masking his American accent as best he could, the helmet helping to muffle his voice. The gate swung open. Gravel. Big Tony hated gravel. The sight of it added to his filthy mood. Stuck 2 hours on the M40 thanks to an idiot overturning a caravan and the police totally closing the road. He rode slowly up the drive, keeping his legs out wide, ready to dig in his boots if the machine tried to get away from him. As he approached the large, modern, red-brick mansion, floodlights came on. Dismounting outside the front door, he switched off the engine, kicked down the stand and propped the bike carefully, making sure it was secure before stepping away. He took care of his machines. Checking that the Monaco license plate was still fully covered by the false English one, he walked up the imposing steps to the entrance porch and rang the front doorbell. Another security light beam shone at him. Inside, he heard ferocious barking. Then a redhead in her early 40s in a tracksuit and trainers opened the door and peered at him. "You have a delivery?" she asked in what sounded to him like a posh English voice. The barking continued somewhere behind her. "For Mr. Brown. I have a collection to make first," Big Tony replied. "I think my husband was expecting you quite a bit earlier." "Is that so? Maybe he should have fixed the traffic for me." "He's just on a conference call. Can I sign for the delivery? What is it you're here to collect?" "I need to see your husband, but I don't wait for people on phones, lady," he said, letting his American accent slip out. "Guess what I have for him isn't important enough." He headed back down the steps. At the bottom, he turned round and called out to her. "Tell Mr. Brown the Big Tony swung by. He knows how to get in touch with me." "Wait," she called out. "He's just coming. Mr. Brown, did you say? I think you have the wrong—" Big Tony saw the tall, gangly man he knew as Mr. Brown, in suit trousers, red braces over an open-neck business shirt, red-framed glasses and monogrammed slippers, hurry out of the door. "Tony, hi. Sorry to keep you. You had a bad journey." Turning his back on him, Big Tony swung a leg over the saddle. The man came running up to him. "You have it? The memory stick?" "Yeah. Thought you might want it and went to a bit of trouble for you. But you don't seem to want it that urgently. Maybe I'll take it away, charge you storage. You can let me know when you want to come and collect it." "No, please. We really need this." "Maybe I should put the price up some more then." "I have the money for you. I got it out of the safe. It's in my study. Just wait 1 minute. I told the lady I don't wait ever for anyone. I'll give you 1 minute exactly." He peeled the cuff of his glove back to check his watch. The man ran back up the steps and went sprawling. Big Tony smiled. The man's fancy glasses had come off. As he stood up, pulling them back on, the motorcyclist could see blood running down the side of the man's cheek. He didn't like Mr. Brown. He really didn't like him at all. He'd been around plenty of evil people in his life, people as evil as they get, like himself, and this man, limping away down the hallway of his house now, was like he had been marinated in evil, like he had let it seep into every pore of his skin. Big Tony checked his watch. 55 seconds gone. 58. 60. He pressed the starter button, rolled the bike forward off its stand, engaged first gear, and, in a hail of gravel, the rear of the bike slewing wildly, accelerated hard down towards the still-open gates. Chapter 77, Tuesday the 14th of March. Ross was tired, hungry, and very shaken as he drove south on the M40 motorway, in darkness and rain that was still falling heavily, and a new hazard that was slowing his journey even more than the traffic, steadily thickening fog. He was playing some of his favourite Glenn Campbell tracks on the music system to cheer himself up. At the moment, it was Rhinestone Cowboy. Now I really don't mind the rain, and a smile can hide all the pain. Sorry, Glenn, he thought. I am minding the rain, and I ain't smiling. And his wife wasn't returning his calls. He'd left 2 voicemails and sent a text. He overtook a lorry, the spray momentarily blinding him. Then he was past, and the wipers cleared the screen enough so he could see the tail light some distance in front of him. As he drove, keeping a safe distance from the car in front, he was thinking constantly about the events of the past few hours. The receptionist had called the police as well as an ambulance because of the strange and suspicious way the previous client had rushed out. Ross had waited, then accompanied her and the 2 paramedics upstairs. He'd watched from the doorway as they attempted CPR while the woman stood beside them, distraught and sobbing her heart out. During all the distraction, Ross had taken the opportunity to slip unnoticed behind the desk and read the names on the files piled on it. He saw his own name almost immediately on a green folder. Making sure no one was looking at him, he flipped it open. It was empty. After about 10 minutes, the paramedics stopped their attempts, finally declaring the solicitor dead. There were no apparent marks on the man's body, and their initial conclusion was he had suffered either a massive heart attack or stroke. Despite the apparent natural causes, the previous client aroused the police's suspicion, as he did Ross's, although he'd not said anything about that. Had the solicitor died whilst the client in motorcycling leathers had been in there? If so, why had he not immediately rushed and told the receptionist? And there was a mystery over the man's identity. He had booked his appointment with the solicitor under the name Terence Dunn as a new client purportedly seeking legal advice over a disputed legacy. A swift check by the police had revealed the number was a pay-as-you-go phone. There was no answer when they rang it. Given he had seen the man leave and found the solicitor dead, Ross had agreed to accompany the two detectives to the police station to give a witness statement. He had been unsure how much he would tell them, but then, sitting in the waiting area, a man in his late 30s, smartly dressed, had walked across to him. "Nice to meet you again, Mr. Hunter. DCI Martin Starr from Birmingham Major Crime Unit. Looks like you're making a bit of a habit of this, arriving at meetings with dead people." The DCI was at pains to reassure him he was not under arrest nor a suspect. He just wanted Ross to tell him everything he could remember. He was joined by a female detective constable, Maria Stevens, who clearly thought differently and treated him more like a suspect than a witness. The first question Starr asked him was whether he had seen anyone actually leave Robert Anholt Sperry's office. He'd replied he had not, but a motorcyclist, whom he had assumed was a courier, had rudely barged past him as he arrived at the building, and fitted the description of the solicitor's previous client given by the receptionist. Ross was not able to give any description because the motorcyclist's dark visor had been down, but he, or it could have been a she, had been holding a small briefcase, and there had been a Ducati motorcycle parked outside the building. He told the two detectives he'd noticed it because he had always fancied owning one. Starr's questioning became awkward when he asked how much he knew of the connection between the dead solicitor and Cook. From his journalism training, Ross knew there were strict rules of client confidentiality around solicitors and decided to use that if need be. "So there was no connection between Dr. Cook's claims of proof of God and your visit to Mr. Anholt Sperry?" Maria Stevens had quizzed. "I had decided to meet Mr. Anholt Sperry to try to find out more about his deceased client for a piece I'm working on for the Sunday Times," Ross had replied evasively. He signed a brief statement and agreed, if required, to make a fuller statement. Finally, he had left for the long drive back to Brighton shortly before 8 p.m. Was the old solicitor's death connected to all that was going on, or just coincidence? Anholt Sperry was elderly and overweight with a heart problem, and he hadn't looked a healthy specimen when he'd last seen him. It could have been the stress. Or he'd covered a news story some years back about a solicitor who had been killed by a disgruntled client. Perhaps Robert Anholt Sperry had angered someone in the past. But he doubted that. He was certain that the deaths of Cook and Anholt Sperry were connected. Yet there were no apparent injuries, certainly none visible on the solicitor. He thought about the empty file with his name on sitting on the desk. Had the motorcycle taken the contents? Or had the solicitor been about to put something inside it? The crucial third set of compass coordinates? Remembering Imogen had said she would be home late, that she was meeting a friend, he tried calling her again now, dialing her number on his hands-free. To his relief, this time she answered almost instantly. "Hi," he said. "I've been so worried. I phoned and texted you. Are you okay?" She sounded shaken to the core. "No, Ross," she said, breaking into a hysterical shout. "I've just got home, and I am very not okay. I am not at all okay." Chapter 78. Tuesday the 14th of March. Boris seemed to be getting the hang of things, Ainsley Blore thought, as he watched the monkey hammering away at the keyboard. He was hitting the keys A and I with increasing regularity, greedily grabbing the peanut, grape, or banana treat that was delivered down the chute each time. And from the pages of printout spewing from the printer, Boris seemed to have figured that typing the entire word "the" delivered an extra special treat of a whole apple, orange, or banana. None of the other 5 monkeys had yet figured out any of it, and the complete works of Shakespeare were a long sodding way off. Blore had been working on a new algorithm to reward Boris when he typed a longer word, but so far the dumb creature hadn't responded. He just kept hammering out those single A and I letters and the occasional "the." But at this moment, shivering from the damp cold, the experiment was the least of Blore's problems. He yawned, tired after a long and frustrating day, looking forward to going indoors and pouring himself a stiff drink. His pilot had advised him that the fog was too thick to risk flying home, so he'd travelled down by car, his chauffeur driving at a ridiculously slow speed in the poor visibility. It was gone 8:30, and early tomorrow morning he had a Radio 4 Today interview on his company's work in the field of gene therapies to prepare for, and a board meeting in London later. Adding to his anger was the fact that the phone call he had been awaiting hadn't come. Was everyone in his organisation as incompetent as his sodding monkeys? "Come on, Boris, you can do it," he shouted. The monkey turned for an instant in his direction, then, as if hearing his master, tapped the keyboard again. A grape came down the chute. Another letter, I. "You cretin!" his master yelled at him, and at all 6 of the monkeys. "You don't know how good you have it, you dumb dwarf apes." As he turned away in anger and began striding across the wet grass towards the house which lay some distance beyond the wall of fog, his phone rang. His display showed the caller's name. "Yes, Julius," he answered. "You've got it?" "Houston, we have a problem," Helmsley said. Chapter 79, Tuesday the 14th of March. It was 11:15 p.m. when Ross, barely able to keep his eyes open, pulled up alongside Imogen's car outside their house. Despite his exhaustion, it was second nature now to check carefully all around before getting out of the Audi. The street was deserted. He'd seen no sign of anyone following him throughout the journey. Lights were on in the house. Too many. All of them. Blazing through the windows of every room, which was odd, he thought apprehensively, as he pressed the key fob to lock the Audi's doors. He looked up at the 3 CCTV cameras just below the eaves, which had been fixed by their electrician, and frowned, a sick feeling in the pit of his stomach. The lens of each was shattered. The front door opened before he reached it, and Imogen was standing there in dungarees and a white T-shirt, hair ragged, her complexion deathly white, her face tear-stained. "Hi," he said, striding towards her with his arms open, but she shrank back as he reached her. "You better take a look at what's happened to your home, Ross. Our home. What was our home?" She was shaking. He entered and stopped in his tracks. Spray-painted in black on the hall wall were 2 inverted crucifixes. Across one of the crosses was scrawled in blood red, "Ross Hunter, friend of the Antichrist," and across the other, "Imogen Hunter, expectant mother of the Antichrist." His blood ran cold. All the drawers of the hall table had been pulled out and lay on the floor, the contents scattered around. "It's not just here, Ross, it's everywhere. This is what I came home to." He went through into the kitchen. Monty, who would normally have come running over to meet him, sat cowering in his basket. "Stooges of the devil," was scrawled across one wall in large writing. Everything in here had been pulled out of the drawers and taken off the shelves and just strewn about. He went back into the hall and looked up the stairs and saw more writing. "And behold, in this horn were eyes like the eyes of a man, and a mouth speaking great things." He tried the integral door to the garage, and it opened. He switched on the garage light. His tools and golf clubs lay scattered around, and his road bike lay wrecked on the floor, its crossbar hacked open. He ran back inside and up to the landing. There was more religious scrawl on the walls, and in their bedroom across the wall to the left of their bed, in large black writing, "Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast." He went into his office. Every wall there was covered in writing, too. All his filing cabinet drawers were opened, and his papers strewn everywhere. His computer backup, he saw, was no longer on his desk. If there was one thing he could salvage from this horror, he thought, one small speck of relief, it was that he had taken his laptop with him in the car. Otherwise, for sure, that would be gone too. He turned to Imogen, who was standing behind him in the doorway. "Seen enough?" she said. "How did they get in? Did they break a window? Does it matter?" "Does it matter?" he echoed. "Yes, I want to make sure the house is secure in case they decide to come back. Did you call the police?" "Of course I called the police." They came within minutes. They pointed out that our wonderful CCTV cameras are all broken. One of them said it looked like they'd been shot out with an air rifle. There are detectives or CSIs or whatever coming round to take fingerprints. They said they'd try to get someone over tonight or else it would be in the morning. Babes, he tried to hug her, but she shrank away from him. I phoned Virginia, she said. I'm going to stay with her and Ben tonight. You can come too if you want. Her sister and her brother-in-law lived with their 3 children in a small village about 15 miles north of Patcham. What about Monty? Ben's allergic to all dogs, isn't he? I don't care about the dog. Our baby's what matters to me at this moment. If I have to commute, I'll do that. I'm not staying here another night until you forget all of this. I can't believe you turned down that job to interview the Euro MPs in Strasbourg, which would have paid you 3,000. We need the money. Why do we have to go through this hell? Let's sell whatever you have to the Vatican if they're serious. Maybe we'll get enough money to pay off the mortgage. I can't do that. Not after... After what, Ross? After we're both dead? Is this crazy story worth risking everything we have? Crazy story? You're a believer. You're a Christian. What's crazy about this story? She threw her arms open, pointing at the writing on the wall. This is not crazy. I don't need proof. I don't need absolute proof. I'm a believer. Yes, that's enough for me. The world's in a fragile enough state as it is without you stirring up a religious storm thanks to the ramblings of an elderly loony. Ross stood still, staring at her. If Cook was such a loony, how come the Vatican, what was the guy who came to see you called Spinoni? Silvestri, Monsignor Giuseppe Silvestri. How come he was prepared to offer us money? Only if it's real, Ross. Fine. That's just what I'm trying to do, find out if it is real. She pointed at the walls again. Isn't this real enough? Weren't the messages I had on my computer screen real enough? Someone's sending some pretty clear signals. They don't like what you're doing, Ross. The image of Robert Anholt Sperry at his desk came flooding back, shaking him to the core. Then the roomy, pleading eyes of Harry Cook. You and I have to save the world. He looked at his wife, and at the small bulge in her midriff, their child. Could he argue with what she said? He stared up at all the crazy shit scrawled around the walls of his home, and anger rose inside him. He thought about the helicopter in Egypt, Harry Cook's tortured body, the dead solicitor, the world that awaited his unborn child. His dead brother. The bastards who had kicked him in the face as he'd emerged from Chalice Well. Who could he trust? Stuart Ivans from MI5? Or the man Imogen had told him about earlier, Monsignor Giuseppe Silvestri, claiming to represent the Vatican? Could he just drop this story, walk away from it, and go back to writing about politics, war, and climate change? Did any of that matter in the bigger picture he potentially had? Possibly the biggest story ever? Big enough to try to kill him, to murder Dr. Cook and perhaps his solicitor in Birmingham? Had the man in motorcycling leathers taken the final piece of the puzzle, the one that Anholt Sperry was planning to hand him? He found it hard to look back at Imogen, to tell her what he had to. He knew it sounded absurd to anyone, except the evidence that it might not be absurd was written all over the walls of their house, their home, their sanctuary. They'd been invaded. By whom? Religiously motivated fanatics? Was he going to permit himself to be cowed by them? Maybe that was just what they had wanted. For him to be cowed, to walk away, but he didn't walk away. Could never walk away from anything. He turned to face his wife. Imo, I understand. I get how you are feeling. You do? Great. Then we leave now. I'm already packed. Go and throw some stuff in a bag. I'll wait. And put Virginia and her family in danger, too. And what would we do with Monty? Put him in kennels. Babes, look what? I need you. You do? I don't feel I know you anymore, Ross. You're a man on a mission, and it's not a mission I want to be on anymore. You're on your own now. Chapter 80, Wednesday the 15th of March. Ross woke in the morning, tired, his head muzzy and filled with a sense of dread. He lay still for some moments before opening his eyes, and reached out to touch Imogen, but all his hand felt was a cold pillow. She really had gone. He felt hollow. It was a bright, sunny morning. Full daylight was streaming in through the curtains. He heard the voices of workmen across the street. It hadn't all been a bad dream. The writing was there on the wall beside the bed. Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast. Who had done it? The same creep who had sent the emails? But this was more than the work of a solitary person. There were at least 2 and possibly 3 different handwriting styles across all the walls. How had they got in without triggering the alarm or being captured on CCTV? Had they sat in a vehicle outside and calmly and silently shot out the CCTV cameras before disabling the alarm? Who knew about what he was doing? How many people might Cook have contacted before approaching him? Clearly, people at Chalice Well, and in turn Kirkloog had learned about it. Now MI5 knew, and apparently the Vatican. Could last night's intrusion be the work of KK, trying to scare him, or a gazillionaire evangelist like Wesley Wenceslas? Some other fanatic religious sect? He doubted it was the same people who had tried to kill him in Egypt, who'd tracked him to the cave, then tried to take the tooth. It was likely to be those people who had tortured Cook, too. This trashing of the house was an altogether different style. It smacked of someone trying to put the frighteners on them for a reason. To make him sell the information? Someone like Monsignor Giuseppe Silvestri? He rolled over, and to his shock, the clock radio showed 7:20 a.m. Normally, Radio 4 woke him sharp at 6:30 a.m. Shit. The radio was on and must have come on nearly an hour ago. He'd slept through it. A Radio 4 presenter was interviewing an arrogant-sounding scientist. "We have identified the genes responsible for empathy," the scientist said. "We believe that in a short while, within many people's lifetimes, parents will be able to choose the levels of empathy of their child. Do you want a sweet, gentle little boy? But he could be trodden on later in life. Do you want a strong, tough little chap? But he could end up being the school bully, and perhaps a sociopath." "And where does God fit in with all this?" the presenter asked. "Well, that depends on which side of the faith fence you are sitting," the scientist continued smoothly. "Intelligent design or natural selection. So, on which side are you sitting? Ask me that question in a few months' time and I might have an answer for you." "Really? Can you expand?" "Not now." The aloofness, the arrogance in his voice was palpable. "Well, you are leaving me and many listeners, I'm sure, intrigued. Your company is today announcing a major breakthrough in gene therapy treatments. Can you explain what this will mean?" "Certainly. The breakthrough in gene therapy treatments that Kirkloog is announcing is a game-changer for medicine." Ross sat bolt upright and increased the volume. Kirkloog? He could hardly believe his ears. "It will mean 2 things, John," the man answered calmly and confidently. "The first is that within 10 years we will be able to cure many of the world's biggest killer diseases. I'm not talking about extending life expectancy of, say, cancer victims through pharmaceuticals. We're looking at total cures through changes in DNA structures of individuals. Speaking cynically, Dr. Bloor, you are running a company dependent on the global sales of pharmaceuticals. The medical conditions that are the most profitable for a company like yours, I believe, are the chronic ones, where people are medication dependent for years or decades. Wouldn't you be shooting yourself in the foot to offer an instant cure for these?" "Quite the reverse. And the second thing, John, is how we will be creating a massive paradigm shift in the way we all regard human existence. For the first time in the history of the human race, thanks to the work we are doing at Kirkloog, humans will be freeing themselves of all kinds of the tyranny that has dominated human existence since intelligent life as we know it began. Through identifying the aging genes and reversing them, we will no longer have to suffer the indignities of old age or of incapacitating ailments. We will be liberating everyone from the tyranny of Mother Nature. We believe that Kirkloog will be the forerunner of a whole new age of man. For those who can afford to pay, the choice will be there for everyone, Blore answered glibly. Everyone who can afford to pay? Isn't this going to create a two-tiered world for the haves and have-nots? Are you not in danger of creating a genetic underclass? I'm afraid we're running out of time. Can you give us a very quick response? On the contrary, John, to what you were saying, we will be offering a kind of equality the world has never seen before. Ainsley Blore, Chief Executive Officer of Kirklew, will have to leave it there. Thank you for talking to us. Thank you, John. And now, here's Rick Anderson with the latest sports news and racing tips. Ross turned down the volume. Ainsley Blore, the CEO, the man running the company which may have been behind trying to kill him in Egypt. For what reason? It was making more sense now. He could more clearly see the value of what he had to Blore and his company. How much did Sally Hughes's uncle, Julius Helmsley, know about this? He could imagine the cynical marketing campaign, brought to you by the custodians of Jesus Christ's DNA. He stared at the graffiti on the walls of the bedroom. It was obviously an attempt to frighten him off. It had certainly succeeded in frightening Imogen. Was he being stupid not to be frightened off himself? In truth, he was concerned. Equally, he was angry and determined not to be cowed. He'd been threatened before in the course of his investigative work. A few years ago, he'd doorstepped the owner of a fraudulent Spanish timeshare scheme at his Essex mansion. The man had punched him in the face, giving him a black eye, and set 2 Rottweilers on him, one of which had bitten a chunk out of his leg, drawing blood, which required him to have stitches and a tetanus jab. Another time, investigating a child sex ring involving Romanian street kids being made to work in a Bedford nightclub, he'd been threatened with a handgun, beaten up by 2 henchmen and thrown out through a back door into a rear yard. That had cost him 2 broken ribs and £1,500 in dental repair work. But maybe his brief time in Afghanistan had hardened him to fear. Instead of scaring him away, such reactions just made him even more determined. And at this moment, that determination was stronger than ever, whatever the cost. There was a new text on his Apple Watch. It was from Imogen. Miss you. Come to your senses and join me. I love you. Kiss, kiss. Picking up his phone, which was easier to reply from, he messaged her back. Love you. But I have to deal with this. Kiss. He went downstairs, his anger at KK intensified by the smug arrogance of its CEO's voice just now. As he entered the kitchen, Monty climbed out of his basket and walked slowly, almost hesitantly, towards him, his tail down. The dog's behaviour was strange, totally uncharacteristic. Normally in the morning Monty would come flying to him, tail wagging and with a big, soppy grin. He knelt and put his arms round his neck. What happened, boy? Who did you see last night? Who came here? How did they get in? You didn't let them in, right? You didn't open the door for them. Where was the police patrol Tingley had arranged, he wondered. The creature was shaking. Don't worry, I'm not putting you into kennels. I'll take care of you. We'll get through this together, right? He pressed his face close and felt the dog's damp nose against his cheek. What had the bastards done to Monty that he was still so freaked out? Had they given him something doped or poisoned? Not that they would have needed to. He was a total softy and would have welcomed any intruder as a long-lost friend. I love you, Monty. He pressed his face close to the dog's again. I really love you. He smelled his warm fur. Calm down. It's okay. It's okay. It's all okay. He wished he could believe it. Chapter 81. Wednesday the 15th of March. Ross stood in the shower, turning the heat up as much as he could bear. Despite his exhaustion, he was beginning to think with more clarity. He'd been all around the house looking for signs of where the intruders had broken in, but could find nothing. No broken windows, no forced door frames. He had checked underneath a flower pot in the tool shed in the back garden where they kept a spare key hidden, and that was undisturbed, the key still there. Then he had gone round again, photographing every graffitied wall. A bunch of weirdo fanatics would have probably just smashed their way in. The fact that the entry was skillful indicated even more to him that this was professional, the work of people with resources behind them. The whole place was going to have to be redecorated, every room, and that would run to several £1,000s, plus anything that he and Imogen discovered had been stolen, in addition to his computer backup. Hopefully the insurance would cover it. He stepped out of the shower and began to dry himself. The doorbell rang, and Monty barked. Wrapping the towel round his midriff, he hurried downstairs as the bell rang again and across the hall to the front door. He peered through the spy hole and saw a man standing there with a van parked behind him. He checked the safety chain was in position and pulled the door open a few inches. "Delivery," the man said in an Eastern European accent, holding up a cardboard box with Amazon stenciled all over it. It looked like a book. He had several orders with them for a variety of religious books he wanted to read. He slipped the catch, took the package, signed electronically, then closed the door. Stroking the dog with one hand, he watched through the spy hole again as the man walked back to his van and drove off. Then he carried the box through into the kitchen and put it on the table. It felt quite light, almost too light to contain a book, unless it was a very slim volume. He shook it, and something inside rattled. And as he looked at the parcel more closely, he recognized that this wasn't the normal, neat Amazon package. There was black gaffer tape round it, as if it was old wrapping being reused. Hesitating, he stared at it uncomfortably. Could it be a bomb? He turned it over, examining it carefully for any clue as to the sender, but there was nothing. Should he leave it, call the police, let them come and make their own decision about it? Maybe he was being paranoid. He took a knife from a drawer and carefully slit through the black tape, then prized the two halves of cardboard apart very slowly. Stupid, he knew. He should call the police and ask them to deal with it. Yet he was almost at the point of not caring. He tore the packaging open and stared at the object it contained. A small plastic crucifix, with an envelope pinned to Jesus' heart by a broken-off cocktail stick that resembled a dagger. He quickly took a picture on his phone, pulled the dagger out, and opened the envelope. Inside was a typed note. "For the wrath of God is revealed from heaven against all ungodliness and unrighteousness of men who hold the truth in unrighteousness." Romans 1:18. Turning the note over, he saw typed on the reverse, "I did not appreciate your post on Twitter. You are in dangerous, blasphemous waters, my friend. I suggest you return to your day job." Ross had long been immune to nasty tweets and had been trolled several times in the past over controversial pieces he had written. But this note particularly disturbed him, and he was glad Imogen wasn't here to see it. He put it all inside the Amazon packaging, carried it up to his office, and slid it into a drawer in his desk. It might be something to show the police, or just to keep as evidence, in case. Back in the bathroom, he wetted his face, patted gel onto his stubble and began to shave, thinking about what to do next. He had to assume that the coordinates Robert Anholt Sperry had been going to hand to him were now in someone else's hands. He had a pretty good idea whose. Kerr Klug's. The crucial third set of coordinates that Cook had implied were related to the Second Coming. But without the DNA results, were they of any real value to the company? Perhaps there was a negotiation to be had. Playing off MI5, the Vatican representative, Monsignor Giuseppe Silvestri, and Kerr Klug. How dangerous would that be? The Vatican had a reputation for not taking prisoners. Reforming popes were short-lived. Roberto Calvi, known as God's banker, was found in 1982, hanging from Blackfriars Bridge in London. His death elegantly removed the prospect of an unpleasant scandal for the Vatican Bank. Was Imogen right when she told him that he was punching well above his weight? Was there any way out other than to keep going forward? He dressed, then went up to his office and picked up the black leather wallet Imogen had given him 2 Christmases ago. He ran his finger along the dark brown lining and felt the reassuring crinkle of the piece of paper he had put inside, along with the minute sealed test tube, and then glued the lining back. It contained, reduced to little bigger than a postage stamp, details of the standard DNA, mitochondrial, and YSTR that Jolene Thomas at ATGC Forensics had obtained from the cup and the tooth, along with a tiny amount as a backup of the remaining fluid from the crushed tooth that Jolene had returned to him, and which he had subsequently given to Uncle Angus for safekeeping. The DNA of Jesus Christ? Could he ever find out without the missing third set of coordinates? Would anyone let him live long enough? He called the electrician's mobile, and the man answered almost immediately. Ross gave him a quick summary of the break-in and vandalism and asked him if he had any time today or in the next couple of days to get the CCTV camera lenses repaired or the cameras replaced. The electrician said he would take a look at them sometime today and sort them first thing tomorrow morning. He went downstairs, fed Monty, made himself a strong coffee, then put a bowl of porridge in the microwave. Whilst it was cooking, he sliced an apple and put a Berocca tablet into a glass of water. Imogen had recently convinced him to take one daily. It was a fine, sunny day. He took his drinks out onto the patio, then went to the front door and picked up the bunch of newspapers lying on the mat and carried them outside too, glancing at a newspaper headline, "Mother Murdered Baby." His phone rang. The display showed a number he didn't recognize. "Ross Hunter," he answered guardedly. "Mr. Hunter, my name is Quentin Gregg, and I do apologize for the intrusion of this phone call. I'm calling on behalf of the Archbishop of Canterbury. Word has reached our team of a story you are working on." The man sounded immensely courteous and friendly. "Can you give me a number and I'll call you straight back?" After a moment's hesitation, Grieg gave it to him and Ross wrote it down. He called him straight back on his burner phone. What story is that?" Ross asked. "I'm actually working on a number of stories at the moment." "This one is of a religious nature, if we are correct." "Yes," Ross replied, "correct." "The Archbishop is intrigued. We only have very scant information at this stage, but he wonders if you would be prepared to spare some of your precious time to discuss it with him." Ross, astonished to get this call, thought quickly. This was a golden opportunity. The Archbishop of Canterbury, the head of the Anglican Church in the UK, wanted to meet him. Whichever way this story ended up, to be able to put in one or two quotes from the Archbishop would give it enormous credibility. "Yes, I'd be very happy to meet him. I have a couple of dates when he will be at Lambeth Palace in London with some availability in his diary, but I'm instructed to tell you that if these are not convenient for you, the Archbishop is prepared to cancel appointments in order to meet." Ross felt a strange tingling inside him. The Archbishop of Canterbury was prepared to cancel appointments to meet him? He could scarcely believe what he was hearing. Could it be a hoax of some kind, or was there some agenda going on? Had Benedict Carmichael alerted the Archbishop? "He could see you at 3:30 p.m. this afternoon, or at 11 a.m. tomorrow." "I could make this afternoon," Ross said. Grieg gave him directions and told him a car parking space would be reserved for him if he required one. Ending the call, he heard the microwave ping. He went inside and removed the bowl of porridge. He carried his breakfast back out, sat down, and began flipping through the pages of the Argus. And stopped, drawn out of curiosity to one headline a few pages in. "Divorced because he pressed too hard." He read the story. It was an accountant who had been married for 20 years until his wife had suspicions he was being unfaithful. For some while she had been unable to get any concrete evidence. Then she had seen indentations on a notepad from which the previous page had been removed. Unable to decipher them, she remembered a program she had seen on television about a facility at a forensics laboratory the police used, where there was a piece of kit called ESDA that could recover handwriting from even the faintest of impressions left on a pad. The firm was ATGC Forensics. Suddenly he had a light bulb moment, thinking back to when Dr. Cook had visited him, thinking about the manuscript that he had left with him. "I have, of course, inked those compass coordinates out, Mr. Hunter, in case this fell into the wrong hands." He grabbed his phone. Monty trotted up to him with his lead in his mouth. Ross put down the phone and patted him. "I'm sorry, fella, no big walk yesterday and none so far this morning. I'll make it up to you later when I'm back, I promise. We'll go for a long walk this evening, okay?" The dog gave him a look that said it wasn't really okay at all. Then the doorbell rang. He hurried in, cautiously peered through the spy hole, and saw a young man holding a bag. It was a crime scene investigator, who introduced himself as Alex Call. For the next hour, Call dusted for prints around the house. Ross left him to it. When he had finished, the CSI told him that so far there had been no matches to anyone they had on record. As soon as Call left, Ross grabbed his car keys, went outside, opened the garage door and drove his Audi in, then climbed out and pulled the garage door shut behind him. There was something he wanted to load into the boot of the car that he did not want to risk anyone seeing who might be watching out in the street. Chapter 82. Wednesday, the 15th of March. Julius Helmsley limped into his CEO's office at a couple of minutes to 10 a.m., holding a bag of croissant in one hand and a stiff brown envelope in the other. "Good radio interview, Ainsley, very good," the chief operating officer said. "No." Before sitting down at the meeting table by the window, Helmsley said, "You're not recording this." "I'm not mad, Julius, no. Coffee?" Helmsley nodded, and Blore poured. "What have you done to your face?" Helmsley, embarrassed, touched the sticking plaster across his left cheek. "I tripped. Tripped up. Hurt your leg, cut your face. Good party, was it?" "Very amusing." A launch, with a blue and yellow Battenberg-painted superstructure and the word "Police" stenciled on its hull, cruised along the Thames beneath them. Blore slid the cup, followed by a jug of milk, towards Helmsley. "So, what happened?" "We've made a mistake. We hired a wild animal who is now holding us over a barrel. Not we, Julius. You. This man in Monaco." He nodded. "The one who doubled his price on us when you went to see him?" "Yes." "He's the man you recommended." "He was recommended to us, blue-chip credentials, pretty impressive track record." "Yeah, well, I'm very impressed. So far he's taken us for $8 million, and now he's going to hold us to ransom." "I'll fly to Monaco and sort it with him." "Monaco doesn't have an airport," Blore said testily. "I'll fly to Nice and take the helicopter." "No, you won't take the helicopter, and you won't fly in luxury. This is your screw-up. You can fly EasyJet and take a sodding bus." Helmsley grinned, then saw Blore wasn't joking. "Do we even know he's actually got it?" "He's got it, I'm sure of that. The third set of compass coordinates, the ones the Birmingham solicitor, Robert Anholt Sperry, was due to hand to Ross Hunter yesterday afternoon," Helmsley said. "Or rather, I should say, the late solicitor." "Ross Hunter," Blore said the name acidly. "I'm minded of the words of Henry II, 'Will no one rid me of this turbulent priest?'" "I believe he actually said meddlesome," Helmsley said. "Turbulent is a misquote." Blore gave him a querulous stare. "I don't think this is the moment for semantics." "Sorry, boss." He poured some milk into his coffee. "But killing Hunter at this stage wouldn't be smart. I'm pretty certain he holds the key." "Do you think he'd do business with us?" "Hunter?" "He's struggling financially and has been for a couple of years. Journalism is paying less and less. We know he's got a big mortgage, credit cards close to the limit, and a child on the way." Helmsley gave him a strange look. "While we're on quotations, he who sups with the devil should have a long spoon. Hunter is wily and dangerous. We've already seen that. He has powerful press connections, and all our research on him shows he's not a man motivated by money. Several people and organizations who've tried to buy him off in the past have ended up with egg on their faces. One thing we are certain of is that he has concealed somewhere part or all of what we believe is Jesus Christ's DNA, and we need that." "What about this manuscript he's rumoured to have in his possession that Cook gave him, and we couldn't find in Cook's house?" Blore reached over and grabbed a croissant from the bag. "These always remind me of crabs," he said, tearing off one end and holding it up. "Like a pincer, don't you think?" "That's never occurred to me." "Do you find a lot of things don't occur to you, Julius?" "How do you mean?" "Sometimes I feel you treat everything as a game. We're not playing a game here. If we get what we're after, you realize what it can do for our company, don't you? Jesus Christ's DNA informing our projects. You have a handsome shareholding. It's already made you a wealthy man on paper, but this could take us to a whole new level. It could make you a billionaire, right? So, get real. How are the monkeys? Helmsley answered like a petulant child, and then, for a moment, thought his CEO was about to have a heart attack. Blore rose from his chair and thumped both fists on the table. What have my bloody monkeys got to do with anything? Helmsley raised his hands in the air in a pacifying gesture. Just trying to figure out how you square them with this. Square them with what? Peering at him through his red-rimmed spectacles, Julius Helmsley said, The experiment you're conducting with the monkeys is designed to prove, or at least suggest, how the world might have originated by pure chance rather than by intelligent design, and yet you believe the future growth of our company could be linked to the DNA of the Son of God. A slight contradiction, isn't it? I call it business, Julius. There are 2.2 billion Christians in the world. If you were a Christian— I am, Helmsley interrupted. Good. Then maybe you'd like to tell me something. Imagine you are afflicted with an incurable disease. Are you going to go for gene therapy treatment from the company that possesses Jesus' DNA or from another that doesn't? There's no contest, Ainsley. My point exactly. So, let's get real. This third set of coordinates must be in that damned manuscript of Dr. Cook's, as well as on that memory stick. And do we think this journalist has a copy of the compass coordinates in the manuscript? I don't think he can have, Julius. That's what he went to Birmingham for yesterday. If he had the coordinates in the manuscript, he wouldn't have needed to go there. Okay, so he doesn't have them. Let's assume they're in the pannier of a motorcycle somewhere between here and Monaco, in the hands of a crook of a hitman who doesn't actually realise what he has got. Ross Hunter has been to ATGC Forensics. Whatever they've given him, they must have records on file. Could we try hacking or breaking into them, Julius? He shook his head. I've looked into it. They're a fortress, one of the main DNA resources for many of the UK's police forces. There's plenty of villains who would dearly love to penetrate them, and it's never happened. We've tested them, and their security is strong. Everything is coded, and not even their lab staff know the identity of their clients beyond a coded number. There must be someone working there who had access to Hunter's files and we could bribe or kidnap, Blore said. I don't think that's a runner. We're better off to stay cool, get whatever our friend in Monaco has off him, watch Hunter round the clock and see where he leads us. I have that sorted. And just where do you think he is going to lead us? Julius Helmsley smiled. To the promised land. Chapter 83, Wednesday, the 15th of March. Shortly after 10 a.m., Ross sat in a small first-floor meeting room in his solicitor's modern offices. He was staring out of the window at Brighton's Jubilee Library across the road, a building he was very fond of, sipping a cup of tea the receptionist had brought him and waiting for his document to be brought in, when his phone pinged. It was a text from Imogen. Need to pick up some stuff from the house on my way back from the office. What time are you there? Don't want to go alone. Kiss. He replied, Dunno. Have meeting in London this afternoon, probably around 6:30 p.m. Can call you when I'm on my way, if you like. Kiss. The door opened, and his lawyer's legal assistant came in carrying a large box file, which she showed to Ross. I think this is the one you mean. It was labelled Ross Hunter, Private. He opened the lid and peered inside. Then he turned to her. Yes, this is it, thank you. I'll leave you to it. Pointing at the phone on the end of the table, she said, Just dial 21 when you're ready to go, or if you need anything, and I'll answer. I might want to get something photocopied. No problem at all, just shout. As she closed the door, he lifted the manuscript out of the box file and placed it on the shiny tabletop. Then, as he removed the first of the 2 elastic bands, it snapped, the rubber perished. He removed the second carefully, then set about the arduous task of going through it 1 page at a time, thinking about Cook's words. "I have, of course, inked those compass coordinates out, Mr. Hunter, in case this fell into the wrong hands." It took him just under an hour to find them on page 565. He missed them the first time through because the inked sections were so small. On one line, the name Chalice Well was followed by 1.5 inches of something inked out with a felt-tip pen. 2 lines down, Egypt, Valley of the Kings, was followed by a similar deletion. And a further 2 lines down, he saw words that he was looking for. Second Coming, followed by 1.5 inches of something again inked out. Gingerly putting this sheet of paper to one side, he picked up the one directly below, page 566, and raised it to the overhead light. It was faint, but there was very definitely something there, visible across the ink scrawl, the imprint of the writing on the previous page. The coordinates? Chapter 84. Wednesday the 15th of March. Julius Helmsley, still smarting from his CEO's anger and uncomfortably aware of how he had screwed up big time, sat in his office staring at the computer screen. On it was a road map showing a section of the M25 London Orbital Road. A small red dot was moving steadily along in the light late-morning traffic. He watched it turning off onto the M3, heading north towards London. Ross Hunter's Audi. The journalist who figured he was so smart would not find the tracking device even if he took the car apart. It was concealed inside a brake light bulb in one of the rear lamp clusters. 30 miles away, in his first-floor office in the west wing of Gethsemane Park, Lancelot Pope sipped his herbal tea. He watched the dot moving north along the M3 on his iPhone from the data fed back to him by the 8-car surveillance crew currently on shift. He was still furious at the idiots who had failed to box Hunter in on the motorway as he was returning from ATGC with the red-hot goods in his car. But it taught Pope, if he didn't have it already, respect for Ross Hunter's cunning. Like the bloody fox that had managed to break into his fenced-off garden at his weekend cottage in Dorset and kill all the pochard and whistler ducks on his pond. He continued to watch the dot as it travelled towards Kingston. Heading back to ATG Forensics, straight from his lawyers in Brighton, what was going on? Yesterday, Ross Hunter had been to a law firm in Birmingham for the 2nd time. Then, in the local news, only as a minor item, had been the sudden, unexplained death of the managing partner, Robert Anholt Sperry, a suspected heart attack or stroke. Dr. Harry Cook's solicitor. 30 minutes later, Pope's assumption proved right. Ross Hunter pulled up in the car park of ATGC Forensics. As he did so, Pope's phone rang. Yes? Just to let you know, boss, that the subject has pulled into the car park of ATGC Forensics. I can see that. What's he doing there? He's out of his car, walking in with an envelope under his arm. Follow him. Find out what the hell is in it. Chapter 85, Wednesday the 15th of March. Ross returned to his car after his brief meeting with Jolene Thomas by the reception desk of ATGC Forensics. She was going to take the page he had removed from Cook's manuscript, page 566, to the ESDA team. Even just holding it up to the overhead lights in the reception area, she could see there were clear indentations from the handwriting on the sheet above. From what limited amount she knew about the ESDA abilities, she was confident of a positive result. He switched on the engine, then programmed the sat-nav for the route from where he was in Kingston to Lambeth Palace, tapping the postcode in carefully, SE1 7JU. The journey time read 47 minutes. It was now 1:15 p.m., and his appointment was not until 3:30 p.m. That gave him ample time to grab a bite of lunch en route and to still carry out his plan. The traffic was much heavier now he was on the outskirts of London. With the sat-nav giving him an arrival time of 2:21 p.m, he headed west, crossed the winding Thames for the first time, close to Twickenham, again at Richmond, and then again at Kew. The phone now gave his arrival time as 2:48, then switched to 2:37. 30 minutes later, heading along Chelsea Embankment, the device told him to turn right onto Vauxhall Bridge. As he crossed the winding Thames once more, he pulled over. Then he entered a search on the sat-nav for car parks. There was one directly ahead as he reached the busy Elephant and Castle gyratory. He missed it the first time round, got himself into the correct lane, and managed a neat exit into the multi-storey on his second circuit, driving up to the 4th floor before the sign showed there were available spaces. Reversing into one, he waited for the beepers to go off, then drove a couple of feet forward, enough, he estimated, to be able to reach the boot. He switched off, climbed out, walked to the rear of the car, and lifted his heavy, folded Brompton bicycle out. He slammed the lid shut and locked the car, lugged the bike out into an open space, then swung it open, locking the frame, the front wheels and the saddle into place, and flipped down the left pedal. He pulled on his yellow cycling jacket, wrap-around sports glasses and helmet, jammed his phone into the cradle in front of the handlebars, and whizzed down the circular ramp, free. Free from anyone following him. He pedalled out into the street, mindful of the traffic. It had been a few months since he had last ridden in London, but with the growing network of bicycle lanes and general awareness of drivers, apart from a few idiots, he always found it enjoyable, particularly today with a clear blue sky above him, and with a sense of glee at what he might have left behind him. He rode along the Albert Embankment with the Thames and the glorious Houses of Parliament on the far side. Then, after several modern buildings blocked his view, he started to see the imposing twin-towered edifice of Lambeth Palace rising up. Glancing at his watch, he saw he had less than an hour to go till his meeting. He pedalled on, then spotted a cafe on the far side of the road. Dismounting, he waited for a gap in the traffic, then hurriedly pushed his bike across, folded it back up and carried it inside. He chose a seat that gave him a view of the front door and the street. The printed menu on the wall offered an all-day breakfast, followed by a range of healthy options. Had he been here with Imogen, he would have gone for the vegan or the vegetarian at least. But on his own, and figuring he needed an intake of carbs, he ordered ham, egg and chips. As he waited for his order, keeping an eye on the street and passing traffic, he checked his phone, but there was nothing new. His hands were shaking, he realized. He was feeling the pressure of the past few days and wondering what was going to happen next. What would be the end game? Could things get worse? Perhaps Imogen had a point, but he could not quit now. He was intensely curious to find out why the Archbishop was so interested to meet him personally, and he knew that whatever the purpose, it would add gravitas to his eventual story. Equally importantly, with the head of the Church of England on board, it must surely give him a little more protection. Could he trust the Church of England more than, perhaps, the Vatican? Then, just as his food arrived, his phone rang, the display showing the number withheld. "Hello?" he answered cagily. A smooth, overtly friendly voice with a faint Italian accent asked, "Am I speaking to Mr. Ross Hunter?" "Who is calling?" "My name is Giuseppe Silvestri. Your wife gave me your number. Is this a convenient time to speak?" The man from the Vatican. He recognized the name instantly. "Actually, I'm busy at the moment. It is a matter of extreme importance, Mr. Hunter. May I contact you a little later, perhaps?" "Sometime this evening?" "I cannot stress how important it is." He found the man's voice irritating. Jamming the phone to his ear with his shoulder, he picked up a tube of mustard and squeezed some out onto his plate. "Then, Mr. Silverstone, I'm sure if it is so important you will call me back." He ended the call. Chapter 86. Wednesday, the 15th of March. 3/4 of an hour later, a polite, neatly dressed man ushered Ross into a beautiful, book-lined office with a fine antique carpet. Oil paintings hung on the walls, and a window gave a view across the Thames to the Houses of Parliament and Big Ben. A fit, energetic-looking man of 60, whose face was very familiar from many appearances in the media, stood up from behind a grand desk. His grey hair was thinning, and he wore round, wire-framed spectacles, a purple shirt with a white dog collar beneath a grey suit jacket, and a large gold cross on a heavy chain. He came round his desk, outstretched hand sporting a gold episcopal ring with a purple stone, and a welcoming smile on his face. His voice was strong, English public school. "Mr. Hunter, this is extremely good of you to see me." "On the contrary, sir, I feel very honoured to be invited here." And he genuinely did. It was a strange, almost overwhelming sensation to be here in this office, meeting the Most Reverend Right Honourable Tristram Tenby, the most powerful church leader in the United Kingdom, and he was feeling instantly charmed by the man's whole demeanour, but mindful of maintaining his guard. The Archbishop ushered him to a comfortable chair facing the window at a small, low meeting table, and Ross wondered if he had deliberately been placed so he could see the magnificent view. Moments later, a male assistant came in with a silver tray on which was a pot of tea, china cups, and a plate of biscuits. "Tea all right for you, or would you prefer coffee?" the Archbishop asked. "Tea is perfect." A couple of minutes later, when they were settled and the assistant had left and closed the door, Tenby gave him a warm smile. "I imagine you know the reason I wanted to have a chat with you, Mr. Hunter. Or may I call you Ross?" "Ross is fine, sir, Archbishop." "Tristram is good, too," he replied, giving him an almost conspiratorial wink. "Thank you. Well, I do have an inkling as to why I might be here. I believe you and the Bishop of Monmouth are friends." Very old friends, sir, Tristram. Yes, Benedict and I go back quite a while to when he was a vicar in Brighton. I'm very fond of him." "Well, I am too. I have a strong belief in his abilities, so he told me about your recent meeting because he was left both intrigued and deeply concerned by what you told him." "In what way concerned?" "Well, I suppose firstly because of how this information came to you from a gentleman, Dr. Harry Cook, who had obtained some of it through consulting a spiritualist medium." The Archbishop picked up his cup and saucer and placed them on his lap. "I'm sure you know what the Bible says about mediums and how we in the clergy view them." Testing him, Ross replied, "Is that possibly because they challenge your lines through to the other side? Could it be that the Church feels it has a monopoly on communicating with the spiritual world and uses all the dire warnings in the Bible to try to dismiss them?" Tenby smiled. "I won't argue on that, or we would be here for days. Let's park it for now and get into the deeper questions regarding proof of God. I'm sure you are familiar with the old saying that science asks how, religion, why." Ross nodded. "Scientific tests are all about trying to prove. Faith tests are about trying to find meaning. In our modern world, I see the duty of the Church to try to bring the two together. They are very different discourses, meaning and values. The recent controversies we've seen in the US and Europe show that a sea change is wanted by people, a change from the previous model we have lived by to the values they feel we should be embracing. Relationships, freedom, equality, human community. The world order that we have known for a long time is breaking down, and a new order is coming to the fore. Will it be better or worse?" Ross stared at him. "Does anyone know at this moment?" "I would say the jury is out. If I'm correct, Dr. Cook claimed to have 3 sets of compass coordinates that would provide proof of God. But Benedict told you that for such proof he'd be looking for evidential quality beyond that." "He did, yes. But we didn't get into what those sets of compass coordinates might lead to." "Of course." The Archbishop paused to sip his tea, and then fell silent for a brief while. "You know, throughout time, many of the monotheistic religions have believed in a saviour coming to the world. Muslims believe that Jesus Christ will return, but as a prophet, not the prophet. That prophet will always be Muhammad for them. The Jewish faith believes in the Messiah coming. We Christians believe in the second coming of Christ, but we have always been wary of impostors masquerading as him. And when the message that God is concerned about the state of the world comes through a spiritualist medium, that does ring alarm bells, I'm afraid, Ross. Tenby put his cup and saucer back on the table. That's not to dismiss out of hand what Dr. Cook has told you. It could be genuine. Salutary reminder of the importance of God during a time when the world is changing so much. Perhaps a changing order to make this world more respectful of human beings and of communities. Tell me what you feel in your heart, Ross. I've read many of your articles. You are an extremely intelligent and perceptive man. Tell me what you really feel. I think Dr. Cook was a decent man, perhaps a little too obsessive to be taken seriously, and the death of his wife might have unhinged him slightly, but since taking up the baton he passed on to me, frankly, I'm scared. Scared for what reason? To be honest, I was sceptical at first and ready to dismiss him as a bit of a loony. But subsequent events have changed my mind. 2 people I've met, one being Dr. Cook and the other his solicitor, have died. I've been attacked in Glastonbury, chased and shot at in Egypt by people in a helicopter. My house has been trashed and religious slogans written all over the walls, and my wife has been threatened. Tenby looked genuinely shocked. Do you want to tell me the details? Ross felt comfortable enough with the man to tell him the entire story, from his first call from Cook, to his visits to Egypt and to Chalice Well, and even why he'd travelled the last leg of his journey here by bicycle. When he had finished, the Archbishop apologetically stood up, went over to his desk, lifted his phone and asked his secretary to warn the next scheduled meeting that he might be delayed. Then he sat back down. Ross, what has always struck me in articles of yours that I've read is your apparent humanity. All religions, ultimately, are about faith in the same God. At their very core, what they are about is living well, equality, freedom, the common good. It takes some longer than others to get to that point, and I'd be the first to admit that Christianity has a very dark past. Wind the clock back 1,000 years to the atrocities committed during the Crusades, the torturing or burning at the stake of heretics for centuries after. We've evolved since then into something very different, for the most part, into a tolerant and positive social structure, a kingdom of justice and truth. We give hope to the world. It's a glorious and positive image. At the end of the day, what we try to offer to people is meaning. Religion is about meaning. As I said earlier, science may ask how, but what we search for is the answer to why. Have you found that answer yourself, Tristram? No, I haven't. I have my faith, and I keep looking. So, does it bother you if I keep looking too? The Archbishop looked deeply serious. I would be untruthful if I said I was not worried for your safety, Ross. Many people before you have searched for our Lord's DNA. Maybe you truly have found it, but I am concerned that some of the source has been through a medium, regardless of your feelings on that subject. There are many people with immense power and resources who would want to get their hands on it. And equally, these people would have vested interests in not wanting you to go public. I'm not a stranger to danger. I've had many threats during my career. This is on a different scale to anything you've delved into before. You are tackling the most fundamental question for humankind, and there are a lot of people in the world who would use religious belief to legitimize violence. People who are not only prepared to die for their beliefs, but to kill to protect them. paused, and his expression softened into warmth. "I sense in you, Ross, a decent man in a dark, troubled world searching for the elusive light. Tell me if you find it. Until then, I'll be praying for you. Please know I'm here any time you need me, or any of us. May God be with you. Shall we say a prayer together now?" He placed his hands together and closed his eyes. Ross, despite feeling awkward, did the same, not wishing to offend him. Chapter 87, Wednesday the 15th of March. As he drove back home in the stop-go-stop rush-hour traffic, Ross spent the entire journey thinking about his meeting with the Archbishop. Tenby had given him a lot of time and wisdom, but how seriously, he wondered, had the Archbishop actually taken him? Had he been very subtly and very intellectually swept aside? Was Tenby's caveat about the information having come through a medium just a smart bit of pro-Church of England PR to make him doubt his sources? His phone rang. He glanced at the hands-free display on the dash. It was an 0121 number, the Birmingham prefix. "Ross Hunter," he answered. He heard a female voice with a faint Brummie accent that he recognized. It was Anholt Sperry's elderly receptionist, who had become considerably more friendly in the immediate aftermath of the solicitor's death. He'd given her his personal number, and they'd exchanged a couple of texts. "Mr. Hunter, it's Irene Smither." "Hello, Irene," he said gently. "How are you?" "Well, I'm bearing up. We are all in shock here, as you can imagine." "I can indeed. I thought you'd appreciate an update." "Yes, thank you. What have you heard?" "I've just had a visit from Detective Chief Inspector Starr. He's had the provisional result from Mr. Anholt Sperry's post-mortem. It appears his pacemaker stopped working." "Pacemaker? I didn't realize he had a pacemaker." Then he recalled Anholt Sperry mentioning his ticker problem. "Yes, he's had one for several years. In fact, this is his second. It was fitted 18 months ago. It's been sent off for examination to see if—" Her voice broke, and he heard her sniffing as if regaining her composure. Then she continued, "To see if it was faulty in some way." Ross felt strangely cold as he remembered something. The motorcyclist who had barged past him in the front doorway of the solicitors, the strange pulling sensation he had felt at that moment, his St. Christopher medallion feeling as if it was tugging against the front of his shirt. He remembered a recent article he had read on the internet about methods of killing that could be undetected. Some modern types of pacemakers could be hacked and their electrical pulses altered or halted. Powerful magnets would affect them also. Had the motorcyclist, possibly Robert Anholt Sperry's previous mystery client, been carrying such a magnet? He heard the woman's voice distantly, faintly, like an echo. "Hello? Hello, Mr. Hunter, you still there?" Yes. Sorry, bad reception. I'm driving." "Oh, perhaps I should call you later." "It's okay, I'm on hands-free. Did the detective say anything else?" "Yes, he said they have still not been able to trace the client who came in before you, Mr. Dunn. Terence Dunn." "Does he think there might be a connection with Mr. Anholt Sperry's death?" "He said they're not ruling anything out at this stage. It's just terrible." "Robert was a nice man," he said lamely. "I'll let you know if I hear any more." "I'd appreciate that." As he ended the call, his phone rang again. It was Imogen. "Where are you, Ross?" He glanced at the car clock, 6 p.m. "Just at the junction of the M25 and the M23. The traffic's horrible." "How long will you be?" 40 minutes to an hour. "I'll wait. I've got Gordon, the electrician, coming tomorrow morning to sort out the CCTV cameras." "That's my Ross," she said bitterly. "Always do everything after the horse has bolted." "Hey, Imo, that's not—" She had hung up. Chapter 88, Wednesday the 15th of March. Seated at the table in the main boardroom of Gethsemane Park, alone with Lancelot Pope, Pastor Wesley Wenceslas stared out into the falling darkness. He was not happy. His wife, Marina, buzzed him on the intercom. "Are you coming to say goodnight to the children and read to them, darling?" "No, my sweetheart, I have a little problem I need to deal with. Say goodnight for me." "What time would you like supper?" "I don't know. I'll call you, okay, my sweet? Try not to be too late." As Wenceslas ended the call, Pope grinned at him. "Domestic bliss, eh?" Ignoring the comment, Wenceslas launched into him. "Smile a lot. Ross Hunter did not spend 2.5 hours this afternoon sitting in his car in a multi-story car park in the Elephant and Castle with his thumb up his jacksie. So where did he go?" "I don't know. He gave us the slip, but we're on him again now." Pope nodded at the computer screen. The blue dot was moving steadily south along the M23 towards Brighton, currently passing the turn-off for Gatwick Airport. "I can see that." Wenceslas pointed 2 fingers at his own eyes. "I've got these things in my head that the Lord gave me at the same time as he was filling your head with sawdust. What I can't see is what Hunter did during those 2.5 hours. "Can't God tell you?" Wesley Wenceslas glowered at his MD. "How much longer are you going to let that reporter run rings around you? There are times when I think you're treating this all as one big joke. How about I fire you? Would that be so funny?" Smile-a-lot looked at him and smiled very smugly. Both men knew that Wenceslas could never in a million years fire Lancelot Pope. Not if he didn't want his entire empire to crash and burn when Pope ran to the press with a closet full of skeletons. "Calm down, boss. This is not good for your blood pressure." "You're not good for my blood pressure." "Be happy. We've got his every move covered. His conversations, his movements, his whereabouts 24/7, and we're following the followers. We know he took something to ATGC, and this time, when he goes to collect it, we'll have it off him before he even gets out of the car park. If we don't, your neck's on the block." Pope shook his head. "No, my neck is never on the block. Don't threaten me. I don't like it. I think I should get you a book on anger management." "Really?" "Lancelot, you know what the source of my anger always is?" "It's you." "You're just transferring your frustrations onto me. Blame culture. It's one of the things you preach against, Pastor. Tut-tut. I could actually throttle you. Thou shalt not kill. The 6th commandment." Wenceslas looked back at the screen. "You do really appreciate the seriousness of the situation, don't you?" he asked. Pope turned to him. "You're forgetting something in all your anger, okay? I found you preaching to a congregation of 50 people in a rusty shed in Tooting when I was down on my luck. I'd just been made redundant, and I'd come home to find my partner had gone off to Ibiza with another bloke. I was wandering down the street wondering what the hell I was going to do when I heard your voice coming through the open door. The Lord brought you to me. No, he didn't dislike me that much." Wenceslas had the grace to smile. "I watched you preaching, and I thought to myself that you had potential. I saw the rapt faces of your audience." "Congregation," Wenceslas corrected him. "Whatever. I saw a business opportunity, okay? Simple as that. Your skills as a preacher and my business head. All these years later, we're doing pretty okay, aren't we? And now we're teetering on the brink. Ross Hunter is about to unveil the great impostor to the world. Do you realize what this means? He is going to unleash Satan upon us." "Come on," Pope said. "You're not talking to one of your suckers. You know you don't believe that bollocks. You have a much deeper worry, don't you, you old fraud?" "Who's the bigger fraud?" Wenceslas retorted. "The failed accountant who saw the road to a fortune through manipulating a humble preacher man, eh?" "Or," retorted Pope, "the phony man of the cloth who saw a way to turn worship into a global empire, and is now terrified that the real Lord is about to return, or may already be here, and will find him out. Pastor, you're behaving like a spoilt kid. This is not the time for throwing your toys out of the pram. We need to be serious. To get real." After some moments, Wenceslas nodded, calming down. "You're right. I'm always right. Chapter 89, Wednesday the 15th of March. 30 miles away, on the 44th floor of the KK building, Ainsley Blore and Julius Helmsley stared at the red dot on the large screen that was moving steadily south on the A23 approaching Brighton. No way did Hunter spend 2.5 hours sitting in a multi-story car park in Vauxhall, Blore said angrily. What a bunch of arseholes you've hired. How could he have given them the slip for all that time? And more importantly, where did Hunter go? What's around there? The South Bank, Helmsley said. Oh, sure. What did he do? Go to a theatre and watch a play? I don't think so. The Houses of Parliament? Or Lambeth Palace? Maybe he went to see the Archbishop of Canterbury and His Holiness the Pope while he was at it, Blore snorted. I wouldn't rule that out either, Helmsley replied. So, why did he go back to ATGC Forensics? What was he doing there again? I'll find out. With the same ruthless efficiency with which you found out what that Birmingham solicitor was going to hand to Hunter. I'm flying to Monaco in the morning to get that, Ainsley. With the price raised by a further $1 million at least. Small beer, very small beer compared to what it is worth to us. Our friend in Monaco knows that. He's not a fool. He also knows that it has no value to him. He'll have to do a deal. Leave it with me. Blore stared at the screen. Where did Hunter go in those missing 2.5 hours? Look at the positives. He's a man on a mission. Whatever he's doing, it is ultimately for us. We just have to keep our cool. And when the moment comes, we'll jump one step ahead of him. As of this moment, Julius, we are 2 steps behind him. Helmsley smiled at his CEO. Never forget that old saying, it's the second mouse that gets the cheese. Stinking bishop. All bishops stink. Chapter 90, Wednesday the 15th of March. As Ross drove down his street, he saw Imogen's car parked outside their house. She had reversed onto the drive, presumably so she could keep an eye for anyone approaching. He pulled up alongside her and climbed out. She opened her door and swung her legs out, then stood up. She looked terrible, with rings round her eyes, her hair a mess, wearing a baggy jumper and badly creased jeans. She gave him a strange look. Hi, she said. Instead of hugging or kissing her, he just nodded at her and walked towards the front door. Unlocking it, he pushed it open, and instantly Monty came rushing towards them, holding a squeaky toy duck in his mouth, almost ignoring him and making a beeline for Imogen. As she knelt and hugged the dog, Ross scooped the post up from the floor and dumped it on the table without looking at it. Good boy, you brought me a present, she said. Good boy. Monty then bounded over to Ross, showing him the squeaking duck, proud as punch, his tail wagging wildly. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Imogen having a quick rummage through the post. She picked up an envelope, opened it, and removed a letter. Then she crumpled it into a ball. You buy a bloody dress in a shop, and 5 years later they're still pestering you with special offers. You shouldn't have given them your address, Ross said. You're not under any legal obligation to. We all do a lot of things we're not under a legal obligation to do, she said, her voice brittle, walking over to the integral door to the garage, unlocking it and entering. She returned with a suitcase and closed the door behind her. You're not under a legal obligation to come and stay with me at Ben and Virginia's, but it might be nice if you did. This is our home here. She looked around at the scrawl on the walls. It doesn't feel like our home anymore, Ross. It was our sanctuary. It's been invaded. It feels horrible. I don't feel safe here now. I won't feel safe until you forget this whole Harry Cook business. Is that why you gave that creepy-sounding Vatican man Silvestri my number, in the hope that I might just roll over, give him everything I have? Ross, we have to get out of this danger. Let the Vatican take it over. They're big enough to deal with it. You are not. You said Silvestri was offering to buy the items if I can show the evidence that what I have is real. He's not making any kind of unconditional offer from the sound of it. Did you at least talk to him, Ross? He rang when I was having lunch. I told him to call me later. It never normally bothers you to talk on the phone when you're eating. Yeah, well, Silvestri did bother me. She shook her head. Jesus, I can't believe it. Our lives are in danger. Out of the blue comes a possible solution, and you're dismissing it? I'm not dismissing anything, Imo. So where are you at with the evidence? I'm getting closer to, getting closer to the final piece of the puzzle. Getting closer, she said, nodding her head in the very irritating way for Ross that she did whenever he said something she did not believe. If they let you live long enough. If who lets me live long enough? You know what I'm talking about, Ross. You know exactly. It might be nice if you lived long enough to see your son born, and perhaps help me to raise him. Imo, he said, taking a step towards her. Look, I know how this all appears to you, and I don't blame you for going to the safety of your sister until it's over, but I think you're overreacting. I know you're stressed because you're pregnant. What? She practically shouted at him, her eyes blazing. Don't you dare try throwing that little number at me. I'm trying to be a realist here. I'm being a realist too, Imo. We've a huge mortgage on this house, and you're not going to be bringing in any income for many months. So maybe, just maybe, a deal with Silvestri could solve all our problems at once, our financial and our safety ones. Fine. Why don't I go to Kirkklug, tell them we're holding an auction? Them and the Vatican and anyone else who's interested. We'll flog Christ's DNA to the highest bidder. Is that what you want? I just want to feel safe, she replied. I just want everything to be how it was, before you had that call from that damned man. It can't be. No, of course it can't, she said, picking up the suitcase. Not now. You have to save the world. Chapter 91, Wednesday the 15th of March. After Imogen had driven off, Ross felt very lonely and exhausted and empty. He sat down at the kitchen table trying to ignore the scrawlings across the walls and, as if sensing his mood, Monty came over, sighed, and flopped down beside him. Ross leaned down and stroked him. You know, Monty, you probably don't realize it, but you have it pretty cushy. You get fed and you get loved, and the only thing you have to worry about in the whole world is when your next walk's going to be, right? The dog sighed again, then let out a small whine and looked up at his master. You want a walk now, is that what you're telling me? You've been here all day just sleeping and chewing bones and you're bored, right? Okay. I think we both need some air. Ross jumped up and Monty barked excitedly. He fetched the lead, pulled on his scruffy dog-walking coat and a baseball cap, stuffed a couple of plastic bags in his pocket, grabbed a torch, then took several goes to clip the lead onto Monty's collar because the dog was so excited. They stepped out into the damp darkness, and Ross looked around carefully before he closed the door behind them. Turning left, he headed up the hill, waiting as Monty stopped to check out every other lamppost, sniffing and giving it a quick squirt of pee. Imogen once suggested, humorously, it was the dog's version of email, picking up the scent of other dogs and leaving his own. At the top of the hill was a small park, long and narrow, bordered by trees. He bent down and unclipped the lead. Immediately and excitedly, Monty bounded off. Just as he did so, a foreign accent right behind Ross startled him. Mr. Hunter. He turned, pulling the torch from his pocket, snapping it on and pointing it at the stranger who was just a couple of feet away with both hands in his pockets. He was standing too close, right in his personal space, and Ross backed away a couple of steps. The man stood still. In his 40s, smartly dressed in an expensive-looking belted raincoat with epaulettes, the man was handsome and very assured. Yes? Who are you? Ross demanded. Forgive me interrupting your evening walk, Mr. Hunter. My name is Giuseppe Silvestri. We spoke earlier, you will remember. Ross recognized the cultured Italian accent. I thought you were going to phone me. I do apologize, he said with such charm and sincerity, Ross almost thought that he meant it. Silvestri pulled a gloved hand from his pocket and held it out. Ross stared at it for a moment, then shook it reluctantly, at the same time glancing around, checking on Monty. To his relief, he saw a dog-shaped shadow loping along a short distance away, sniffing the ground, picking up the scent of something. Next, the Italian proffered a business card. Ross shone his torch on it. It was embossed with a gold-crossed keys coat of arms and a Latin inscription, and bore the name Monsignor Giuseppe Silvestri, with a title below, Special Vatican Emissary. "Is this a convenient moment to talk, Mr. Hunter?" "What about? Perhaps you would rather we went into your house, or my car, to be more private?" "Here is fine." "Of course." He continued the charm offensive. "I think you know, perhaps, why I have come to speak with you." "My wife only told me a little. Would you like to start from the beginning?" Monty began barking. A woman, who Ross didn't recognize as one of the regulars here, had come into the park with a schnauzer. She walked right past them. Both men fell silent for a moment. "Good evening," she said. "Good evening," Ross replied. When she was out of earshot, Silvestri said, "There is much talk of the mission you are on, Mr. Hunter. Discoveries you have made. Objects that might be of great historical significance, but which might place you and your wife in very great danger." "Are you saying this to threaten me?" "Please, do not take what I am saying the wrong way. But if what you have is what I am told it is, you must understand the consequences are immense and extremely dangerous. Not just for you and your family, Mr. Hunter, far beyond. It is necessary for you to understand this." "Who has told you, and what have you been told?" The Italian smiled. "Please, Mr. Hunter, with something so important, believe me, I know. There are many people who know." "How? How do they know?" There was a long silence. Silvestri looked at him, still smiling. "Mr. Hunter, discoveries like these do not stay quiet." Ross was momentarily distracted by a vehicle driving down the street slowly. He glanced over and saw it was a police car. "Wookie! Wookie!" the woman called out. He turned and saw Monty play wrestling the smaller dog. "Wookie!" she called again imperiously. "You're going to tell me that God told you," Ross said. "You have a mortgage you are struggling with, I am informed," the Italian said, "and people had been inside your house and written bad things." "What else did my wife tell you?" "She did not tell me, Mr. Hunter. I have been sent by a very high authority to help you." "Sure. The Pope himself?" "Wookie!" The woman walked towards them as the dogs continued wrestling. "Excuse me, could you please control your dog?" "Monty! Monty!" he called. "Monty!" After some moments, the dog broke cover again and bounded over to them. Ross knelt and clipped his lead back on. "I think it might be better to continue this conversation somewhere more private, perhaps?" Silvestri suggested. Ross turned away from him and, gently tugging the lead, headed out onto the pavement and back down the hill. The Italian maintained a steady pace beside him. "Please understand, I mean no harm and no offense. I wish to help you, that is all." "I'm fine." "No, I don't think you are, Mr. Hunter. If what you have in your possession is genuinely a tooth belonging to our Lord Jesus Christ and the vessel from which he drank at the Last Supper, and into which his blood was poured whilst he was on the cross, then I am authorized to pay you a great deal of money. Sufficient not just to clear your mortgage, but to make you a wealthy man. It would be discreet, of course. Payment could be made into a Swiss account. No one would ever know." "Really? If God is informing you what I have, then why do you even have to question its provenance? And if you are questioning its provenance, why should I believe you?" "I would like to understand a little more information, to see these items, of course, to have them examined." "Your religion is the richest on earth," Ross replied. "The Roman Catholic Church has assets greater than all the Russian oligarchs combined. Are you worried that proof of God might impact on that?" That your religion would no longer be, to all your followers, the exclusive gateway to God? Silvestri smiled. Not at all. Proof of God would be a wonderful thing, but to come to know God is not to know God. So you have to be a Catholic and not an Anglican or a Muslim or a Jew or a Sikh or a Hindu to know God. The human experience of love, truth, and beauty, these are what are required to know God, Silvestri replied calmly. The second coming will be the moment when no one will be able to deny God's existence for better or worse. It will be unmistakable, the absolute proof of who Jesus claimed to be. If there were an absolute proof, we would like to think that everyone would rejoice, so long as you, the Catholic Church, owned the news and delivered it. No, Mr. Hunter, this is not at all what I am saying. So why are you offering my wife and me vast amounts of money? A couple of 100 yards ahead, Ross saw the police car had pulled alongside a large Mercedes limousine with diplomatic plates parked outside his house. A female officer stood on the pavement talking to the driver. Your car? Ross asked him. Yes. As Ross approached the officer, he said, Good evening, I'm Ross Hunter. Is everything okay? She asked. Actually, no, he said. He nodded at the Italian. I'm being harassed. This your car, sir? She said to Silvestri. It is, yes. You've heard what the gentleman said. She gave him a polite but firm stare. The Italian opened the rear door of the car and climbed in. Looking at Ross, he said in the same polite and charming tone of voice, Mr. Hunter, you have my card. I believe we should continue with our discussion. As the car glided away, Ross turned to the officer. Thank you. We're on shift until 11:30 p.m. tonight, she said. If you have any concerns, please dial 999 right away. I'll make sure the next shift is briefed too. Ross thanked her, then went into the house. He unclipped Monty, who shot off into the kitchen and out through the dog flap with a loud clatter. He looked up at the scrawl on the walls with its spelling error. Ross Hunter, friend of the Antichrist. Imogen Hunter, expectant mother of the Antichrist. He went through into the kitchen, made himself an espresso, then called Imogen and sat down at the table. She answered almost immediately. Hi, you okay? Not really. Tell me something. That Italian creep who came to see you yesterday, Giuseppe Silvestri? He wasn't a creep. I thought he was very charming. Yeah, sure. I could have scraped enough oil off his face and hair to fry an egg. What did he tell him? About our financial position? About the house being vandalized? I didn't, Ross. Honestly, he just seemed to know about our finances, that they're not great. Did you say he mentioned the house being vandalized? Yes. Ross, I couldn't have said anything about that. I didn't know then. How could I? I hadn't been home. Was the house bugged? Ross wondered suddenly. For the next half an hour he searched high and low, but found nothing. He went back into the kitchen. Chapter 92, Wednesday the 15th of March. For some while he sat very still, shaken. As the implications dawned on him, he called Imogen. Maybe the police told him. Perhaps he has some contact with them, and they told him, she ventured. Ross did not reply. He was thinking, had Silvestri been responsible? Part of his intimidation tactics? Look, Ross, why don't you come over here? It can't be nice sitting with all that horrible writing all over the walls. There's that great pub, the Cat. If we're quick, we could have supper there. I've got stuff I have to do, he said, aware he was sounding distant. Because he was feeling distant. Ben's away on business. You could use his office. I've got so much to do here, including the painters coming to give me a quote. Will the insurance cover everything? I don't know. I hope so. You haven't spoken to them yet? No, he said, her voice irritating him. I'll do it tomorrow, and I've told you I've got the electrician coming to get the CCTV sorted. He ended the call. Silvestri. People have been inside your house and written bad things. Silvestri's people? He sipped his coffee, pulled a fish pie out of the freezer, read the instructions and put it in the microwave. Then he noticed the light winking on their landline answering machine. One new message. He played it. "Hello, it's Detective Constable Harris from Brighton CID. I'm calling to follow up on the reported vandalism incident at your home. If Mr. Hunter could call me back to make an appointment or speak to one of my colleagues if I'm not here and give them the following reference." Ross wrote down the phone number and the reference number, then went up to his den. There was an email from Jolene at ATGC. "Hi, Mr. Hunter. We have a result for you from the ESDA on your document. We'll be here all tomorrow from early." He thought for some moments and had an idea. He emailed her back asking if she could courier the result and the manuscript sheet to his lawyer in Brighton. Then his eye was caught by the folded copy of the page he had torn from the Times. "Pastor warns, beware the great impostor." He typed the link for Wesley Wenceslaus's YouTube channel into Google and waited. A white Boeing aircraft appeared, decorated with a logo showing a winged fish entwined round a cross. Superimposed were the words, "Pray for an air mile. Help our pastor, Wesley Wenceslaus, commune with God for you, and to spread the gospel wider around the world, all major credit cards accepted." Then the pastor himself appeared, along with the wording superimposed, "Pray for Pastor Wesley Wenceslaus. Help him pray for you." The plane disappeared and was replaced by sharp-suited, dog-collared Pastor Wesley Wenceslaus, microphone in hand, strutting around in front of a huge congregation. Behind him was a 20-foot-tall illuminated cross, an orchestra, and a dazzling lighting display. He was speaking quietly, sincerely. His flock was silent, enraptured. The camera singled out faces, all of them nodding, as if the pastor was speaking to each and every one of them individually. "How important is your soul to you? Do you ever think about that?" He paused to let that sink in, then went on. "I want to talk to you tonight about the man who came here to save you. His name is Jesus. Jesus Christ, who was crucified, dead, and buried, and on that third day he rose again. He rose, ready to come back to save you. And he is coming back. Will he save you? Where do you think he will come back to? One of the great Christian cities? Or to a place that needs saving first? You are all here because you believe in Jesus." There was a chorus of cries from the room. "Hallelujah!" He nodded, a humble, pious expression on his face. "Read the book of the Lord, Matthew 24. He tells us what to expect before the Lord gets back." He lowered his voice, staring at his congregation imploringly. He said, "We must expect trouble, great tribulation. Jesus is honest. He has told us the truth about the future. He hasn't hidden things." Then Wenceslas clasped his hands together and raised his head. "Thank you, Jesus, for being honest." He paused as there were more cries of "Hallelujah." He smiled and took a few steps across the stage, closer to his worshippers. "Look, I'll level with you. We're all facing big trouble until Jesus comes back. There is nothing without suffering, no crown without the cross. There is trouble coming. Matthew 24 gave us a clear picture. When the disciples asked what the signs of his coming would be, he gave 4 clear signs and a warning about deception. Remember the first? Sign 1. You will see disasters in the world, earthquakes, wars, famines. He paused again and once more expanded his arms, speaking gently. Don't be troubled. These are not death pains, they are birth pains. When non-Christians say they do not know what the world is coming to, Christians say as one, we do. Ross watched, feeling angry at the way the man was manipulating his audience and waiting for their next cash call to come. There will be false messiahs who claim to be the Savior. Daniel wrote about the abomination of desolation. In it is a man who thinks he is God, who rises. He is lawless. Promises peace and security, but he is the beast, a very dangerous figure, a political dictator. Fortunately, his reign will be brief. He paused again to increasing cries of Hallelujah. You will read in Revelation of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. The first is white, symbolizing military aggression. The second is red, for bloodshed. The third is black, for famine. The fourth is pale, for pestilence. Instead of Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, you will be offered Satan, Antichrist, and false prophet. I am telling you, it has all been foretold in the Bible. Every single prophecy in the Bible so far has come true. But as true Christians, you can be saved. He turned back to the altar, knelt, and raised his hands in suppliant prayer. Then he stood and addressed the crowd. One day soon you will look into the sky and you will find the sun, the moon, and the stars switched off. Daytime will be like the middle of the night. God is going to switch the house lights down, but then there will be a sudden blinding light, curtain up. You will see Jesus and a blaze of angels. Hundreds of people cried out together, Hallelujah! He ran off the stage as if drawn by an invisible force. On the wide screen appeared the words, Donate now to be saved. Cash buckets on the way out. Visit my website for miracles price list. All major credit cards accepted. Then the video of the Boeing 737 appeared again. Pray for a mile. Ross logged out, seething at the man. Didn't they realize what a fraud he was? How stupid people can be. He had tried to expose Wenceslas previously, but it clearly hadn't had much effect. He looked back down at the Times article on Pastor Wesley Wenceslas. It just amazed him how people were taken in. Then he reflected, perhaps the same way he had been taken in by Cook. He was startled by the ping of an incoming text and picked up his phone. It was from Sally Hughes. Hi, Ross. How are you? Kiss, kiss. From the moment he and Imogen had started dating, he could honestly say he had never strayed, nor, as some of his friends had crudely put it, had he ever been window shopping. But there was something, he had to admit to himself, about this radio presenter that he was finding increasingly attractive. Apart from that, he was intrigued as to what she might be up to. He typed a guarded reply. I'm feeling a bit like that old Chinese curse, may you live in interesting times, kiss. A few moments later, she texted back, Oh? Tell me more? Kiss, kiss. He replied, Rather too much happening to put in a text. Meet for a coffee or drink sometime? Kiss. She replied, Have to come to Brighton tomorrow doing a piece on how many writers live in your city. If you have time. Caffeine versus alcohol. Alcohol wins every time in my book. Kiss, kiss. He frowned. Hadn't she told him she would be away skiing this week? Was there a more sinister reason for this visit? Something connected to Harry Cook and her uncle? I like your style. Call me when you're in town. Kiss. Chapter 93, Thursday the 16th of March. It was still dark when Ainsley Blore, in jogging kit, let himself out into the dry, mild morning air. He did some stretches, switched on his head torch and started his route, pounding along the cinder path which he'd had laid down some years ago, and which meandered around the boundary of his estate. Beating the bounds, he liked to call his morning run. Streaks of red and pink speared the sky, no fog or mist. Good. His helicopter would be able to take him to the office, landing on the roof of the KK building, which meant he'd get there at least 40 minutes sooner than going by road. As he ran through the deer park, he was thinking about Ross Hunter. How the hell to deal with him? How best were they going to get what they wanted from him? He ran around the Great Lake, then sprinted the final quarter of a mile, flat out. He finished, panting and perspiring, at the orangery, where light stayed on throughout the night. An idea was forming in his mind. He entered and walked along the 6 monkey cages, peering inside each. As he expected, the first 5 capuchins still had produced nothing, but it looked as though there were several pages of printout in the collection box of his star. The monkey, perched high up, eyed Blore suspiciously as he entered, walked over to the printer and opened the lid of the collection. "Have you been brilliant, Boris?" he asked. "Let's see how brilliant, eh?" The monkey remained still as Blore looked at the sheets. Blore remained still, too. Every page was covered in the repeated word, the. All 8 pages. "Tut, tut, tut," he said. "Boris, I want better than this." As if in dismissive reply, the monkey leapt from his perch onto his trapeze and let out a screech. Blore folded the pages and carried them back towards the house, annoyed and very deeply disappointed. He went downstairs to his indoor pool, stripped off, pulled on his goggles and began his daily 20-minute swim. As he did lap after lap in a fast crawl, his mind was all over the place. He put Ross Hunter temporarily aside and concentrated on Boris. Out of fear of ridicule, he'd kept this experiment totally quiet. Few of his work colleagues knew about it, and only one trusted member of his staff here at his home did, his head gardener. Every day the man cleaned out the cages and kept the monkey's food topped up. Blore's wife, Scylla, thought the experiment was bonkers. Maybe she was right. But she had never read Richard Dawkins other than The God Delusion. It was The Blind Watchmaker which had been Blore's inspiration for this experiment. Dawkins had come the closest to anyone in showing how evolution took place over millions, billions of years, how the human eye had developed through evolution from a single cell. Philosopher Antony Flew, at one time the world's most notorious atheist, was the last public figure to have taken a serious interest in the monkey and typewriter experiment, at least that Blore was aware of. That had ended in disastrous failure and had contributed to Flew's conversion to belief in intelligent design. Now his own experiment, although only 6 months old, was at the moment heading for failure too. Was it the reward system that he had got wrong, he contemplated? Was it simply chance, because the keys for the letters T, H and E were close together and Boris liked the pattern? Or was something else going on in the monkey's brain? And how did he change the creature's mindset? Bigger rewards for different words? But that wouldn't count as random. He parked it, because at this moment he had a bigger problem to worry about, and bigger rewards. The monkey experiment was his personal interest. Ross Hunter was his company's future. Blore switched his focus to the board meeting in a few hours' time. A big decision needed to be made. Chapter 94. Thursday, the 16th of March. Unable to sleep much, Ross got up shortly before 6:30 a.m. and took Monty out. With daylight breaking, he crossed the footbridge over the A27 dual carriageway, checked there were no sheep around, unclipped the dog and let him run free over the fields on the far side. Then, hands in his tatty old barber's pockets, he walked slowly, trying to take stock of everything. So many things to weigh up, but much depended on what result the ATGC laboratories had for him. He needed to see that, and, afterwards, he'd make a decision. Returning home, he watched the 8 a.m. breakfast TV news headlines, showered, and made breakfast for himself and Monty. There was no text from Imogen, so he sent her one. "Hope you're okay. Kiss." He scanned through the papers whilst Monty gulped his food, his dog tag clattering against the side of his bowl. As soon as he had finished his granola, Ross hurried upstairs. He called the number Detective Constable Harris had left yesterday and arranged an appointment for 10:30 a.m. Next, he had a quick glance at Twitter. Nothing new. He still had the same number of followers as last time he'd looked, 7,865. He took a look at Instagram on his phone, realizing it had been over a month since he had posted anything there. The one Imogen had taken of him trying to read a Sunday paper with Monty's head in the way was still there, with his caption, "Newshound." It had 47 likes. The front doorbell rang. It was the electrician come to replace the damaged CCTV cameras. Ross made him a mug of tea and himself a strong coffee and went back upstairs. An email from Jolene had just come in. A courier would be no problem, she said. Could he call her to arrange payment? Concerned about the possibility of his landline and personal phone being bugged, he texted her using one of the burners, giving her the address of his solicitor and asking her to use the same credit card details she now had on file. Next, he texted his solicitor, told him about the expected delivery and asked him to photocopy what came in, put the copy in the same vault as the manuscript and courier the original to him, urgently, at his home address. Scanning his overnight emails, he binned a couple of obvious scam ones, then saw one from Natalie at the Sunday Times. "Hello, Mr. Stranger. Any chance of seeing that big story you said you're working on sometime this century?" He got up and checked the street below. A builder's van was parked opposite with a flatbed behind it, from which they were unloading scaffold poles. There were no other unfamiliar vehicles that he could see. He sat back down. The big story. Where actually was he on it? What would today bring? When the package arrived from his solicitor, he might know a lot more. He reflected on some of his conversations in the past couple of days. The MI5 man, Stuart Ivans, in the motorway service station, the Archbishop of Canterbury, the Italian last night, Giuseppe Silvestri. That man bothered him. There was something deeply sinister beneath his charm. Vatican emissary. What did that actually mean? Henchman to the Pope? When he had been studying journalism at college in London back in his late teens, many of his fellow students had dreamed of the big story. One of the lecturers there, whom he really liked, Jim Kahini, was a laid-back guy with an impressive track record himself. One rather drunken evening in a pub, Kahini told him there were 1,000,000 stories to write about every day, but a really big one only came along once in a decade or maybe even once in a lifetime. It wouldn't always be immediately obvious. Intuition, tenacity, perseverance, belief in yourself and gambling everything in equal measure were what it took to get that one, Kahini told him. Kahini cited every reporter's dream, the scoop of Woodward and Bernstein in 1972, when they'd exposed the Watergate scandal and brought down the US President Richard Nixon. Then Kahini had looked him in the eye. If that opportunity ever falls your way, Ross, no matter what the cost, seize it. That will be your chance for your day in the sun. You'll know it in your heart when it comes. It could be the difference between you having one day your own column in the Times or the Guardian or whatever, or ending your career writing about village fates and lost dogs for some provincial rag on its last legs. You have it, kid. You have the cojones. I sense it in you. Don't let me down. He had put his pint down, then tapped his own ears. Listen. Then he pointed at his own eyes. Watch. Then he raised his arms and curled his fingers into claws and hissed. Pounce. Ross would have liked to talk to Kahini now, get his advice on what he should do. But the reporter had been killed in Syria 5 years ago, working on a piece about ISIS. His big story, Ross wondered. Thinking of Kahini reminded him of his grandfather's words shortly before he died, telling him never to be frightened to make the right choices. But he was feeling deeply depressed and in a strange space. Alone. Imogen had fled and their home had been trashed. Their finances were bad. The Sunday Times editor was clearly running out of patience. The events of the past weeks had been traumatizing, and he realized he should be more scared himself, but he wasn't. Perhaps he was too tired to think straight, just operating on autopilot. Should he call Silvestri and negotiate? And then, perhaps, walk away financially secure? Could he ever live with that? Live with the memory of those wistful eyes of Harry Cook just weeks ago? And the knowledge that he might have done something of real value for mankind, but instead took the money and ran. And just how far could you run in a world that was falling apart? He thought of Kahini's words again. Intuition, tenacity, perseverance, belief in yourself, and gambling everything in equal measure is what it takes. The big one. Imogen knew his dream and had always supported him until the break-in. His mobile phone rang. "Ross Hunter," he answered. "How's your day looking?" said a breezy female voice he instantly recognized. "You're here already, Sally. On the train." "Do you have lunch plans?" "Nothing I can't move for the man who has proof of God." He smiled, his spirits instantly lifted. "Anything you particularly like to eat?" "Born-again Christians, grilled preferably." "Fishy ones?" "Fish is good. Very Christian." He arranged to meet her at English's restaurant at 1 p.m. After he ended the call to Sally, he rang and booked a table. Chapter 95, Thursday, the 16th of March. The directors of Kirk Klug were assembled in the top-floor boardroom. Each of them had a copy of the document, downloaded from the memory stick Julius Helmsley had finally obtained from his Monaco contact. Ainsley Blore read out the coordinates on it. 34 degrees, 4 minutes, 56.42 seconds north, 118 degrees, 22 minutes, 56.52 seconds west. The computer screen on the wall above them showed a street map of West Hollywood, Los Angeles. "Nice work, Julius," Blore said, his voice laced with bitterness. "Do you realize how big this area is? Anything you'd like to add?" "This is what the Birmingham solicitor Ann Holtzberry had in his file, presumably to give to the reporter Ross Hunter," Helmsley replied. "Can you refine the search area? What exactly are we supposed to be looking for?" "We know one thing, Ainsley," Helmsley said. "We've thwarted Hunter by getting this." Blore stared at him. "So far, we've failed to get what Ross Hunter was after in Chalice Well. We've failed to get what he was after in Egypt. Now we have something he was after, but we don't know what it is, right? A map without a key." "Perhaps Mr. Hunter has the key but not the map," suggested Alan Gittings, the head of research and development. "Look, has it occurred to any of us that we might be going about this the wrong way?" said Ron Mason, the director Blore most trusted on his team. "In what sense, Ron?" Julius Helmsley asked. Mason laid in front of him a sheet of printout. "This is Ross Hunter's current financial position. Have a read." Helmsley turned the document round and studied it. "Mortgage of $450,000, and he's asked his bank for a repayment holiday. He's almost at his overdraft limit of $10,000, £800 of credit left on his Amex, $1,500 on his Visa." "What does that tell us?" Mason pressed. "As we already knew, he needs money. Badly," Helmsley replied. Blore smiled. "What is our company motto, Julius?" "The company that cares. So, go and talk to him. Offer to pay his mortgage off, clear his cards, and a nice lump sum on top. Way more than his paper would ever pay him." Blore smiled, baring his immaculate white teeth. "To show we care." Chapter 96, Thursday, the 16th of March. Detective Constable Mike Harris was shocked and sympathetic in equal measures about what he saw on the walls of the house. He'd heard back from CSI Alex Call that there was no new evidence, and asked Ross what he thought might have provoked this. Because of his worry about bugs, Ross took Harris outside and told him the truth about Harry Cook's original call and visit, and what he had found at Cook's home, and gave him the name of the Birmingham DCI, Martin Starr. He also told him what he knew of Robert Anholt Sperry's death. Harris said that he would follow up with DCI Starr. Moments after the detective left, the envelope arrived from his solicitor. He opened it in the kitchen and removed the document that had been enhanced by ATGC onto a plain sheet of paper. On it were handwritten compass coordinates. 34 degrees, 4 minutes, 56.42 seconds north, 118 degrees, 22 minutes, 56.52 seconds west. He went up to his office, opened up Google Earth, and entered the coordinates in the search box. After some seconds, a section of West Hollywood zoomed in. It showed as the intersection of Fairfax and Melrose. Were the coordinates deliberately vague, he wondered, as they had been for Chalice Well, putting him in the vicinity, but not the precise spot. He went to the Street View setting and navigated around. He saw a small shopping mall, the Fairfax Farmers Market, a cosmetic dental lab, a gas station, then a large complex of buildings and open space, Fairfax High School. Cafes, bars, shops, a shabby blue structure like a large shack, with a yellow hoarding advertising itself as Centerfold Newsstand. What was he supposed to be looking for? This didn't exactly look like the area where a tumultuous event would occur, but then neither had a stable in Bethlehem, most probably. He stopped and thought back to Anholt Sperry, remembering his words. "Come back to me once you have found what awaits you at the second set of coordinates. Then you will know for sure. With the third, you will find the location of the second coming of Christ himself." He felt a sudden beat of excitement. An idea that might work. Could it? He looked up Jolene Thomas's number, went outside and dialed it on one of his burners. She answered after just 2 rings. He identified himself. "Hello, Mr. Hunter," she said breezily. "Did your documents arrive safely?" "Yes, thank you," he said. "There's something I wonder if you could help me with." "I'll try. DNA databases. Can you tell me, are there separate national and international databases for standard DNA, mitochondrial DNA, and YSTR DNA?" "Yes, there are, completely. By far the most comprehensive are the standard DNA databases. There's pretty much worldwide coverage with these now among law enforcement agencies, subject to the privacy rules of certain countries and certain states within the USA. Mitochondrial databases are less comprehensive, and the YSTR is sort of the new kid on the block. That has the fewest databases currently. It will change, but it will be several years before it catches up with standard DNA. To make sure I have it absolutely clear in my head, standard DNA is different for every human being. Correct? Except for identical twins and, in rare cases, identical triplets. And mitochondrial is the female DNA, and that passes down through the female line unchanged. Yes. For generations, right? Yes, it does. It goes down through the bloodline, mother to daughter to granddaughter ad infinitum, completely unchanged. And the YSTR does the same thing, but down the male line. Yes, for as long as the male line continues. It has a great deal of value in paternity testing and in genealogy. But you have to be aware that there can sometimes be mutations, and the longer the line, the more chance there is. How big is that chance? Pretty small. Small enough to be unlikely. Yes, very. But you need to be aware of the possibility, always. Ross was jotting down notes. You said that there are not that many YSTR DNA databases at present. Correct. Where are the biggest databases currently? For YSTR? Yes. There are a few in the UK now, and growing, a number in Europe, and the Czech Republic for some reason has been very progressive in this area. What about America? He asked. Yes, there are quite a number there, New York State, Illinois, Florida. The biggest actually is in Southern California. Southern California? Yes. Do you know if they have an equally big mitochondrial database there? Yes, they do, actually much bigger at this stage than their YSTR. Can anyone access these databases? Would I be able to? He asked. No, they're all strictly protected. Here in the UK they fall under the Data Protection Act. For instance, I wouldn't even be permitted to let you have your own DNA if it was on a database. The overseas ones would depend on the individual laws of each country or American state. In some places, law enforcement agencies can access them freely, in others they'd require a court order. As Ross thanked Jolene and ended the call, excitement thrummed inside him. Southern California. Los Angeles was in Southern California. Chapter 97, Thursday the 16th of March. Ross looked down at the notes he had just made from his conversation with the DNA scientist, all strictly protected. He looked at his watch, 11:55 a.m. He had to leave in a quarter of an hour latest to get into town and park in time for his lunch meeting with Sally. He needed to access the databases, somehow. How? Then he thought of someone who could help him. He was aware that although it was approaching midday, it was still the middle of the night for the nocturnal computer hacker. The oddball didn't like to be disturbed until late afternoon at the very earliest. Too bad. He looked up Zach Box's number, went out into the garden, and dialed it on a burner. After several rings, it was answered by a very bleary-sounding voice. Yeah? Zach, it's Ross Hunter. There was a long silence. Ross waited patiently, but there was no sound. "Zach? Do you have any idea what time it is?" "Midday. Not in San Francisco. It's 4 in the morning, for God's sake, Ross." "Are you in San Francisco?" "No, I'm not. I'm in Brighton, trying to get some sleep. What do you want?" "I need some help." "I already gave you some." "Shit, you want free help?" "I'm willing to pay." "That would be a first." "I'm serious. Can I come over and talk to you? I don't trust the phones. Are you in the same place?" "You mean mentally, physically, geographically, astronomically, astrologically?" "Residentially." "Actually, I'm living in a nice condominium on Mars, since you asked. Seems to be the smart place these days. My earthly residence is still Elm Grove, Brighton, but for hopefully not too much longer." "Long enough for me to get over to see you, urgently?" "Can it wait till 4 o'clock this afternoon?" "That would be good." "Fine. Until then, sod off and let me go back to sleep." Chapter 98. Thursday, the 16th of March. A large round platter of West Mersey oysters was placed in front of them on a tall metal stand, along with lemons, dishes of vinaigrette with chopped onion and buttered brown bread. Sally looked great. Raising his wine glass, Ross said, "Cheers." They clinked glasses. "It's very good to see you again," he said. "Funny you should say that. I was thinking the same thing." She gave him a cheeky grin. "So you're in town interviewing writers?" he fished. "Who have you talked to so far?" "William Shaw and Ellie Griffiths. They're both lovely, and a wonderfully wacky food writer called Andrew Kay. Do you know any of them?" Ross nodded. "Yep. Andrew Kay does a lot with the local media, and he's an interesting novelist, too. I've read both Shaw and Griffiths, very good writers." "So how is Mr. God?" she asked. "Or is it Mrs.? "Good question. What's happening with your article? Have you written it yet?" She picked up a shell, squeezed lemon onto the oyster, spooned on some vinaigrette, then tipped the contents of the shell into her mouth, chewed once, and swallowed. "Wow," she said. "Sensational." She raised her glass and drank some more. "Okay, interesting times, you said in your text. So?" Guardedly, Ross brought the radio presenter up to speed, telling her as much as he wanted to share with her. He was careful to keep back the LA coordinates. When he had finished, she looked at him in silence. "So, where do you go from here?" "Honestly?" She nodded. "I'm increasingly getting the strong message from my wife that if I want to save our marriage, then I should sell out. To sleazy Mr. Silvestri. Take the Vatican shilling. And will you?" "I'm not a quitter, Sally. Everything is totally surreal at the moment, but I can't stop now. I think I'm in too deep." He looked hard at her, smiling, then took a sip of his wine. "Tell me, have you spoken to your uncle again at all?" "Creepy Uncle Julius Helmsley?" Very interested in this comment, he asked, "Why do you say creepy? Have you ever seen a picture of him?" "Yes, I googled the board of Kirklug. He's one of those people that kind of make you want to wash your hands or have a bath after you've been in his company. He's pervy." "Oh?" "He's never come on to me, but I just feel it, always have. It's the way he looks with those ridiculous red glasses and his stupid hairstyle. And he never makes eye contact when he talks to you. He sort of stares past you. Ugh. He always seems so superior and condescending. Whenever he used to come to our home when I was a child, he would arrive all la-di-da, aloof, him with his grand London house and his weekend country estate and all of that." "What's his wife like?" "An ice queen. Mum was arty, a bit chaotic, bohemian. My Aunt Antonia was always cold and hard, very into science. My mum tolerated Antonia because she was her sister, but I don't think they ever got on that well." She hesitated and blushed. "Actually, this may sound pathetic, but my Uncle Julius pretty much killed Christmas for me when I was 6. "I love Christmas. That doesn't sound pathetic at all. What happened? What did he do?" "He and my aunt had come over to spend Christmas Day with us. We had the tree, all the presents under it, all the fun stuff. He took me aside, sat me down in a quiet room, and spent half an hour very solemnly explaining, scientifically, why Santa Claus could not exist. He went through the lot, how reindeer did not have wings so they couldn't fly, and he'd done the maths, which he showed me in elaborate, easy-to-understand diagrams. He pointed out just how many homes there were in England alone, something like 25 million, and that if Santa spent just 2 minutes at each of them, it would take him 34,000 days, about 95 years. I can still remember his expression. It was really cruel, as if he was getting huge pleasure from telling me. Oh, what a bastard. I hate it when people rob kids of their fantasies. She nodded. Totally. So, would that include hardcore atheists like Dawkins? You know, even when I was having my most atheist leanings in my agnostic phase, there was stuff about the reductionist scientists that bothered me. There's a really big paradox for scientists. He drank another sip of wine. Which is? Okay, you have scientists stating categorically how the world began, the Big Bang theory, right? Yes, my uncle is right up there with that one. So, here's the paradox. A tenet of science is that any experiment should be repeatable in a laboratory. It's one of their big arguments against ghosts, mediums, telepathy, and anything else paranormal. Do you know the term methodological naturalism? She frowned. No. It's what your uncle and a number of other scientists follow. It's the term for scientifically studying the world, totally excluding any possible supernatural causes. It is the absolute assumption that God should have no part in scientific phenomena. And the paradox is? Methodological naturalism requires scientists to seek explanations in the world around us that are based on what we can observe, test, and replicate. They might try to replicate the Big Bang in a particle accelerator, but, he expanded his arms, are they going to replicate this universe? This restaurant, you and me sitting here, this bottle of Puy Fusset? So, the paradox is that cosmologists don't tick the boxes required by science. Don't you think some of them might be a bit peeved to be told their work does not qualify as science? I think it's time the arrogance of some militant atheists did get lanced. When they can replicate the world exactly and whatever state of evolution everything is at this moment in time, then I'll accept them unconditionally. Until then, they need to cut other possible explanations, including God, some slack. Provided they can replicate these West Mersey oysters too. Of course. What about the Higgs boson? She asked. The God particle, which they discovered at CERN. Does it actually prove anything? There's still the question of who made it. Sally took another oyster. Ross took one also. Staring at him with twinkling eyes, she said, You know these are meant to be aphrodisiacs. He smiled back. Yep. They also used to be peasant food, staple diet for monks because they were cheap protein. Are you deliberately trying to kill a romantic moment? She tested. I'm a married man, and I would never, ever attempt to lead you astray. And I believe that. There was a moment of comfortable silence between them. They clinked glasses again. Another bottle, sir? He looked up at the waitress. Had they really downed an entire bottle already? Maybe, he wondered, if Sally had a little more to drink, she might let something slip. I think so, he said. Would be rude not to. Sally Hughes agreed. Ross stood up and excused himself for a moment. Just going to have a pee, I'll be right back. As he walked out of the room, Sally was startled by a ping from his phone. A text. She saw Ross disappear down the stairs and quickly, out of curiosity, turned the phone round. It was a text from a travel agent called Travel Counsellors, confirming a flight she was holding to Los Angeles. She turned the phone back round and sat waiting for his return. She said nothing as he sat back down. Chapter 99, Thursday the 16th of March. Imogen pulled up outside their house shortly after 3 p.m. She wasn't sure whether she was glad or sad that Ross's car wasn't in the drive. As she went in, Monty padded excitedly towards her, and she knelt down and stroked him. I've missed you, my lovely. After some moments of doggy worship, she went upstairs to their bedroom to grab some more clothes that she needed. As she entered the room, the front doorbell rang. She hurried back down across the hallway and opened the door. A tall, equine-looking man in a business suit stood there. He wore rather arty, red-framed glasses, a modern hairstyle that was 20 years too young for him, and had a patch of sticking plaster on his cheek. "Oh, hello," he said. "Would Mr. Ross Hunter be in, by chance?" "No, but I'm Mrs. Hunter, by chance." He gave an awkward smile. "How can I help you?" He hesitated. "Perhaps I should come back. Can I give my husband a message?" "Well, yes." He handed her a business card. "My name is Julius Helmsley. I'm the chief operating officer of a company called Kirkklug." She tilted her head. "A company called Kirkklug. Do you think I've never heard of you, or something?" "Well, I imagine we are a bit of a household name." "You could say that," she smiled. "So, are you here to sell me toothpaste, soap, sleeping pills?" She looked at the card. "No, actually, it's a financial matter." "Is Kirkklug a very sexist company, Mr. Helmsley, he corrected. "Not at all, not remotely, far from it. We are one of the pioneers of sexual equality in the workplace, Mrs. Hunter. All our female workers earn the same as their male counterparts." "Good. In that case, you can tell me anything that you were planning to tell my husband. Would you like to come in and have a cup of tea?" "Well, if it's no trouble." "It's no trouble." Chapter 100, Thursday the 16th of March. Sally could sure drink and hold it, and Ross liked that, as well as her gusto for food. She seemed to have gusto for life itself, and it was infectious. Imogen had been like that too in their early days, he thought ruefully. They'd finished the second bottle of wine, and then, not wanting the dialogue to end, he'd ordered a cognac and she'd had a Cointreau on the rocks. As they left the restaurant with their coats on just after 3:30 p.m., the last people in there, and negotiated their way past the outside tables, he was feeling a little unsteady on his feet, and he still hadn't worked her out yet. They stopped and stared at each other. Sally was giving him a warm, come-on smile. "That was fun," he said. "We should do it again." "We should." There was an awkward moment. "I think," he said, and hesitated. "You think?" Ross gave her a quizzical look. "I do think, sometimes, yes." She leaned forward spontaneously and planted a kiss on his cheek. Then she turned away, waved a hand in the air, called out, "See you," and walked off, her elegantly tailored white coat clinging to her body, her tight jeans tucked into her leather high-heeled boots. He stood there, feeling a tad giddy. He had drunk far too much to drive. He would take a taxi up to Zach Box and then return tomorrow to the car park beneath the waterfront hotel. He headed along towards the East Street taxi rank. As he walked, he was trying to focus his mind on what he had to ask Box about. But he was a little distracted by the scents of Sally's perfume and her hair. Warning bells ringing in his head. His phone pinging in his pocket. He pulled it out and looked at it. It was a text from Sally. "Now that's what I call a lunch. Next one is on me. Kiss." All his instincts told him not to respond until he was sober, but a few moments after he had climbed into a taxi and given the driver Zach Box's address, he texted back. "Make it soon." Smiley face. Chapter 101, Thursday the 16th of March. Zach Box hadn't changed. He still lived in the same dark, chaotic pad that he had been in a decade back as a student, which he shared with the same hostile Siamese cat. It was the basement of a terraced Victorian house close to Brighton's racecourse, and the blinds were permanently drawn. The place smelled stale, slightly rank, badly in need of daylight and fresh air, and there was a faint hint of weed. Box was wearing a faded Gandalf t-shirt, unfashionable jeans, and a pair of slippers he might have inherited from a dead grandfather. His lank hair was in the same shapeless style, but starting to thin and grey, Ross noticed. The bumfluff on his face from a decade ago had matured into an apology for designer stubble, and it looked odd on his slightly pudgy baby face. He had the complexion of a ghost. As Ross stepped through a maze of computer monitors, keyboards, and server towers that covered almost all of the living room floor, as well as empty mugs and takeaway cartons, Box pointed him towards a semi-collapsed sofa against the far wall. The only thing obviously new from his last visit that Ross observed were two vast television screens, one switched off, the other almost the entire width of a wall, on which a video of the galaxy was playing. So, you weren't joking about Mars, Zack? It's a direct feed from the British Observatory on Mauna Kea, in Hawaii, and it is actually still night time there, since you asked, he added sarcastically, reaching out to stroke the cat, which arched his back and slunk away from him. I'm looking for somewhere to move to before it's too late. Just got a few technical issues to sort out, like finding somewhere else that supports carbon-based life forms, and a way of getting there. The geek, who could speak 7 languages fluently, still had the same hostile attitude, just like his cat, and the same distinct lack of social graces. It was as if the whole world was against him, and everyone had better keep their distance. Ross reached the sofa and sat down on it, feeling a busted spring beneath him. Box totally ignored him for several minutes, kneeling on the floor, logging on to first one, then another computer, and studying what were, to Ross, totally meaningless rows of algebraic figures on both, all the while muttering, "Idiot, can't believe this. What have you done there? You cretins, honestly. What is this?" After a while, he turned to his visitor. "Be with you in a minute. Got to help GCHQ out with a problem and the CIA have some issue in Iraq." "It's okay, you go ahead and save the world. Honestly, you'd think sometimes, these guys, they—" He fell silent, tapping at the keyboard and peering intently. "I mean, ridiculous." Ross was still feeling a little drunk. "Any chance of a coffee?" "Kitchen. Help yourself. There's a kettle or Nespresso machine. By the way, you smell like a pub." Ross went through into a kitchen that looked like it had recently been hit by a tornado. After rummaging around, he found what looked like the only clean mug in any of the cupboards and a small stack of coffee capsules next to the coffee machine. He made himself a triple espresso and carried it back into the living room. As he sat back down, Box turned to him. "So? How's life?" Ross asked. "A bit shit. Working on my evacuation plan. We've all got to get out of here, PDQ. No, I wouldn't disagree with you. I'm telling you, Armageddon. Find a planet for real." "This isn't a social visit, is it?" "No, I wondered if you can help me. I need some databases hacked." "Uh-huh." Keeping back some details, Ross told him what he wanted. Zack Box tapped out notes on a keyboard in front of him as Ross talked. When he had finished, he said, "Okay, right. Standard DNA, mitochondrial DNA, and YSTR Los Angeles, or rather Southern California. You want me to look into their databases?" "Yes." "Break the law." "Whatever you need to do. I'm guessing you know how to cover your tracks." "I don't do this shit for fun anymore, Ross, or because I can. It's business now, my livelihood. Know what I'm saying?" "I understand." "I really do want to get out of here. I'm saving." "Out of this flat?" Box looked at him as if he was mental. "This fucked planet? If you've got any sense, you'll come with me." "I'm trying to save it." "Good luck with that one." He tapped some more keys and his screen changed. "Okay, what I'll do is try to get into each of these 3 databases and leave something there that will look for a match or notify me if a match pops up in the future." "How long in the future?" Ross asked. "As long as you want." "How quickly can you get a result?" "It depends what's there, and I've got some stuff to do for my employers, quite a big program to write, maybe later tonight or tomorrow." "Okay. And before I start, no offence, but I'd need payment up front." "How much are you charging?" Box smiled for the first time. "Mates rates. 2,000 for the searches, 1,000 bonus for each hit I get, maximum bonus 3,000, all right?" "Do you take credit cards?" "Heh." Chapter 102, Thursday the 16th of March. The abbot sat behind his desk, a frail man with bottle-lens glasses and an unruly crescent of a white beard. Behind him was a narrow window open to the elements. Its edges were uneven, hacked out of the wall by a craftsman back around 1366 AD, when this monastery was built on the escarpment then known as Simon's Rock, perched high above the Aegean Sea. Brother Pete stood in front of him, hands behind his back. Both men were attired identically in their heavy black habits and their Eastern Orthodox headdress, the kalimafki, a round black hat with a veil falling from either side of the face and down the shoulders. The only distinguishing feature the abbot had was the heirloom ancient gold cross hanging down almost to his midriff from a chain round his neck. It was the same cross that had been worn by another, now long dead abbot, in the framed black-and-white group photograph on the wall opposite the window. It showed 3 rows of monks, the rear 2 rows standing, the front seated, in the courtyard of the monastery. They were all heavily bearded, only the top part of their faces visible, a few wearing glasses. Their ages ranged from early 20s into their 90s, and all of them looked solemn and dutiful. Brother Pete had seen the photograph before. It had been taken over 50 years ago. All the monks today looked exactly the same as did the courtyard. It would have been pretty much the same image if it had been taken 500 years ago, and it would look the same in 500 years' time if everything stayed the same, if time here remained standing still, if the funding continued to come through God's guidance, if the world— The abbot was nodding at him, as if reading his thoughts and agreeing with him. After a long silence he said, "Brother Pete, if I do give you permission to go, how will I know for sure you will return?" "Why would I not, Father Abbot? I don't have anywhere else I want to go or be. This is my home here. It always will be, blessed by the Virgin Mary until I am called to a higher place by the Lord." The abbot looked pensive. "So, tell me, why exactly do you wish to make this journey?" "My cousin Angus is dying. You will remember Brother Angus. He was the reason I came here." "I remember him well. I gave him permission to go and visit his mother, who was sick, and he never returned." He gave a wan smile. "He did not need to visit her. His journey was not necessary. His prayers from here would have been as effective, I am certain. Why do you wish to trouble yourself with travelling? Why don't you just pray for your cousin?" "I think this will be the last time I see him, Father Abbot. He does not have long to live." "The last time you see him?" There was a strange twinkle in the old man's eyes, the hint of a smile. "Surely not. Surely just the last time here, Brother Pete. Until the day you are both reunited in the glory of God's sight." "My cousin has something he needs to give me for safekeeping. That telephone call I had from him 2 days ago, which you kindly permitted me to take, that is what he was asking. A dying wish. He has been entrusted with the protection of 2 items, which he tells me are of the greatest imaginable significance to the Christian faith. He is worried what will happen to them after he dies." "Do you know what they are? Are they genuine?" "He believes so." "You need to be careful, Brother Pete. The history of our faith has been mired with fake relics, forgeries of all kinds, and hoaxes. Some are the work of the Antichrist. Some are just the work of opportunists and chancers, people trying to make money from those who are gullible." "Brother Angus believes we will see the evidence of how real these are very soon." "Should we wait for that evidence before you go? Should we test it?" "I am afraid that if he dies, Father Abbot, these items may be lost forever." The abbot nodded thoughtfully. "Do you not think, if they are truly from God, they will find their rightful place through him, without intervention?" "Perhaps, Father Abbot, it is our destiny that our monastery is their rightful place." The old man gave a sad smile. "Please explain to me what these items are, and then I will make my decision." Hesitantly, Brother Pete told him. Chapter 103, Thursday the 16th of March. As Ross sat in the rear of the bouncy, uncomfortable people carrier on his way home from Zack Box, the taxi driver drove recklessly fast, arguing with someone on his phone, which he held to his ear, seemingly oblivious to the law. A text pinged in from Imogen. "Hi, stranger, how's your day going? Why don't we meet this evening? Come over and join us? Kiss, kiss." He stared at it, feeling guilty about Sally. standing on the street outside English's being kissed by her, his wife expecting their child. "So the Seagull's doing well, yes?" the foreign driver shouted at him unexpectedly over his shoulder, still holding his phone in one hand. "Yeah, great, they are." He looked down at the text. Seconds later, it was followed by one from Sally. "Think I was a bit smashed after our lunch and never thanked you properly. Hope your meeting went okay?" Smiley face. He frowned, trying to recall the details of their lunchtime conversation and what he had told her about Zach Box, hoping he hadn't given away too much. From the disparaging things she had said about her uncle, Julius Helmsley, she didn't sound like she was about to run to him and tell him anything. But he couldn't be sure. He replied to Imogen, "Thanks, but can't. Have spoken to the decorators and they're coming over to give an estimate and let me know when they could start. Kiss." Then he looked at Sally Hughes's text and replied, "Managed to stay awake, though not sure how coherent I was, but lunch was great. Definitely again soon. Kiss, 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 kiss." Another text pinged in from Imogen. "Glad to hear lunch was great, so who was it with that deserved 4 kisses? He felt a cold flush of dread. Shit, shit, shit. How did that happen? He looked at the thread, and sure enough, he'd sent the reply to Imogen in error. A reply came in from Sally. Decorators? He cursed his stupidity again, his brain racing. Very carefully, he tapped out a reply to Imogen. "My editor, kiss, kiss." Seconds later, another reply back from her. "Oh, right. Didn't realize you had to shag her to get your commissions." Chapter 104, Thursday, the 16th of March. "So?" Wesley Wenceslas asked. "So?" Pope replied. "Tell me, give me an answer," the pastor said into the microphone of his headset, looking out uncomfortably at the rain sliding down the helicopter's window and at the darkness beyond. "That would depend on the question," Pope said. "If you want to know the capital of Peru, it's Lima, or the meaning of life, according to Douglas Adams, in which case it's the number 42. He looked back down at the crib sheet for the pastor's address to his faithful tonight in Leicester. "This is not the moment to be frivolous," Wenceslas said. The helicopter bumped and yawed in turbulence on its descent to East Midlands Airport. The pastor clenched his eyes shut, his hands clasped in front of him. "Oh, you never read Kurt Vonnegut," said Pope. "Who?" "Tut, tut. Kurt who? A great American writer. He got it. He understood. He came up with some of the wisest words ever written. Listen, we are put on this earth to fart around, and don't let anyone tell you any different." Wenceslas looked at him. "Did it ever occur to you that one day you might be a bit too irreverent for your own good?" He shook his head. "What did I do wrong to deserve you?" "God chose me for you, remember? Put it down to his sense of humour." There were landing lights now directly below them. The helicopter was hovering just a few feet above a marked area, and Wenceslas relaxed, finally. He shot a glance at Pope. "All I can say is, if God chose you for me, he must have been having an off day." As the machine settled on the ground, both men pulled off their headsets. "So, let's be serious, Smile-a-Lot. Where are we with this Ross Hunter? It's worrying me a lot. I keep—" He was interrupted by a ting-ting. Pope glanced down at his phone, then studied a message. "From our electrician." "Electrician?" He gave the man fixing the CCTV cameras at Ross Hunter's home a bung. 5 years' earnings for him. Probably could have got him cheaper, but, hey, we don't do cheap, do we, Pastor? Easy for you to say when you're spending my money. "Our money? You're a crook." "Oh, right, pardon me. When was the last time you actually prayed over a handkerchief which you charged £25 for?" "It's symbolic." "Of course it is. Is that what you will explain to God on Judgment Day, assuming he happens to be in when you arrive up there at the pearly gates? He will understand that I was truly a man of the people who brought millions of human beings closer to him through filling them with the Holy Spirit." Pope looked at him. "That's a big part of your problem, isn't it? That you really believe your own press release." And a big part of your problem, Mr. Pope, is that if you continue being frivolous, that little creep of a journalist, Ross Hunter, could seriously disrupt your pension plan. And yours. So, you gave Hunter's electrician a bung to allow our electrician to help him. We now have control of his external CCTV cameras and a tap on his landline phone. As soon as he arrives home this evening from a lunch in central Brighton, followed by a meeting near Brighton Racecourse, we should be able to remotely monitor his mobile phone communications too. That is, if he is dumb enough to leave his Bluetooth on. And if he isn't? Smile-a-Lot lived up to his nickname with a big smile. Then we'll switch it on for him. Wesley Wenceslas wagged a finger. You're a very naughty snooper. Isn't that just what your God does? Pope retorted. Snoop on all of us. The pastor looked at him. You need to be careful about saying things like that. You are verging on blasphemy. Did it ever occur to you that you could end up in hell? Should I worry about that? You keep assuring everyone that the afterlife is so much better than here. I'm thinking hell must be too. Bring it on, I say. Smile-a-Lot. Sometimes I despair of you, and I pray for your soul, which makes me unique. Unique? In what way? I get your prayers as a freebie. Chapter 105. Thursday, the 16th of March. The house was in darkness when Ross arrived home. He paid the taxi, got a receipt, and walked up to the front door, as ever looking around carefully. From inside he heard a desultory bark. As he entered, Monty bounding up to him, his phone rang. The display showed the number was withheld. Ross Hunter, he answered. Good evening, Mr. Hunter. I apologize for the intrusion. I am wondering if you had any thoughts following our conversation last night. It was Giuseppe Silvestri. No further thoughts at all, he replied. I would really like to meet up with you again and put a proposition to you. I am authorized by my superiors to make you an unconditional offer. Jamming the phone against his ear, Ross knelt and stroked the dog. For what exactly? For the chalice and for the tooth that we believe you have in your possession. An unconditional offer, how much exactly are you talking about? He asked. How would 3 million euros paid to a bank account of your choice anywhere in the world sound to you? Ross was silent for some moments, somewhat astonished. 3 million euros was close to £3 million at current exchange rates, serious money. More than he could ever hope to get, even with multiple spin-offs from his eventual article. Even after tax, it would clear their mortgage and give them a massive cash surplus and remove all the threats. And yet, he tried to think clearly. Then he said, Mr. Silvestri, yesterday you were questioning the provenance of what I have, or might have. Now you are not. Can we meet and discuss this further, Mr. Hunter? I could come to your house now, if convenient. You need to understand this is not about money. I appreciate this is an enormous sum you're offering. I'm not going to reject it out of hand, but I need time to think. I have your contact details. I'd like time to consider it. Mr. Hunter, this situation is too important to wait for very long, and the danger of these items falling into the wrong hands is increasing all the time. The man's tone verged on belligerent. Really? I'm not prepared to be bullied by anyone. I think you should know that. I've been attacked, threatened, and my home has been trashed. Let me tell you something. I don't do threats. Do I make myself clear? Let me make something clear to you, please, Mr. Hunter. I have direct authority to talk to you from His Holiness the Pope, the Vicar of Christ, the Bishop of Rome, the Holy See. Our Pope is the symbolic descendant of the Apostle Peter, head of the Catholic Church. I appreciate your credentials, Mr. Silvestri, but you are talking about the Catholic Church, which is just one of many, like the Anglican Church, and what about the Jehovah's Witnesses? Or the Presbyterians, what about the Eastern Orthodox Church, the Baptists, Lutherans, Quakers, Plymouth Brethren, Methodists, the Pentecostal Church? Mr. Hunter, Silvestri said, calm and polite as ever, let us not get bogged down in semantics. If what you truly possess is the Holy Grail and a tooth from our Lord Jesus Christ himself, their rightful home is in Rome, in the seat of Christianity. That is your opinion, Mr. Hunter. What I am telling you is fact. I can assure you, Mr. Silvestri, that these items are in safe hands. I respect them, and I have taken steps to protect them. If and when I decide you would be the right custodian, I will tell you. I will consider your offer, all right? You may believe you have protected these items, but perhaps you do not realize there are people with, permit me to say, fewer morals than His Holiness. They are determined to get their hands on them at all cost, even if that cost is your life, Mr. Hunter. You have many enemies out there. We will try to protect you until you have passed them to us. Of course, you do understand that when you have done that, you and your family will be safe. You are threatening me, Mr. Silvestri. Please do not misinterpret me. How should I interpret you? Regard me as a friend. Okay, my friend. I'm hanging up now, and I'll call you if and when I'm ready to talk more. Ross ended the call and stared around at the stark messages on the walls. Then he took Monty out and walked him through the darkness, deep in thought and completely sober now. When he reached the park and let the dog off the lead, he looked again at the text from Imogen. Oh, right. Didn't realize you had to shag her to get your commissions. He texted a reply. Charming. Actually, it doesn't work that way. Kiss. Then he texted the radio presenter. Meeting afterwards was not as fun as our lunch. Kiss. Almost instantly, a text came back from Sally. Decided to stay in Brighton tonight. Out at dinner. If you fancy a drink later, let me know. Kiss, kiss. P.S. I'm a dab hand at decorating. He grinned and stared at it. Then, making a decision to rein it in, he replied, I wish I could join you. Have fun. Kiss. He wasn't hungry, but knew he needed to eat something. Rummaging in the freezer when he got back, he found a mushroom risotto and pulled it out. He would put it in the microwave later. Then he went up and checked his social media. There was an Instagram post of Imogen and Virginia sharing a sofa with the children, happy families style. He went back down into the kitchen and made himself a coffee. He opened the window, removed a pack of silk cut and a lighter from a kitchen drawer, and lit a cigarette. As he smoked, he was thinking about Sally, then about £3 million. He tapped the end of the cigarette against the ashtray that lived on the windowsill. Last year he'd written a piece on the Russian oligarchs. One of them, Boris Berezovsky, had decided he could not make ends meet on £1.5 billion, and one theory had it that he topped himself. 3 million seemed pretty small beer compared to that, compared to, potentially, the greatest newspaper story of all time. Although it would get rid of their mortgage and give them a very nice cushion going forward. Accepted? Pass the buck to Silvestri, take the money and run, maybe negotiate the price up a bit? Or risk, as Benedict Carmichael had warned, being killed? He stared up at the clear night sky, at the stars above, the heavens, the firmament. All of this from 2 bits of dust that collided and set off the Big Bang? If that was truly the case, the whole reason for all existence, then did any of this matter a hill of beans? Was all of human life just a random, insignificant happening? One day, the collection of cells inside Imogen would be a walking, talking human being, their child. That child would sit on his knee and look into his eyes and ask him questions, the same kind of questions he used to ask his mum and dad. Where did I come from? What happened before I was born? What will happen after I die? Why do I exist? Was he going to be able to look his son in the eye and say to him, I might have been able to give you the answer, but instead I took the cash? Chapter 106, Thursday the 16th of March. "I was rubbish tonight, wasn't I?" Wenceslas said, freezing the playback of the recording of his service earlier this evening at his Leicester church. He lounged back on a sofa in the vast hotel suite and stared across the coffee table at Lancelot Pope. "They loved you. They always love you, Pastor, even when your performance is, how shall I put it, as I often remind you, perhaps more about prophet than any biblical prophet. Don't screw with my head, Smile-a-lot. I leave that to God." After some moments, Wenceslas said, "And the correct church term, Smile-a-lot, is not prophet, it is collection plate." "Pardon me." Pope focused back on his own laptop. "Good comments on Twitter. Nothing but good ones. Listen to this. Oh, how I pray peeps would understand the true power of the #Holy Spirit, (God). Wow. Powerful preaching at Pastor Wenceslas. Amen. And this. Wow, so intense. Thank you at Pastor Wenceslas. And I like this one. Sir, I am having a wonderful time taking in all the Holy Spirit is impacting in me through you. #God bless. How deeply touching, Pope said, rolling his eyes. You should be pleased. What about Facebook? I've just been checking more of the same. They love you, adore you. I'm just a humble conduit. Smile-a-lot, always have been. They love me because the Spirit of our Lord flows into their hearts through me. Long may our Lord keep topping you up. Wenceslas gave him a friendly glare. Just on something more mundane for a moment, boss. I've ordered room service to bring your breakfast at 6 a.m. The forecast is not looking good for flying, so I've arranged the car to be on standby, as we've a board meeting at Gethsemane at 9 a.m. You okay with that? Do I have an option? The bell rang. Lancelot Pope closed the lid of his laptop, jumped up from his sofa and went over to the door. A nervous-looking room service waiter wheeled in a rattling trolley. It was accompanied by the aroma of French fries. 2 round metal covers sat on the white linen cloth, along with a bread basket, a bottle of mineral water, and 2 glasses. Gentlemen, would you like me to set this out next door in the dining room? No, just here is fine, Wenceslas said. The waiter flipped down both ends of the trolley, converting it into a table. He lifted one metal cover to show the steak and chips Wenceslas had ordered, and the other to reveal Pope's quinoa salad. Wenceslas stood up, closing his eyes and raising his hands towards heaven, and prayed with the voice that was usually reserved for preaching. Thank you, good Lord, for this food, and also for your anointing tonight that confirms to me, your most humble and faithful servant, that you have chosen to raise me above other men. Amen. Amen seemed to act like a wake-up call to Pope. He leapt up from his seat and asked, Where's the champagne? Champagne? The waiter looked puzzled. I ordered it at the same time I ordered the food. I'm so sorry. I will see what has happened and fetch it right away. Then he turned to Wenceslas. Sir, I would have been worshipping with you tonight, but my boss would not give me the time off. What is your name? The pastor asked him. Melvin, he replied. Melvin, would you kneel in front of me? The waiter obeyed. Wenceslas stood and placed his hands on the man's head. My child, are you ready to receive the Lord here? Are you ready for Jesus? I am, sir. Do you not feel his Spirit? Do you feel his power and warmth entering your body, your heart, and your innermost soul? I do. Praise the Lord! Wenceslas gave his head a firm but gentle push. The waiter crumpled to the floor and lay still. The pastor knelt beside him. Oh, Lord, bless this man. Forgive him his sins. Fill him with your Spirit, with your boundless generosity. Help him to be a great waiter, a man who will one day wait on your right hand at your table in heaven. Slowly, the waiter came out of his trance and looked around, dazed. Melvin, be thankful. You are now not only one of God's children, you are also one of my sons, Wenceslas said. The young man climbed dizzily to his feet and looked at the pastor. Thank you, he said. Thank you, pastor. He made his way unsteadily towards the door. Please telephone the room service number when you would like your trolley removed. The Lord will let you know, my son. Just remember to donate on the Wesley Wenceslas Ministries website so you can be truly blessed tonight, whatever you can afford. The waiter lowered his head, looking overwhelmed. Yes, I will, then slipped out of the door. Pope shifted the food and drinks off the trolley onto the coffee table and poured out 2 glasses of water. Got to admire you, boss. Most people give the room service guys a tip. You've got him paying you. Paying his respects to our Lord, Wenceslas corrected. Pope sat back down opposite him. Yeah, right. And in turn, our Lord passes the cash to you, showing his bountiful mercy, or whatever. Ignoring him, Wenceslas said, So, you said you have an update. I do. Seems like we have a rival for our affections, none other than my namesake, the Pope himself. What? I've had a report in from the bugging of Hunter's home. A man called Giuseppe Silvestri, if I'm pronouncing it right, special Vatican emissary, appears to be negotiating with Hunter for 2 items in his possession, the Holy Grail and a tooth from Jesus Christ, offering him 3 million euros. So? Go offer him more. It sounds like he's not motivated by money. Everyone has a price. Wenceslas held his water glass and seemed to be staring at it. Waiting for Jesus to come along and turn that into wine? His MD jibed. Smile a lot, I despair of you. Shit, where's that champagne? I need a proper drink. He squirted ketchup on his steak and across his chips. Nodding at the salad, he added, And why are you eating that rabbit fodder? Quinoa. Didn't God tell you about it, the new superfood? Didn't he tell you about the fatted calf which I'm eating now, the return of the prodigal son? My problem is the prodigal son never left, and now he sits eating rabbit food and judging me. Did they have French fries at the Last Supper? Wenceslas gave him a sideways look. No. They had them at the penultimate supper, before the deep fat fryer blew a fuse and screwed up the menu. So, no Judas and chips. I tell you, Smile-a-Lot, one day you will be struck dead. Now get real. Ross Hunter. A man we do want struck dead, right? There was a long silence. Wenceslas looked at him. If we need to. If it gets us the items. Tut, tut. The 6th commandment? The great impostor, Smile-a-Lot, do I need to remind you? What Ross Hunter is doing is all about heralding in the great impostor. He's going to make claims about the second coming. He'll find the great impostor and give him the oxygen of publicity in all the world's press and media legitimizing him. You know what happens when oxygen meets flames? They burn more fiercely. Hunter must be stopped. Do you understand what I'm telling you? Ross Hunter has this fantasy of revealing to the world the second coming. But this deluded man, in reality, is giving oxygen to the Antichrist, the most dangerous being in the world, a total imposter. You hear what I'm saying? An imposter. Takes one to know one, Pope retorted. Wenceslas glared at him. What is your problem tonight? Pope smiled back disarmingly. You and I both know the real reason you want Ross Hunter stopped, gotten rid of. I've said it before. Quite apart from him writing that stinking piece about you, you are worried this second coming could be real. That it might not be the great impostor at all, but Jesus Christ come back. And just as last time he was here, when Christ had a go at all the moneylenders in the temple, this time he might just have a go at all the phony, charismatic, evangelical preachers who've been cashing in on the God business for so long. And you know fine well you are going to be near the top of that list, Pastor. And that's amusing you? If I go down, you go down. Everything we have goes down the Swanee. Pope looked at him with a sudden dark chill in his eyes. It's not amusing me, Pastor. I'm totally with you and ahead of you. I think the only certain way to stop Hunter is to nix him. He drew a finger theatrically across his throat. And quickly. Wenceslas looked back at him equally seriously. "You have someone in mind?" "I do. Someone I've been recommended highly, very discreet. Lives in Monte Carlo. I've already briefed him, paid the money into his Swiss bank account, and he's on the case." "No possible connection back to us?" Pope looked him in the eye. "Nope. This guy's the top." "He's expensive?" Pope smiled, reassuringly so. "An eye for an eye. I think a tooth for a tooth might be more appropriate in the circumstances." The bell rang again. Pope went over to the door and opened it. Another room service waiter entered. He held a tray containing an ice bucket with the neck of the bottle protruding from it, 2 champagne flutes, and a white napkin folded over his arm. This waiter was older and smarmier than the one the pastor had just saved, with slicked-down hair and an Eastern European accent. "Krug, gentlemen, I apologize for the delay. May I open and pour?" He bowed obsequiously. "Thank you," Pope said, indicating the coffee table. The man set the bucket down on it. Then, with a flourish, he covered the bottle with his napkin and raised it from the bucket. Water dripped from the base. He pointed it in Wenceslas's direction. There was a muted pop. Wesley Wenceslas jerked back in the sofa. For a horrified instant, Lancelot Pope thought the pastor had been struck in the face by the cork. Then he froze, staring in numb disbelief at the small, round hole in the centre of his forehead, at the trickle of blood running down from it. "Cheat!" Pope screamed. The napkin pointed at him. There was a second pop. Chapter 107. Friday, the 17th of March. Ross had a restless night with constant nightmares. When the clock radio came on at 6:30 a.m. with the news headlines, he instantly pressed the snooze button, feeling in need of more sleep, not ready for the day ahead that awaited him. It seemed only seconds later that the radio was on again. He pressed the snooze button once more, then the radio came on again. It was now 6:50 a.m. He sat up, drank some water, and picked up his phone. There was a text from Sally, which had been sent just before 11 p.m. "Hope you're having a good evening. Sleep tight. Kiss, kiss." Nothing from Imogen. Hadn't he sent Imogen a text before going to sleep? He checked. "Sleep tight, Anne Caligula. Monty says hi. Kiss." No reply. Great. Maybe she'd gone to bed early. Or maybe she was still pissed off at him for the text he'd sent by mistake. "Get over it, Imo. I have lunch with people all the time. It's part of my job to meet people and probe. Doesn't mean I'm shagging them, even if I happen to fancy them. We're not all like you." The doorbell rang. Monty barked. 7 a.m. He felt a stab of unease. Grabbing his dressing gown and wrestling it on, he hurried across the landing into the spare room at the front of the house and peered out and down at the street. The 2 painters, Dave and Rob, who had decorated the house for them when they had originally moved in, were standing there. And now he remembered. They'd said they could call in early on their way to a job. He went down, patted the dog, trying to calm him, removed the safety chain, and opened the door. As they stepped into the hallway, both decorators looked at the walls in disbelief. "Blimey," Rob said. "Ignorant twats can't even spell," Dave added, looking around and pointing. "Spell?" Ross said. "Ross Hunter, friend of the Antichrist, Imogen Hunter, expectant, mother of the Antichrist. I may be just an ignorant house painter, but I know how to spell expectant." "He should know about expectant mothers," Rob said. "He's had 5 kids." "Should be an A, last vowel, not E," Dave said. "Very helpful," Ross remarked. "You know me, Mr. Hunter, from when we did this place before. Helpful is my middle name." "Mine too," added Rob. "If I find out who did it, maybe they can come back and correct it," Ross said dryly. He showed them around each of the rooms. "I didn't know newspaper reporters had fan clubs," Rob said. "Ha ha," Ross retorted. "It's a lot of work," Dave said. "Can't just paint over that writing. It would take too many coats. We're going to have to strip the lining paper off. Insurance job?" "I bloody hope so." "We'll work out a price and let you have it later today or tomorrow. If it's for the insurers, we could give you 2 quotes, know what I'm saying?" He winked. Ross grinned and thanked them. Having shown them out, he pulled on a tracksuit and trainers and took Monty for a run. to try to clear his head and think. He returned shortly after 8:15 a.m., switched on the television to the breakfast news, and began to mash up a disgusting-smelling roll of raw dog food, a supposedly healthy diet Imogen had recently started buying for Monty. A battery of flashing lights on the screen caught his eye, and he looked across. He saw the entrance of a large conference-style hotel cordoned off by crime scene tape, with a cluster of police vehicles haphazardly assembled outside, along with a crowd of reporters and photographers. A ticker ran along the bottom of the screen announcing breaking news. The scene changed to the studio, and the neatly dressed presenter, Charlie State, looking solemn. In breaking news, the bodies of 2 men were discovered earlier this morning in a hotel suite occupied by the popular evangelical preacher, Pastor Wesley Wenceslas. We're going live now to the scene at the Hinkley Point Hotel near Leicester, where police are about to make a statement. A stocky, confident-looking man in his 40s, with gelled black hair and wearing a dark suit and tie, was standing in front of the cordon, with the hotel behind him. His tie flapped in a strong wind amid a steady stream of flashlights. A banner across the screen read, Detective Inspector Paul Garridin, Leicestershire Police. I can confirm that 2 men have been found dead from suspected gunshot wounds in a suite at this hotel, he said. We are treating these deaths as a double murder. We will hold a full press briefing later today after the victims' identities have been confirmed. I have no further information at this point. Thank you. There was a barrage of shouted questions which he ignored. Ross continued to stare at the screen. Pastor Wesley Wenceslas. He remembered doorstepping him outside his London church when he was working on his piece on evangelists, and one of the pastor's minders pushed him away so hard he fell over. And he remembered Wenceslas's attempts to sue the Sunday Times and himself after the huge piece was published. Pastor Wesley Wenceslas was a total shit, a very clever and charismatic con man, getting, finally, his just desserts. No doubt it would be all over the news in the coming hours. But there was something about this report that made Ross feel deeply uncomfortable. He thought back to his conversation with Giuseppe Silvestri last night. You may believe you have protected these items, but perhaps you do not realize there are people with, shall I say, fewer morals than His Holiness. They are determined to get their hands on them at all cost, even if that cost is your life, Mr. Hunter. You have many enemies out there. We will try to protect you until you have passed them to us. Of course, when you have done that, you and your family will be safe. As he had wondered earlier, was Pastor Wenceslas one of these enemies? Was that who the Italian was referring to? Wild speculation, he knew, but was there some link between these shootings and himself? A Silvestri connection? Monty whined at him. Sorry, boy. He finished preparing the food, trying to avoid breathing too much of the stink, then put the bowl on the floor. Instead of falling on it ravenously, the dog walked across the floor and curled up in his basket. Hey, what's up? I thought you were hungry. What is it? Are you missing your mum? Ross went to the front door, scooped up the papers which had just arrived, then poured himself some cereal. He chopped up an apple, added some blueberries, grapes, and Greek yogurt, mixed them together, and sat down. He stared at the television, waiting for another development on the murders, but there was nothing further. A mention of an EU protest against US policy on climate change, an MP tabling a no-confidence motion against the Speaker of the House of Commons, more issues on the National Health Service, and the defiant Health Secretary heatedly defending his latest actions. Then he felt a vibration on his left wrist from his Apple Watch. He looked at it and saw an email from Zach Box that had come in during the night. Hi, Ross. I told you I'd charge you $2,000 for the search and a bonus of $1,000 for each of the results. Well, I've got good news, or maybe it's bad news for you. You owe me $5,000. Aware he was unlikely to be up at this hour, Ross emailed him back anyway, excitedly. What do you have? He waited several minutes, but there was no response. Impatiently, he picked up his burner phone, found the geek's number, and dialed it. After 4 rings, it went to voicemail. Hi, this is Zach Box. If you want to get any sense out of me, call me after 4 p.m. Sleep tight, and if you're really desperate, leave a message. He left a brief message, then sat still, wondering. Eating his cereal with no appetite. What did Box have? On the 9 a.m. news, the BBC ran the same story about the double murder he'd seen at 8:30 a.m. He decided to take a look on Twitter and rapidly found a lot more information put out by what sounded like a member of the hotel staff in a tweet that had already gone viral. A room service waiter taking the pastor's pre-ordered breakfast found the two men both dead, each with a single gunshot wound to the head. He shivered. His iPhone rang. The display showed it was Imogen. "Hi," he answered. "Have you seen the news?" she said. "About Pastor Wesley Wenceslas?" "Yes." Her tone was grim. "A member of his staff has already put up a Facebook memorial page, and it's getting hundreds of posts." "What does that crook's death have to do with anything?" "You don't get it, do you, Ross? 2 more murders. I'm really worried we'll be next." "But Imogen, they've got nothing to do with me, those guys, other than I tried to interview them years ago." "Ross, come on. Get real. This isn't coincidence. There are fanatics out there. Religion's a bloody minefield. Come and stay here until we are safe." "Imogen, I don't think I'm in real danger. I've got what they're after, and all the time I have it, I'm safe. And you are a lot safer if we keep apart, and I'm not putting Monty in kennels just because of Ben's allergies. Let's talk later in the day, okay?" "Sorry. Didn't mean to interrupt your love nest." "Hey, what do you mean?" There was no response. She had hung up. He dialed her number. It went straight to voicemail. "Imogen, I'm here alone, okay?" After quickly showering, shaving and dressing, he checked his phone. Imogen had still not called him back. He tried her number again, and again got her voicemail. He hung up, angry at her, angry at himself. At his desk, he continued to work on his story of the events to date. At 4 p.m, on the dot, he rang Zach Box and got his sleepy voice. "Yeah. It's Ross." "Oh, right, yeah. You said you have a result for me?" "I do, yep." There was a long silence. Ross wondered if he'd gone back to sleep. "You there, Zach?" "I'm here. You better come over. I think it would be easier to show you." "Now?" "Now's good, I suppose," he said, sounding reluctant. Then Ross remembered his Audi was in the underground car park beneath the waterfront hotel. "I'll be with you in an hour. I'll still be here, unfortunately. Trapped on Earth." Chapter 108, Friday the 17th of March. Just after 5 p.m, Ross Hunter crouched down uncomfortably beside Zach Box on the manky beige carpet. The cat was prowling around at the far end of the room, looking unsettled. Ross had never seen Box so animated. On the screen in front of them were rows of numbers and letters totally meaningless to him. Box pointed at some of them excitedly, running his finger along a row. "See that DNA match?" "Not really," Ross replied. Box refreshed the screen, and a new set of figures, equally meaningless to Ross, appeared. "How about this?" "Nope." He again refreshed the screen. "Any of these?" "Nope." Box pushed his mop of hair back and looked at Ross as if he was a simpleton. "Okay, let's go back to the first image." He tapped the keypad, and within seconds the screen filled with rows of figures. "You're lucky, Ross. I think we've got really lucky with the standard DNA, the mitochondrial, and the YSTR." "In what way?" "In every way. Okay, the first is through the mitochondrial DNA database held by the Los Angeles Police Department. I've got a match with the mitochondrial you gave me. The 7 mutations are present in both profiles." You have? With whom?" "A lady called Arlene Katzenberg." "Arlene Katzenberg?" "Yes. Does her name mean anything to you?" "Not immediately." "What did she do to have her DNA on file with the LAPD?" "All will become clear." Ross stared at the screen in silence. Mitochondrial. DNA that went down through the female line, unaltered. If the DNA from the chalice and from the tooth were really from Jesus Christ, this meant that Arlene Katzenberg, whoever she might be, was directly descended from the bloodline of Jesus. "Brilliant work, Zach." "Okay. Now take a look at this. You gave me YSTR, the Y chromosome short tandem repeat DNA. which descends unaltered like the mitochondrial, but from the male bloodline. I've got a profile match here too, again with the 7 mutations, to a doctor called Myron Mizrahi, born in La Jolla, California, also on file with the LAPD. What's the reason they have his on file? All will become clear? Box gave him a smug look. You're going to see that I've earned my money. I think you have. Ross's brain was racing. Dr. Myron Mizrahi, direct descendant through the male bloodline of Jesus Christ. So many possibilities were occurring to him. What's your view on religion, Zach? Do you have any beliefs? Quantum physics is kind of my religion. Not an area I can get my head around. Box rocked his head backwards and forwards excitedly. You should try. Study it. It's like probably the key to everything. If anyone could understand it. There's all kinds of stuff going on in quantum physics no one can understand yet. Connections around the world that no one can explain, stuff that is beyond coincidence, beyond chance, supernatural. Could it be the work of an intelligent designer? Is that what you think? You know the multiverse theory? Well, I've heard the term, but I don't know what it means. For life to exist on our planet, it requires an unbelievably intricate number of elements all combining. The simplest example is this. If we were only a small distance closer to the sun, we'd be fried. Life on this planet could not exist. A bit further away, and it would be too cold to support life, and there's endless more. The mathematical, physical, and chemical calculations required for life as we know it to exist are just mind-boggling. So the multiverse theory is that when the Big Bang happened, it created hundreds, maybe millions, maybe billions of universes just like ours. The theory holds that in just one of them, it's possible that all the elements combined by sheer chance to enable life as we know it to exist, our planet, Earth. You subscribe to that? Nope, I think it's bollocks. There's a category mistake here. The much more interesting stuff for me in quantum physics is the effect of the observer, that if you look at something, the fact that you are looking at it changes it. God, watching us, changes us? Who knows? Either that or human life is the result of a pretty big coincidence. What did you mean by a category mistake? Yeah, okay, so it's kind of a Paley's watch kind of a thing? Paley's watch, you're losing me again. Okay, take a Ford motor car dropped into a remote part of the world where a man who has never seen a car, knows nothing about modern engineering, looks at it. He might imagine there is a god, Mr. Ford, inside the engine making it go. He might further imagine that when the engine ran sweetly, it was because Mr. Ford, inside the engine, liked him. And when it wouldn't start, it was because Mr. Ford didn't like him and was angry about something, okay? Ross frowned, wondering where this was going. So, if he subsequently took engineering classes and dismantled the engine, he'd find there was no Mr. Ford inside. Zach continued. He'd also learn the real reason it worked was through internal combustion. But taking it a stage further, if he then decided that because he now knew how the engine worked, he had no reason to believe in the existence of Mr. Ford, he'd be making a category mistake. Because if Mr. Ford had never existed to design the mechanisms, none would exist. Ross let it sink in. Then he asked, What do you really believe yourself, Zach? I haven't figured it out yet. Coincidence is kind of interesting. That draws me. Einstein named coincidences God's calling cards. I'm about to give you a coincidence that's about as close to God's calling card as you are ever likely to get. You ready for this? Ross smiled. Yes, I think so. Okay. Arlene Katzenberg and Myron Mizrahi met. What? They met. He smiled. When? How do you know? In 1946, Arlene Katzenberg and Myron Mizrahi got married. Ross looked at him, totally and utterly stunned. Married? He nodded. Yep. And they had a son, born in 1947. Chapter 109. Friday the 17th of March. Ross stood up, feeling elated. A woman with a DNA match to Jesus Christ, married to a man who was also a DNA match to Jesus, and had a son? Zach, he asked, with urgency in his voice, the son. Do you have any idea if he is still alive? He was, certainly, as recently as 3 years ago. How do you know that? All in good time. What were the chances of these two meeting? Ross wondered. Both descended from an ancestor born and living thousands of miles away over 2,000 years ago. What were the odds? Billions to one? Trillions to one? They were utterly incalculable. How did you get this information, Zack? Anything you'd care to share with me, Ross? He gave him a knowing look. Tell me about the parents. Are they still alive? Box shook his head. That's how I was able to get this information from the police records. They were murdered soon after moving to Los Angeles in 1957, and it was never solved, a kind of ritual killing. At least that's how it looked, apparently. Luckily for us, well for you, the LAPD reopened the case recently as part of their examination of historical unsolved murders, cold cases, and obtained fresh DNA from their preserved blood samples. Ritual killing? What happened? How did they die? It looked like there were religious overtones, right? They were naked, each nailed to the floor of their home, face up, side by side, arms outstretched, a nail through each hand and one through both feet like they were crucified. Ross looked back at Box, horrified. Silent for some moments. Was this in the files you hacked? All there. So, what happened to the son? What's his name? Michael. The police records show his birth parents were killed when he was 10. He was taken into care, but there is nothing more on him after then. But you say he's still alive, or was in 2014. Zack Box was grinning and nodding his head. Here's the bit I think you're really going to like, and where I really earn my money. Ross looked at him expectantly. In March 2014, in West Hollywood, a 67-year-old man, Michael Henry Delaney, was arrested for the suspected misdemeanor of driving under influence. A blood sample was taken by the police and DNA was obtained from that. Box looked up at Ross, almost gleeful. Michael Delaney's DNA, with the 7 unique mutations on the mitochondrial and on the Y chromosome, is a 100% match to the profiles you gave me. Ross stared back at him. The missing son? He fell silent, thinking of the implications of this. His heart was pounding. So, is there? Is there what, Zack? Something you want to share with me on this? Maybe one day, Zack. But not now. You're safer not knowing. Chapter 110. Friday the 17th of March. Ross drove away from Box's flat in a daze. The geek hadn't wanted to let it go, so he'd fobbed off more of his questions about why he was so interested in all this DNA. He'd told him he was researching historical genetic links relating to the Jewish diaspora and emigration to the United States. His mind was spinning. Michael Delaney. Michael Henry Delaney. If what he had in his possession was authentic, the chalice and the tooth, that would mean Michael Delaney had the identical mitochondrial and Y chromosome DNA to Jesus Christ, like a unique genetic fingerprint. Everyone knew Jesus hadn't married, but his Y chromosome would be the same as his brothers, who had wives. His phone pinged with a text, but he ignored it, not wanting to disrupt his thoughts. Delaney's parents, direct descendants of Jesus Christ down the female and the male lines, meeting, having a child. Tried to think through the implications. Arlene Katzenberg and Myron Mizrahi. Total strangers to each other, both Jewish names, meeting and marrying. Murdered a decade later in a symbolic ritual killing. Did that mean someone back then knew? But if so, why had they killed the parents and not the son? Had someone who knew the boy's provenance taken him away and hidden him, people called Delaney, changing his last name from a Jewish one to an Irish one? He remembered in the Bible about King Herod and the massacre of the innocents, slaughtering every male child under the age of 2 in an attempt to kill the baby Jesus. He wished he knew his Bible better. He was drawn back to the coincidence. 2 people meeting. Okay, so they both lived in the same county of Southern California, but carrying that DNA, those genes? and then producing a son with an exact match to the DNA he'd had identified by the ATGC laboratory? How could that be? Every parent carried male and female bloodline genes. They would be randomly mixed in the nuclear DNA of a fertilized egg, yet this Michael Delaney was carrying identical mitochondrial and Y chromosome DNA to Jesus Christ, the unique genetic fingerprint. How could that have happened? Destiny? If Delaney was still alive now, he would be in his early 70s. The second coming? But if so, why had no one heard about it? Or had they? Delaney's parents murdered in a ritual killing mimicking the crucifixion. The boy possibly taken into hiding, terrified. Was he still terrified today, assuming he was still alive? Keeping low, under the radar, carrying a secret he was too scared to reveal. Or, Ross suddenly thought, what if he didn't know? Another, perhaps simpler explanation was that the cup and the tooth he had were just not the real deal. Or was Jesus Christ simply not the saviour that some religions believed, just a man who was a conjurer and illusionist who was written about erratically by various people, including some of the apostles who believed they could found a religion by creating a myth around him? If that was the case, he had to hand it to them. Their press releases had been pretty good to have lasted over 2 millennia. But if Michael Delaney was the true Messiah, what were the implications for the world? He thought about the potential story he could write if he could find him. The greatest newspaper scoop of all time? Chapter 111. Friday the 17th of March. At a few minutes to 6 p.m., Ross entered his house, crouched down and stroked Monty. "We'll go for a walk later, okay? Promise." He hurried upstairs, sat in front of his computer and logged on. The moment the screen came alive, he did a Google search on the name Michael Delaney. Hundreds of matches appeared. He narrowed the search by changing it to Michael Henry Delaney Wiki. The Wikipedia entry appeared, and his hopes rose as he got a hit. Michael Henry Delaney, born 18th of April, 1947, is an American close magician. Under the stage name Mickey Magic, he had his own primetime show on ABC television from 1994 to 1997, formerly represented by Creative Artists Agency. As a child, he was put in the care of foster parents, adopting their last name following the unsolved murder of his parents, Myron and Arlene, née Katzenberg, Mizrahi. He then clicked on images. But only one series of photographs appeared. They were of a flamboyant man in his late 40s with flowing brown hair. He was wearing a fancy white suit in each photo. Some of the images showed him performing magic, his head surrounded by rays of light, creating a halo effect. There were no other photographs of Michael Delaney and no indication he had died. So where was he now? And by having these details up on Wikipedia, did it mean Delaney was no longer afraid? Was he really a direct descendant of Jesus Christ? Alive somewhere in Los Angeles, the coordinates seemed to indicate, and unaware of who he really was? And hadn't Jesus in his own way been a magician too, back when the world had been a lot less skeptical? Ross dealt with a few emails that needed quick responses. On his iPhone was a text from Imogen suggesting they meet tomorrow for lunch if he was free and not editing, and there was one on his burner from Sally Hughes asking how his day had been. He did not reply to either. Instead, he went downstairs, tugged Monty's lead off the back of the kitchen door, and headed off with him into the darkness, thinking, a plan forming. An hour later, when he returned, he went up to his den and typed an email to his editor. "Hi, Natalie. I have total dynamite on my story. You're going to have to trust me on this. I need expenses. Got to fly to LA ASAP. Have a flight on hold at a good price. Can you call me when you get this?" To his surprise, she rang back 5 minutes later on the burner phone number he had given her. "Hang on one sec," he told her, and hurriedly went outside to talk. "Okay," he said. "Ross, you are in the Last Chance Saloon. You're turning down every story I suggest. I'm getting nothing back from you. I'd really like you to write a follow-up piece on Wesley Wenceslas's murder. Could you do that for this weekend?" "I can't. I need to go to LA. "This had better be good. What can you tell me?" "Well, I'm not sure you would believe me if I did." "Try me." Ross tried her. Chapter 112, Friday the 17th of March. Big Tony lounged back in the curved window seat of his 12th-floor apartment in Monaco. He was drinking his preferred single-grain scotch, whilst listening through his headset to Ross Hunter, who was talking on his phone in his bugged home in Brighton, Sussex. The colours in here were bright and sunny, the drapes and the cushions yellow, the carpet and furniture white. After his years in the darkness of his Supermax cell, he liked brightness. He liked the sun shining in. For over 2 decades he'd not seen the sun. Outside, a blue and white Heli Air Monaco shuttle was lifting off for its 7-minute flight to Nice airport. He watched its winking lights as it climbed away into the darkening sky above the Med, then puffed on his Cohiba Robusto. He liked Cohibas, the only cigar that controversial character Fidel Castro used to smoke. The Cuban dictator had been paranoid in his early days about being poisoned, so he had employed personally selected cigar rollers to work exclusively for him. Big Tony figured the dictator of the world's premier cigar manufacturing nation would have had the pick of the crops. If they were good enough for Castro, they were good enough for him. He liked to know stuff. He knew everything about this whiskey, too. The Hague distillery was founded in 1824 and was the first distillery to produce grain whiskey using the column still method. It was important to know everything you could about who you were connected to, he believed, and he had learned a lot through his headset in the past few days. The conversation was interesting. Ross Hunter was talking to a lady, maybe his editor from the way it sounded, asking for funding for a trip to Los Angeles. Seemed like he wanted to go pretty urgently. But his voice was very faint, as if he had stepped outside, and Tony was only picking up part of the conversation. It was enough for him to know what he needed to do next. It was strange, the way things worked out, he reflected. Banged up for 25 years in his mid-20s, life in that Supermax had been hell. But since then, it had been sweet. And now he was on a roll, and when the dice were rolling right, stuff worked out for you in ways so good it felt almost like there was a helping hand up there, somewhere. Albeit a somewhat warped hand. First, he was hired to kill the man he was listening to on the phone, Ross Hunter, some kind of journalist scumbag. Everything agreed, the cash safely banked, payment in full. Then he'd been asked to kill the 2 men at the top of the company, Wesley Wenceslas Ministries, which had hired him to kill Hunter. His employees had, of course, tried to keep their identity secret, but not many clients succeeded in keeping secrets from him for very long. Professional morality had prevented him from personally carrying out the executions of Wenceslas and Pope, but not enough for him to want to lose the business. So he had made a rare exception to his rule of never trusting anyone and engaged an associate for the task, a reliable source in Bucharest. For less than 10% of the $5 million fee he'd demanded, his Bucharest fixer had sent someone to England who had done the deed and was out of the country the next morning. On his share of the deal, the assassin could live like a king in his own country for the next decade, and it would be a decade before the fixer sent him to England again. You could almost believe there was a God. The shenanigans over the Wesley Wenceslas Ministries had left him wondering whether his professional services were still actually required. But if not, that meant he would have to return the money. So he decided to continue as instructed. He rattled the ice cubes in his glass and sipped some more. Shame he couldn't have the same happen to loathsome Julius Helmsley, a.k.a. Mr. Brown. But hey, that was something to stick in his back pocket. Maybe for the future. At this moment, he had his fish to fry. His mark, Ross Hunter. Hunter was negotiating an allowance for this trip to L.A. Sounded like the lady on the other end had agreed, if a bit reluctantly. The trip was on. Big Tony was happy about that. L.A. was a familiar hunting ground. Besides, he rather liked the idea of a visit back to America. He might be living in a kind of exile, but he still remained an American citizen through and through, although Monte Carlo was his home now. He was comfortable here, rich beyond his wildest dreams as a kid. With just one problem. He had nothing he really needed or wanted to spend his money on. Hunting down folk and killing them. That was what he liked doing best, however much he had tried denying it to himself. It was the buzz. Each hit was a fresh challenge, fresh adrenaline rush. The moments in his life on the hunt, the chase, when he truly felt alive. The laptop on the table in front of him displayed dozens of mugshots of Ross Hunter. There was a particularly nice one on the journo's byline on the Sunday Times columns he wrote. Lean, smiling face, short hair, penetrating eyes. He'd memorized the face. With sunglasses, without, baseball cap, no hat, stubble, no stubble, beard, moustache, clean-shaven. L.A. would be nice. Might be fun to travel there together, catch the same flight. Although from the sound of the conversation, Hunter looked like he was doomed to a coach seat. Hey, maybe he'd ask the stewardess in first class to take the guy slumming it in the ghetto back there a glass of vintage champagne. But maybe he wouldn't. He picked up his phone and dialed a contact in Syracuse, New York, who owed him a favor. The guy ran a confidential service monitoring airline bookings. He could tell you what flight anyone was booked on, and if they were in the air, at what time they would land. Big Tony fed him the name Ross Hunter and asked him to let him know the moment Hunter booked on a flight from the UK to Los Angeles. Chapter 113, Friday the 17th of March.
Take a card, and any card. Don't let me see it, just take a card.
Friday night on St. Patrick's Day, in the half-full Fairfax Lounge. It was a tired room, old-fashioned but not in any fancy retro way, just plain old. The smell of stale beer was ingrained in the fabric of the place. A long, shiny bar ran the length of one side, and a row of curved leather banquettes down the other. Dim green lampshades hung low, giving the feel of a 1930s speakeasy. A television on the wall behind the bar showed a ball game that a handful of guys and a couple of women, hunched on stools, were watching. At the far end of the room was a small stage, on which stood microphone stands, various musical instruments, a tangle of wires, and two speakers the size of fridges. The green and white flags dotted around the place, brought out annually, were limp and dusty. The musicians had taken a break. The guitarist, drummer, and saxophonist, along with the superannuated platinum blonde singer who'd had so much facial work it looked like the surgeon was now pretty much down to bare bone.
Any card, sir. That's right, any card.
Mike Delaney, a gaunt man with a booze-veined face, stood in the one suit he possessed, light grey with some of the stitching gone and the elbows frayed, a sharp black shirt and badly scuffed desert boots. A lock of his overly long, threadbare grey hair hung over his forehead, partially obscuring his right eye. He fanned out the full deck of cards, face down, with trembling hands. A group of 4 people sat at a banquette in front of him, one man drinking a bud, the other with a tumbler of whiskey on the rocks, the ladies drinking cocktails from martini glasses. One of the men, with a shaven head, wearing a singlet, had a belligerent expression. Looking reluctant to have this intrusion from the house magician, he reached forward with a tattooed arm on which he sported a large Breitling watch and tugged out a card.
"What's your name, sir?"
"Billy." Delaney's voice was reedy and urgent.
"Take a look at it, Billy. Don't let me see it. Show it to the others, but don't let me see it."
The man obliged. It was the 8 of hearts. Delaney handed him a marker pen.
"Would you write your name on the back of it, please, Billy?"
Billy obliged, scrawled his name in black ink on the card, then returned the pen, which the elderly magician pocketed.
"Now, put the card back in the pack, anywhere you like."
The man slipped it back in, giving his companions a sceptical shrug. Delaney closed the deck. Then, as he fanned the cards out again, he fumbled and dropped the entire deck on the floor, all the cards falling face up. "Shit, man, you're a goddamn cheat," Billy said loudly. Both couples were leaning over the table, looking down at the floor. All the cards were identical. Each one was an 8 of hearts. Hastily, Mike Delaney knelt and scooped the cards up clumsily.
"Which was the card you chose, Billy? God damn it, you know which card, asshole."
Delaney handed him the pack.
"Show me it, would you, sir?"
"What the fuck?"
"Show me the card, please, Billy."
The man turned the pack over. To his surprise, the bottom card was the Queen of Clubs, and not an 8 of Hearts. He frowned and slid the card onto the low table in front of him. The next card in the pack was a 2 of Spades. Frowning again, he continued through the pack. Each card was different, and now his other 3 companions were looking on with interest. "Do you see your card, Billy?" "God damn it." Silently, the man worked his way through the entire deck. Then, when he had finished and they all lay face up on the table, he said, "Ain't there?" Delaney looked surprised. "Well, okay, let's try something different. How about instead of you telling me which card you chose, I tell you where it is?" "Yeah, right." Delaney produced a small spoon from thin air. "Would you mind passing me your glass, Billy? If I spill any, I'll get you another, fair dues?" The man reluctantly handed him his tumbler. Delaney spooned out a cube of ice and placed it on the table. He then produced again from seemingly thin air a small silver hammer. Holding the ice cube with one hand, he struck it with the hammer, shattering it open. Inside lay a folded-up playing card. "Could that be the one you chose, Billy?" The man leaned forward, picked it up, and unfolded it. Then he raised it, dumbfounded, showing it to his friends. "That your card, Billy?" "Well, it's the 8 of Hearts." "Turn it over." He did. On the back, in his handwriting in black, was the name, Billy. "Jesus," he said, "how the heck did you do that?" His companions looked amazed. Delaney smiled. "Guess I'd better be going. It's getting late. Leave you guys to your party." Then he hesitated. "Oh, Billy, could you tell me the time?" "Sure," he said, and glanced at his watch, or rather, where his watch had been. He was staring at his bare wrist. Delaney dug his hand into his inside breast pocket and pulled out the man's Breitling. He held it up by the strap. "This what you're looking for, Billy?" Chapter 114. Saturday, the 18th of March. Ross sat opposite Imogen in their favourite vegetarian restaurant, Terre à Terre. At home, neither of them drank at lunchtime, but Imogen said she fancied a glass of wine, and he certainly fancied one also. He'd ended up ordering a bottle of Albarino. "Cheers," he said, after an awkward silence waiting for the waiter to return with the bottle and pour it. It felt strange sitting here with her. Imogen raised her glass. "Cheers," she replied, with a total absence of cheer. She sipped some of the wine. "Very minerally," she said flatly. "You like minerally, normally?" "Is anything normal right now, Ross?" "Listen, I know things have been difficult. What would you say if I told you Jesus Christ was back on earth and I might have found him?" "That you should be sectioned under the Mental Health Act?" "I'm serious, Imo. I know you've been through hell. Don't think I haven't either. But what I've got is pure dynamite. I have a story that could blow the human race's mind. I just need you to cut me some slack and trust my instincts, okay? This story is going to make us rich, richer than we could ever have imagined. We'll clear all our debts and have masses to spare." She tilted her head and sipped some wine. "You going to tell me about it?" "Of course." He raised his glass and clinked it against hers. Then he told her everything that had happened in the past 2 days. "So, you fly to LA tomorrow?" "Yes." "And where are you going to start looking? It's a vast city, and you've got compass coordinates for a part of it, nothing more." "I have some contacts there. An old friend of mine is now on the LA Times. I know a guy in the LAPD who helped me a lot on that piece I wrote on celebrity stalking a couple of years back. I've emailed both of them." She nodded. "What time are you flying?" "Midday." "What are you going to do with Monty?" "I've had to book him into kennels, and I've found one I'm happy with. That one we see each time we drive past Lewis." "So you're flying to LA to meet Jesus Christ?" "That's my hope." "What if he's out?" He smiled. "Come on. Stop being so cynical." "I'm sorry, Ross. You ought to try dictating all this into a machine and then playing it back to yourself and seeing how ridiculous it sounds." Did Jesus not originally die on the cross because a lot of people didn't believe him or were scared of him? You're a believer. Imo. Your entire faith is founded on belief in the resurrection. So what's your problem? My problem is, Ross, in my faith, we believe that before Jesus Christ returns, the second coming, we'll know about it loud and clear. What you are doing is potentially giving airtime to a nutter with consequences that could damage the Christian faith badly. He looked at her. I can't believe you're not supporting me now. You're my wife. We're a unit, a supposedly inseparable unit. What God has joined together, let no man put asunder. He gave her a hard, knowing stare, and she had the grace to blush. I'm sorry, he said. I didn't mean to rake up the past? The glowing embers that never quite die out for you, right? Imo, I've potentially got the biggest story of my life. I can't support you anymore, Ross, because your story means more to you than me and our baby do. I fell in love with a man I thought would put me above everything else in his life, but no, I was wrong. I understood early in our marriage that your work, your stories would always come first, over everything. Does nothing else ever matter to you? He glared at her. You know what? I'll tell you what matters more to me than anything. And that is that our child has a future, and in the world's current fucked-up state, I'm not sure he does. This isn't just any old story, Imo. I'm talking about potentially changing and saving the world here. You really believe that? The ramblings of a mad old man? Did you ever read the author E.M. Forster? A Room with a View, A Passage to India? Yes. If I had to choose between betraying my country and betraying my friend, I hope I should have the guts to betray my country. You'd rather I betrayed the world just to make you feel a little better. He picked up his glass. What does that say about your faith? My faith? You're saying that I should dismiss the chance to prove God's existence to the world in order to not upset my family. It's not about upsetting your family, it's about caring whether the baby and I live or die, about putting us before your story. It's also about supporting your partner, Imo. So, we agree to differ. He shook his head, anger rising inside him. No, Imo. We don't agree on anything. Chapter 115. Saturday, the 18th of March. As soon as Ross arrived home after his lunch with Imogen, he went into his bedroom to pack. Monty followed him and stood beside him, tail down, as it always was when he saw suitcases. It's okay, boy, you're going to go to kennels, but only for a few days, I promise. It was strange, he thought, that he really didn't care if he'd upset Imogen. He should, but he didn't. Instead, his mind turned to his packing. Thinking about speed and mobility, he wondered if he should try to cram everything into a carry-on rather than taking the check-in suitcase he'd laid on the floor. As he was pondering, his phone rang. He answered and heard a voice with a broad Midlands accent he did not recognize. Mr. Hunter, I apologize for this intrusion, sir. My name is Detective Inspector Simon Cludes from Leicestershire Police Major Crimes Branch. Yes? Sir, you may be aware of the double murder of Pastor Wesley Wenceslas and Mr. Lancelot Pope. Yes, I could hardly miss it. It's been all over the news. May I ask if you were acquainted with either of these gentlemen, sir? Not at all, no. Well, I tried to talk to Wenceslas once, but never got past a minder. I did subsequently refer to him fairly scathingly in a piece I wrote about 5 years ago on the world's richest evangelist preachers. Might you have upset them, Mr. Hunter? Yes, they threatened legal action against myself and the paper. Then I think they thought better of it. Might you have upset them enough for them to want to kill you? I'm afraid I upset a lot of people in my work, he replied. But that was a good 5 years ago, maybe 6. I think if I'd pissed them off enough to want to kill me, they'd have done it by now. I'm afraid that's not the information I have, Mr. Hunter. From what our digital forensics team has been able to recover from their computers so far, we believe your safety may be threatened. What information do you have? I'm afraid no more than that at this stage, sir. You've not had any recent contact with the pastor or the Wesley Wenceslas ministries which might have rekindled their anger against you? No, none. So presumably now Wenceslas is dead, that threat is over? We would hope so, sir, but we don't know. We will require you to give a statement,
and I'm arranging for Sussex Police to send 2 detectives to see you. Yes, I could see them, but I'm flying to America tomorrow. I'll give you my number, Mr. Hunter, if you could call me when you're back in the country. Sure. Can you tell me, are you saying there is a contract out on me? What do you know about it? Nothing more than I've told you, sir. It is alluded to, but the digital forensics team have not recovered any details. I don't want to worry you unduly, but I would be failing if I did not warn you. I suggest you be extra vigilant until we've been able to find out if there is anything more. I will, of course, notify you the moment we find any further information. Will you be contactable on this number in America, sir? 24/7. Ross ended the call. Pastor Wesley Wenceslas had put a contract on his life? 5 years after his article on phony profiteering evangelists, revenge might be a dish best eaten cold, but 5 years was far too long for this to be connected to that story. Everything was telling him it must be related to what he was doing now. He looked at the pastor's Facebook page and saw an outpouring of grief, post after post expressing shock, disbelief and sadness. Then he went to Wenceslas's website. A link took him to the pastor's YouTube channel. There was a prayer service at his London church being conducted by one of his minions, the camera panning across a sea of weeping faces. He stared down at the street. All was surprisingly quiet for a Saturday afternoon, probably because Brighton and Hove Albion were not at the Amex Stadium but were playing away. Why would Wenceslas or his organisation have wanted him dead? Was the pastor worried about the consequences of what his findings could do to his empire? He opened up his file on the story, and for the next 2 hours he sat typing. He continued with the log of events that he had begun on the train to Birmingham. That felt like an eon ago. Then he sent what he had written along with an accompanying email to his editor. Hi, Natalie, this is not for publication, only for safety. I've had a credible warning of a death threat against me. Hopefully I'll be filing more copies soon. Just hold this for now, and if anything happens to me, you'll have some good material here. He sent the email and attachment. Then he went downstairs, pulled on his boots, put on Monty's lead, picked up his torch, and went outside into the falling dusk. He took the dog across the road bridge, then let him roam loose in the fields on the far side, walking along behind him in the blustery wind. We believe your safety may be threatened. He thought back to his meeting with Benedict Carmichael, the Bishop of Monmouth. His warning. Do you know what I really, truthfully think? If someone credible claimed to have absolute proof of God's existence, Ross, I think that person would be killed. Now, Wenceslas was dead, murdered. Who had killed him, and why? As he walked, breathing in the country smells and looking towards the lights of a distant farmhouse, he felt very alone. He thought back to his lunch with Imogen, with the angry stranger who was his wife. The angry stranger carrying his child. Take Silvestri's money? End all their financial problems and try for a new start? They could put their house on the market and move out into the country, which had been their dream for a long time. But he came back to the same place. Could he spend the rest of his life wondering what might have been because he had sold his soul for 30 pieces of silver? Chapter 116. Saturday, the 18th of March. An hour later, guided by his torch, Ross headed back across the fields. As he reached the fence before the main road, he called Monty and clipped his lead back on. They crossed high above the dual carriageway and threaded their way through the network of Patcham streets back home. As he reached the front door of the house, bright headlights shone behind him. He spun round. A limousine pulled up. It was the same Mercedes with the diplomatic plates from 3 nights ago, he recognized. The rear door opened, and Giuseppe Silvestri alighted. Ah, Mr. Hunter. Good evening, Mr. Silvestri. Would this be a convenient moment to have a chat? Not really, no. Perhaps I could have just a few minutes. I'm sorry, this is not a good time. Mr. Hunter, I know what you are doing. Is that right? Do you not realize the damage you will cause? Please listen to me. I'm listening. Damage to what? Silvestri looked around him uncomfortably. I don't think this is such a good place to talk. I would like to continue our discussion from before. What damage are you talking about? Damage to what exactly? He repeated. To all of our religions, all belief systems in our world. Really? To Sikhs? I don't think they would be damaged by proof of God's existence. Their God is in everything. They know he exists. The Roman Catholic Church is not an organization you should upset, Mr. Hunter. Are you worried about losing your monopoly, Mr. Silvestri? You sound more like a mafia negotiator come to make me an offer I cannot refuse than a man of God. I thought the days of the Inquisition were long past. Mr. Hunter, the world is in dark times. We hear things. We know things. We have ears everywhere. We are the direct channel to God. What is it you want from me? The chalice and the remains of the tooth that may or may not contain the DNA of Jesus Christ. Why are you so keen to have these? Jesus Christ is fundamental to the Christian religion, to our existence. What if he is back here now? On earth? Silvestri looked at him dubiously. Jesus Christ back on earth? I think, Mr. Hunter, that we would be the first to know. In which case, you have nothing to worry about. Ross gave him a polite smile, opened the front door, let Monty in, and followed him, then closed the door behind him and slid the safety chain home. He unclipped the dog's lead, then ran up to his den, entered without turning the lights on, peered out of the window and down at the street. He watched Silvestri standing for some seconds, hesitate, then walk slowly back to his limousine and climb in. The car drove away. He switched his desk light on, sat down and logged on. There was an email from his LAPD contact, Detective Investigator Jeff Carter. Ross, call me when you get into town. I think I found your guy. Chapter 117. Sunday the 19th of March. Not knowing how long he might have to be in Los Angeles, Ross had finally decided to take a decent-sized suitcase and check it in. With an hour and a bit to go before the flight, he went to the W.H. Smith shop and bought several Sunday papers, then carried them over to a cafe where he grabbed a coffee and a Danish. He found a table, sat, and scanned the front page of the Observer, then flipped through it. And stopped. A whole page on Pastor Wesley Wenceslas. Pictures of grief-stricken men and women attending a service at his London church, and the story beneath, which included several quotes from Detective Inspector Simon Cludes. At this moment, we have no leads on who might have committed this terrible crime against such a popular man of the cloth and his loyal right hand. I would appeal to anyone who has information to come forward, or if they would like to remain anonymous, to call the Crime Stoppers number below. Ross could not help his natural scepticism. Such a popular man of the cloth, really? How about instead, Detective Inspector Cludes, such a ghastly old money-grabbing fraud who charges you £25 to pray over a bit of cloth? A few moments later, he was interrupted by a familiar voice behind him. No oysters today? He spun round on the stool. It was Sally Hughes. Hey, he said, what are you doing here? Probably the same as you, catching a plane. Let me get you a drink if you've got time. Tea, coffee? I'm good, thanks. She jumped onto the empty stool beside him, wearing a suede jacket, jeans and boots, with a large, smart handbag slung over her shoulder. Well, this is a bit of a coincidence. So where are you off to? He asked. L.A. You? You're going to Los Angeles? He said, astonished. My radio station wants me to get soundings on how people are feeling about the current political climate. LA's pretty hardcore Democrat terrain. I don't think you're going to find too many happy Trumpers there. So where are you going? She asked. Believe it or not, LA too. No way! What flight are you on? BA 201, he replied. Seriously? Yep. Me too. You're probably in first or business or at least premium economy, she said. You have to be joking. I'm coach, economy, or whatever they call it, back of the bus. You? I'm in the ghetto too. He grinned. So, where are you sitting? She pulled out her boarding card. 43B? He pulled out his and peered at it, then showed it to her. I'm right in front of you, she said. He was in seat 44B. This was too weird, he thought. It was beyond a coincidence. She had to be up to something. Chapter 118. Sunday, the 19th of March. What is this? Blore said disdainfully as the stewardess on the Gulfstream handed him a tray of sandwiches. Your lunch, sir, she replied politely. Smoked salmon, chicken salad, egg mayonnaise, and hummus and tomato. I'd expect this in economy on a commercial airline, but on a private jet, Jesus! Julius Helmsley, seated opposite him, began to remove the cling film from his tray. It's different on a small jet, boss. Yes, Blore retorted angrily. We pay all this money for a private jet to get bloody sandwiches. I didn't have time to organise a 5-course banquet. We'd have had better food first class on British Airways at a quarter of the price of this. You wanted to arrive in LA ahead of Hunter, Ainsley. That's what we're doing. Relax, chill. Next time maybe we should charter a bigger plane. Is Hunter yanking our chain again? Wait until we yank his back, Helmsley said. Hard enough so his damned head comes off, but not yet. We have our ducks in a row, we know where he's staying, and we know where he plans to go. Approximately, Blore reminded him. Well, we have our informant, and she is being well rewarded, Helmsley smiled. Very nice work, that, Julius. We're in a pretty good place to keep track of him, and, with luck, when we need it at some point in the next day or so, one crucial step ahead. And then? Helmsley smiled again. We know that he believes Jesus Christ is back and in L.A., and that someone he knows in the LAPD is helping to track him down. If Christ himself, or a credible impostor, is truly in L.A., Hunter is going to lead us straight to him. Blore nodded. And our plan is then, goodbye, Hunter, and then negotiate with Jesus Christ to become the public face of Kirkklug. We see how real he is. Helmsley bit into a sandwich, and some egg fell out and dropped on his napkin. How significant the DNA is. I actually can't believe what we're doing, Julius. Is this the world's biggest ever wild goose chase, flying halfway around the globe to find someone who might or might not have some of Jesus Christ's DNA? That's not what we're doing, Ainsley. We all have some of the DNA from our distant ancestors. What we're talking about here is a unique genetic signature in the mitochondrial and Y chromosome DNA of Delaney that's identical to the DNA of Jesus. Big difference. Yes? And isn't there a 1 in 10 billion or something like that chance of that happening? The probability is even less than that, but yes, I agree, this could be just the wildest imaginable coincidence. However, realistically, the chances of the matrilineal and patrilineal lines converging in the same individual more than 2,000 years after Christ are vastly small. The thing I keep coming back to, Blore said, is that if this truly is the Son of God, and he's pushing 70 years old, how come he spent his life being invisible? That ridiculous book of fairy tales that Christians read says that the second coming will be heralded by all kinds of signs. Portents, wars, catastrophe, impending doom, whatever. Helmsley looked at him with a serious expression. Don't you think that's pretty much where the world is? That's where it's always been. I disagree. The whole world order is crumbling. It's back to how things were in the 1930s. Discontent, anger, people feeling disenfranchised, despots gaining power over the world's nations, religious foment, general turmoil. Perhaps he's been biding his time. And now is the time. Julius, I seem to remember in one of the fairy tales that the second coming is regarded as the literal return of Jesus Christ to earth as king in power and glory to rule for 1,000 years. If he's nudging 70, he'd better get on with it. He's done better than last time round. He only made it to 33 then. Yeah, well, I think in the next day or two we're going to find out just how real or otherwise he is, Blore replied. Yes. And if he is real, Julius? You'll have a bit of a problem as an atheist, won't you? Chapter 119. Sunday the 19th of March. Big Tony was feeling very chilled as he finished his third glass of vintage Roederer. Earlier, whilst boarding, he had noticed Ross Hunter standing in the long economy line. Have a good flight, buddy. Enjoy your last hours on Earth. He dug a chilled prawn out of the salad and forked it into his mouth. It was a bit too cold for his liking, but the rich bubbly washed it down nicely. He was so tempted to take a walk down the plain and see how his target was getting on. But caution got the better of him. No point in taking unnecessary risks. Ross Hunter wasn't going anywhere. He had all the time in the world. He clicked his fingers at a stewardess. Another glass of Roederer appeared. Magic. Magic, Ross said to Sally, who had managed to swap seats with another passenger, raising the plastic glass of champagne she had treated him to. So how exactly did this happen? I don't know, but it's very nice, she said with a grin. She rolled her head over towards him. Maybe fate put us together? I'm pretty happy about that. She laid an elegantly manicured hand on the armrest between them. He took it and squeezed it, playing along. Me too, if only I wasn't married. Hey, I think we could make quite a team. She grinned. I understand, and I respect your morals. Let me know if you ever change your mind. Deal, he grinned back. Never say never. Their food trays arrived. Soon after he had finished his meal, Ross fell asleep. When he awoke 2 hours later, Sally was sitting, headphones on, watching a movie he did not recognize. He pulled his laptop out of the pocket in front of him, his legs feeling stiff, and flipped open the lid as far as he could, with the seat in front of him partially reclined. Awkwardly, he read through the story he had written so far, then began to type, starting with the email from the LA detective who reckoned he had found Michael Delaney. He omitted any mention of meeting Sally Hughes on the plane. Then he pulled up the map of the section of West Hollywood he had downloaded from Google Earth and studied the vast network of streets. Thinking. Los Angeles. If Jesus Christ had really returned, why had he chosen L.A. over the Mount of Olives and the Holy Land as prophesied in the Bible? Holy Land? Holywood? Hollywood? Was there some significance? Then he noticed Sally peering at his screen. She removed her headphones. What are you looking for? You're being very mysterious about your reasons for flying to L.A. Can I try to guess? Go ahead. The third set of compass coordinates from your friend Dr. Cook? Could be. He smiled evasively. The location of the second coming? Do you seriously think he would come back to Earth in Los Angeles, of all places? Actually, yes, she replied. Why do you say that? If I were Jesus, and I wanted to make the maximum impact on the world, then America is a good choice. My options would have narrowed a lot in the past 2 millennia. I think I would choose the nation that maintains one of the strongest Christian traditions and has the most influence on the world. If I were God, and I wanted my son to have the maximum possible exposure, I think I would send him down to one of the media capitals of the world. L.A. is all of that. And if I was Satan, and wanted to send the great imposter to somewhere on Earth, where he could get the maximum global exposure, I might choose the same place, he replied. Is that what you think, Ross? The reason you're going to L.A.? To expose an imposter, Satan posing as the second coming? I'm a newspaper reporter, Sally, not an oracle. I just follow leads, stories. I don't know what I'm going to find, if anything. So, if you do find who you are looking for, how will you know what's the truth? There's an ancient saying among the people of Mesopotamia that 4 fingers stand between the truth and a lie. If you measure that, You'll find it's the distance between your eyes and your ears. She looked at him. Between what you hear and what you see. Exactly. It's a principle I've adhered to throughout my career, the rumours you hear and the truth you actually see. Will you tell me if you find the truth? He stared back at her. As he did so, the man in front lowered his seat further, pushing the lid of his laptop down so far he could no longer read the screen. I'll tell you, and the whole world. She raised a cautioning hand. Promise me something? What? Just in case it's a truth that isn't palatable. I don't want to see you have a fatwa against you, what happened to that writer, Salman Rushdie. Please run it by me first, okay? Okay. I'm serious. I am too. Promise? He raised his right arm. Scout's honour. Chapter 120, Sunday the 19th of March. Brother Pete Stellos stepped off the plane at Heathrow Airport in the late afternoon. In his hand, he carried the same small leather bag that he'd had with him when he first arrived at Mount Athos. It was lighter than back then, because it now contained little other than his Bible, toothbrush, and toothpaste. Pretty much all the clothes he had in the world he was wearing, his black habit, kalimafki, and black shoes, that was all. Now, heading into passport control, he was bewildered. The crowds around him, the signs, the cordoned channels. It was strange being back in a world full of colour and noise, to see women again. Until he had arrived at the airport at Thessaloniki earlier today, he had not seen a woman for 10 years, or a child, or people running, or a dog. He stood still, rooted to the spot, not daring to take another step. He felt the bustle and swarm of the crowds around him like a vast, suffocating weight. In a moment of near panic, he struggled to breathe. His first instinct was to turn and run back to the aircraft from which he had just disembarked and beg them to fly him back home. But he had made a promise to his cousin, Brother Angus. There was no greater sin, he believed, than to break a promise under God's eyes. "Can I help you?" a woman in a uniform asked. He held out his arms. I guess I'm a little confused. "Do you live in the EU, sir?" Yes, I do, but I have an American passport, a new one, issued through the Pilgrims Bureau in Thessaloniki." She pointed. "Go down that way and join the queue there." He thanked her and shuffled along the line. 20 minutes later, he stepped forward to the border control officer's booth and handed him his passport. The man studied it carefully. Then he said, "Peter Stellos?" "Yes." "Okay, tell me about your outfit." "I'm a monk, sir, in the Greek Orthodox monastic commune of Mount Athos in Greece." "And what brings you to England?" "I've come at the request of my cousin, who is also a monk, who is dying." "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that." The officer handed him back his passport and waved him on. He walked through the Nothing to Declare channel and entered the duty-free section, where he was stopped by a man who was selling Heathrow Express tickets into central London. He bought one. As he emerged into the arrivals lounge, he stood for some moments, bewildered. Passengers hurrying past him, all urgently going somewhere, many talking on their little phones, some looking worried, some happy. He stared at a sea of placards held up by men in business suits. Arms were being thrown round loved ones, business travellers headed towards their drivers. There was a sense both of anticipation, reunion, and urgency. He had no such urgency. Time stood still for him. 10 years that had flashed past in silence. 10 years in which the world had changed so much, and he was exactly the same. 10 years of serving God, of praying for the world. He looked around, feeling a sudden, irrational flash of his old anger returning. Did any of these people know he prayed for them? Every day? 14 hours a day? Did they appreciate it? He looked up at the notice boards, trying to spot a sign for the trains. As he did so, a large man towing a suitcase barged into him, almost knocking him over, and strode on without apologizing. For an instant he wanted to shout at him,
But then he remembered something the abbot had told him a while ago, after he had punched the journalist. A Buddhist saying, "Everyone you meet is fighting a battle of their own you know nothing about. Be kind to everyone." Pete calmed himself down, then felt a sudden chill ripple through him, as if something very bad had happened. His cousin? When they had spoken on the phone just a few days ago, Angus had sounded a very different person from the man he remembered. His voice was weak, without energy or joy. He closed his eyes for a moment and prayed that his cousin Angus would still be alive. Tonight he was staying at a hotel that the Mount Athos Pilgrims Bureau in Thessaloniki had kindly found for him, close to Victoria Railway Station, where, in the morning, he could catch a train to Sussex. He had told his abbot he hoped to fly back tomorrow afternoon, although Pete had other plans. Chapter 121. Sunday, the 19th of March. Ross felt slugged by tiredness as he disembarked and began the long walk through to the immigration zone. Ordinarily, a text from Imogen would have pinged in when he switched his phone on after a flight, but there was nothing from her now. And, ordinarily, he would have sent her one saying he had landed safely, followed by kisses. But he didn't feel in the mood to. Whether it was because he was still angry at her after their lunch yesterday, or enjoying himself too much with Sally, he wasn't sure. As they stood together at the baggage carousel, waiting for it to start moving, he mentally calculated the time difference. An 11-hour flight, 4 p.m. Los Angeles time, late evening in the UK. Too late to text her anyway, he justified to himself. A short man in a tweed jacket, polo shirt and chinos was standing unobtrusively right behind them, holding his phone. He had his Bluetooth setting on, and it was doing a scan for other devices. Among the list of over 20 that popped up on the screen was one that read, Ross's iPhone. Big Tony smiled and pressed a couple of keys. "Do you have dinner plans for this evening?" Sally asked. He shook his head and stifled a yawn. "I guess it's heading towards midnight body clock time. I hadn't thought about food, but a cocktail would be good, maybe." There was a time in my previous job at CNN when I commuted back and forth across the pond. I found the way to beat jet lag is to stay up as late as you can, then get up early and go out into daylight and take a long walk. If you go to bed now, you'll wake up at 3 a.m. and feel like shit later on. Go and check into your hotel, then meet me in the lobby bar there. You're staying at the Beverly Hilton, right? Yeah. Couple of cocktails and you'll sleep like a lamb, I promise. You do? Trust me, I'm a radio presenter. And international authority on jet lag. That too. Ross had a rental car booked at the airport, and he offered Sally a lift. As he drove, following the sat-nav and trying to get used to the car and different roads, he stared out at a landscape so different from the UK. He'd been here once before 5 years ago and liked it a lot. Images from so many movies and TV series he had seen set here replayed in his mind. He dropped her at a very posh hotel called Shutters on the Beach in Santa Monica. Before setting off again, he dialed the number of his detective contact. It was answered after 2 rings by a curt but friendly voice. "Jeff Carter?" "Hi, it's Ross Hunter." "You in town, buddy?" "Just landed. Welcome to L.A. Do you have plans this evening?" "No, not anything I can't move around." "Good stuff. Where are you staying?" "The Beverly Hilton." "Meet you there for a beer at 7 p.m.? "That would be great, thank you." "You got it, pal." Ross ended the call, then sent Sally a text. "So sorry, tonight not good. My cop contact wants to meet with some news. Tomorrow, dinner?" Moments later she replied, "Sounds good. Call me after. Would love to hear what he says. Perhaps a late drink after, if you're still up for it. Take care. Kiss, kiss." After he had checked into his hotel room, he decided he ought to send Imogen a text. Arrived safe. Kiss. He was surprised when she called him almost immediately. "Hi," she said, sounding friendlier than at their lunch. "You're up late?" "I'm worrying about you, Ross.
So, what's happening? Did you hear from your cop? I'm meeting him here later. Great. Call me after? Well, that could be 3 or 4 in the morning, your time. Good point. Email me, will you? I want to hear all about it. Sure. He unpacked, undressed, then stood in the shower for several minutes to refresh himself. 6 floors above him, in a larger, grander room, Big Tony was taking a shower too. With the unpredictable traffic in this city, he thought it would be convenient to keep close to his target, even though Ross's phone was now his eyes and ears on the man. Big Tony could listen to every conversation and see on his map exactly where Ross Hunter was, accurate to within 10 feet. He just had to hope the man didn't lose it or drop it down the toilet. That had happened to him once before. At a few minutes before 7 p.m., dressed in fresh clothes, Ross went downstairs and into the bar. He sat in a studded leather corner seat, glanced through the cocktail menu for some minutes, and then ordered a beer. A few minutes later, a lean man in his early 50s with a crew cut, a bomber jacket over a black T-shirt, jeans and trainers that looked fresh out of their box, sauntered in and stared around. His eyes fixed on Ross, and he made a beeline for him. Ross? Ross stood up. Jeff? Although he had spoken to the LAPD detective a couple of times when he'd been working on his piece on celebrity stalkers, they'd never actually met. He ordered Carter a beer, then they sat down opposite each other. Until the detective's drink arrived, they made small talk about his flight over, about the weather in England. Ross tried to probe him on his views on gun control, but the detective was evasive on that topic. Then, finally, when Carter had a glass in his hand, he said, Michael Delaney, right? Yep. Tell me your interest in him, buddy. Oh, it's a piece I'm writing for one of my newspapers, the Sunday Times. He hesitated. About rogue evangelical preachers who use magic, conjuring tricks in their work. Well, I've checked out the name, Delaney, and there are no evangelical preachers by that name. The match we have, and it's a pretty significant one, is for a former close magician and sometime lay preacher with that name. Mike Delaney, born 1947, used to have his own primetime television show under his stage name, Mickey Magic, until he got pushed out about 20 years back. Do you know why? Ross asked. Off the record, drink problem. That's what I hear. He was on the sauce. Could only face his audiences if he was tanked up. But, don't quote me on that, okay? Ross moved his fingers in a zipping motion across his mouth. March 2014, he was arrested in West Hollywood and charged with driving under influence after an automobile wreck. He ran a red light and T-boned a garbage truck. Not the best thing to hit. Carter gave a sardonic smile. I guess if you're going to be T-boned, a garbage truck's about the most solid vehicle to be in. The driver was lucky. No one was hurt apart from Delaney and his driver's license. You said in your message that you had found him. You know where he is? So, what I can tell you from Social Security records, the detective said, is that Delaney is working for a charity close to the farmers market over on Fairfax and West 3rd. A charity? It's a drugs rehab center run by nuns, La Brea Detox Sisters. Ross wrote it down. Interesting. Thank you, that's great, fantastic. The detective gave Ross a studious look. Not sure you're going to get much mileage out of him for your paper. Doesn't sound like it, Ross smiled, but Carter wasn't smiling back. This is really helpful, Jeff. It is? If you want rogue evangelical preachers, we got a whole ton of them on our radar. I may come back to you on that. Carter stared at him. You got some other reason you want to see this Delaney character that you're holding back from me, Ross? No, it's my editor. She has a bee in her bonnet about my talking to him. Editors get that way. They latch onto an idea and that's it. The detective nodded. So, anything else I can do for you while you're here in the City of Angels? Do you have a residential address for Delaney, Jeff? I spoke to the nun in charge of the detox center. She thinks he has a room he rents somewhere in the neighborhood, but doesn't know where. Thank you again. I really appreciate your coming out on a Sunday night like this. Not a problem. Carter drained his beer. Another? Ross offered. Thanks, but I guess I'd better get going. My kid's just started school and he's not too happy, Sunday night thing. Promised him I'd get back in time to read him a story. You have kids? One on the way. You got it all to come." They shook hands and the detective left. Ross ordered another beer, then went out into the mild evening air to smoke a cigarette. He watched the traffic passing on Wilshire Boulevard and the steady stream of cars and cabs pulling up at the hotel. When he had finished, he called Sally and updated her to check her reaction. "Sure you don't feel like a nightcap?" she asked. He hesitated, tempted, but he was really exhausted now. "I'd love to, but I'm really zonked. I wouldn't want to fall asleep on you." "I wouldn't let you," she said teasingly. He grinned. She made him smile, and he liked that a lot. "Dinner tomorrow," he said. "I've already made a reservation somewhere the concierge recommended," she replied. "Can't wait." "Me too." He went back inside and finished his beer, reflecting on what the detective had told him, before heading up to his room and emailing Imogen with all he had been told. Then, totally exhausted, he peeled off his clothes, brushed his teeth, set the alarm, and crashed out. Big Tony listened to his heavy breathing for some minutes until he was satisfied he was asleep. He switched off, took a miniature whiskey from the minibar, then made a couple of calls. Chapter 122, Monday the 20th of March. Shortly before midday, the taxi Brother Pete had taken after arriving at Horsham Station slowed down. They were driving along a two-lane country road, bordered on both sides by hedgerows. Ahead was a white sign sticking out of an unkempt grass verge. Above the wording announcing St. Hugh's Charterhouse was the simple cross and orb symbol of the Carthusian order. Brother Pete remembered the words this stood for. Stat crux dum volvitur orbis. The cross is steady while the world is turning. The taxi turned right onto a driveway. After a short distance it curved right through the archway of an ornate gatehouse. A couple of 100 yards in front of them, straight ahead, was a vast, magnificent-looking building. The central part was a tower with 3 spires, with a wing stretching out for several 100 yards on either side. They pulled up outside the oak front door. Brother Pete paid the driver, walked up to the door, and pulled the large bell handle beside it. He heard a faint jangle, followed by another. The door was opened by a rotund man in his 60s, in a white habit. He smiled. "Hello, I am Father Raphael, the prior. Can I help you?" he asked. "My name is Brother Pete Stellas, from the monastery of Simonopetra in the monastic commune of Mount Athos. I've come to see my cousin, Brother Angus." "Indeed. We've been expecting you." His expression changed, becoming more serious. "Please come in." Brother Pete followed him along a long, stark corridor, up a flight of stone steps, and then along another corridor, and into a large, cosy-feeling, book-lined office. The prior ushered the monk to a chair. "You have travelled a long way, Brother Pete." "I have, prior." "You must be thirsty and hungry. May I offer you coffee, tea, something to eat?" "Coffee would be good, please, no milk." The prior went out of the room, returning some minutes later with a tray containing 2 cups of coffee, a plate of biscuits, and another plate, on which sat a chunk of cheddar cheese, several slices of bread, and a knife. He set the tray down on the table in front of them. "Please, help yourself." Pete helped himself to a chocolate digestive. As he bit a piece off, the prior said, "I'm afraid I have sad news for you." Pete stopped in mid-bite, his eyes locked on the prior's. "Your cousin, our dear Brother Angus, passed away last night after a long battle with cancer." "I'm too late. The prior looked at him sadly and expectantly. "I had a feeling," Pete admitted. "You need to know that he was truly a man of God." Brother Pete nodded. "I do. It was he who brought me on this path. He asked you to come here because he had some very important things that he wanted you to keep safe. That's what I have come for. I have them. He was so happy that you were on your way, and relieved.
I think he did his very best to hold on for you, but our Lord decided otherwise." The prior lifted up a small Hessian carrier bag. "They are in here. I don't know what they contain, and I did not ask, because we are all private here. But please take this and keep its contents safe, as he asked you." Brother Pete put the bag inside his own. "I am very deeply sorry for your loss, and for our loss. He was a real visionary." "May I see his body?" "Of course. I will take you to him. Will you stay for his funeral tomorrow? I can give you lodgings here." "Thank you. I'd appreciate it." "So tell me, Brother Pete, how are things on Mount Athos?" "Yep, all good," he replied, a little noncommittal. "The number of monks is increasing for the first time in many years. In my monastery, Simonopetra, 30 years ago, when the previous abbot died, there weren't enough monks to carry his coffin. The only way we get new monks to join us is the way I came, through word of mouth. I guess with the way the world is these days, we offer a safe future for anyone troubled by what's happening. Our late brother Angus talked to me about you, your former life as a long-distance truck driver, and then doing night shifts in McDonald's restaurants. What have your years as a monk in a closed order taught you?" "Honestly?" Brother Pete stared hard at him. "No other answer is of any value. I keep being told that to be a monk, you have to believe, absolutely, unconditionally, that if you have doubts, you are in the wrong place. Have you ever had doubts, Prior?" "We are all born knowing one certainty, Brother Pete, that one day we will die." Pete nodded. "And the question on all our lips is what will happen after we die. Will we sit at God's right hand, or rot in that graveyard I can see through your window?" The prior smiled. Brother Pete could see his eyes looking heavenwards. "I pray 14 hours a day, every day, Prior. Sometimes I feel a connection with a higher power. Other times I feel, I'm sorry to say this, a total asshole. I feel like I'm just growing old without ever having lived. That one day I'm going to wake up at 80, if I get that far, and wonder just what I did with my life. Do you ever feel that?" The prior shook his head. "My faith came to me after years of abusing my body with pleasure. Life is not a gift, it is a responsibility, something that intelligent people are charged with. There is just one thing that God expects of us in return for his gift of life, and that is for each of us to leave the world a better place than when we arrived here. Are you able to say that, Brother Pete?" "I'm working on it." "So am I. So was Brother Angus, God rest his soul." Chapter 123. Monday the 20th of March. The room in the La Brea Detox Sisters Rehab Center had a red-tiled floor. Running around three sides were stainless steel work surfaces. Laid out along them, like place settings in a restaurant, were neatly set out spoons and syringes on paper napkins. The smell in here was rank, a mixture of disinfectant and unwashed clothing. Ross stared at a man in a grungy tracksuit with greasy, greying hair cut like a monk's tonsure. He was probably 40, but looked 60. He sat on a stool, stooped in feverish concentration, cigarette papers lying around him, holding a lighter flame beneath a crackling fluid in his spoon. One floor up, on the observation level, Sister Marie Delacroix, dressed like an Earth Mother, said to Ross in a soft southern drawl, "We allow them to do this. We got volunteer doctors here 24/7. We give them clean syringes, and if they overdose, we can help them.
We prefer, if they are going to take drugs, that at least they do it in an hygienic, safe environment with medical help on hand. Ross stifled a yawn. He'd been awake since 4 a.m., tossing and turning, until he'd finally had enough and went for a walk in the breaking dawn. It was now just after 10 a.m. "And the police are okay with this?" he asked. "They understand our work. Yes, they are. They turn a blind eye. I've seen the work done in Germany and in Holland with this kind of clinic. They save many lives. I should write a piece on them, on your work and the clinics in Europe. You should, really. We need all the good press we can get. So, what can I do for you, Mr. Hunter?" "I'm told you have a volunteer here called Michael Delaney?" Her reaction surprised him. She looked like she was going into rapture. "Mike Delaney," she said with deep reverence. "This man is, how do I say it, a saint." "Really? Truly, Mr. Hunter?" She lowered her voice conspiratorially. "I'll tell you what my staff here call him, Mr. Miracle Worker." "Mr. Miracle Worker? Truly, this guy is astonishing. It's like he has some magical power. He cures everyone he talks to. Within weeks, no matter how long they've been taking drugs, they're clean. He has a 100% success rate. He just walked in the door a couple of years back, asking if he could help out in any way. He is astonishing. If you believe in miracles, that's what he is, a true miracle worker." "How does he do it?" Ross asked, trying not to let his excitement show. "He just lays his hands on them, honey. That's all he does, just lays his hands on them." "When are you expecting him in?" Ross asked. She shrugged. "That's the problem. He shows up when it suits him." She lowered her voice again. "When he hasn't drunk too much the night before." "So he might not come here today?" Ross pressed. "No, honey. He's a little unpredictable." "Do you know where he lives?" Her demeanor changed, and she looked uncomfortable. "He moves around, different rooming houses, but I couldn't give out his current address, not without his consent. Of course, if he doesn't show here today, you could try the Fairfax Lounge this evening." "The Fairfax Lounge? It's a bar a few blocks away. Mr. Delaney used to be a pretty famous magician. I think until the demon drink got him." She held her hand up and rolled it from side to side as if it were wobbling. "The bar pays him a retainer to go around working the tables with his tricks. That and the tips he gets is enough to keep him in booze. We give him a pittance, too. I always try to bring him something to eat at lunchtime, a sandwich, something like that." "He's at the Fairfax Lounge every night?" "Most nights, so he tells me. Although I think some evenings he has so much liquor on board, he doesn't know what day of the week it is. Good luck interviewing him." "Sounds like I'll need it." "You will, honey. Doesn't speak much at all. I think he's a pretty sad guy. No family, I don't think. He seems a lost soul. And yet—" She hesitated. Ross waited patiently. "Sometimes, when I look at him," she said, "I feel like I'm staring into a bottomless well. There's hidden depths to him that perhaps only God can see." "Perhaps," Ross concurred. Chapter 124. Monday, the 20th of March. Ross was glad to leave the oppressive smell and atmosphere of the rehab center and to step out into the warm sunshine. His mind was reeling. Miracle worker. He just lays his hands on them, honey. He glanced around, checking to see if anyone might be watching or following him. He was in a busy, wide street with signs everywhere. A huge billboard on a scaffold gantry was advertising a movie. To his right, the word market was spelled out in flashing lights with several bulbs blown. Suspended across a marked section of the road was a small, familiar yellow sign, pedestrian crossing. He moved into the shade, entered Fairfax Lounge on Google Maps, and after a few seconds it appeared, along with the option to request directions. He clicked on the button and the route appeared. It showed 14 minutes on foot. Following the directions on his phone, he turned into a palm-lined boulevard with tall apartment blocks on either side. At the next intersection, he made a left into another busy street 4 lanes wide, with cars parked along the far side. He passed a kosher supermarket, a bakery, a Starbucks, a burger joint, a Duane Reade, and a store selling creepy-looking dolls. A few minutes later, he found himself on Fairfax, with the instruction to turn left. He walked past the farmer's market and shortly after reached the intersection with Melrose. With the Fairfax High School complex on the far side, he crossed, walking down past the school and then past the blue shack he recognized from Google Earth. There was a council thrift shop on the far side, a luggage store and medical office. Then he saw it, directly across the street on the far side of a pedestrian crossing, between a bakery and deli and a lamp store with a closing down sale sign in the window. There was a large old neon sign on the wall, Fairfax Lounge. Below, much smaller and unlit, were the words, Magician Nightly. He waited for a line of traffic to pass, then strode over. The exterior didn't look like it had seen a lick of paint in several decades, and the windows were grimy. Ross guessed the interior was going to be just as lousy. He opened the door and was immediately hit by the ingrained smell of stale beer. It took some moments for his eyes to adjust to the gloom. There was a long bar to the left, with an old, miserable-looking guy in shirt sleeves wiping a row of cocktail glasses. Curved banquettes to the right, the leather peeling off in places. A stage at the far end with a microphone stand and a couple of speakers. Lights, most of them switched off, hanging low, with tasselled green shades. A Sinatra song was playing through a bad sound system. The carpet felt sticky underfoot. Next to a large no-smoking sign on the wall was a small faded poster in a cheap frame. In the centre was a face he recognized from his internet trawl. The flamboyant, long-haired man in his late 40s, with rays of studio light creating a halo effect round his head. The captions read, Mickey Magic, Man of Mystery, a new ABC Family original show, summer premiere, 16th of June, Fridays 9 p.m., 8 p.m. Central Time. Ross leaned forward as far as he could over the bar counter and took a photograph on his phone. Then he turned to the barman. "Hi," he said. "Do you know if Mike Delaney will be here tonight?" "Do I look like I know?" he replied without lifting his head. "You look like the only person in here," Ross retorted. "Maybe he will, maybe he won't. If he's going to show, it'll be around cocktail time, happy hour." "What time's that here?" He jerked a finger over his shoulder, and Ross saw the sign on the wall. Happy hour was 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. Clearly, really happy. He thanked him, got an grunt of a response, and went back out into the street. He was feeling badly in need of a caffeine hit, and hungry, too. It was early for lunch, but a long time since he'd eaten breakfast at around 7:30 a.m. Looking about, he didn't see anywhere that appealed. He remembered how much Imogen had liked Melrose Avenue when they'd been here together, and the numerous cool cafes and delis along it. With plenty of time to kill, he crossed back over and walked up to it, then turned right, passing the school again. Pulling out his phone, he dialed Sally. He got her voicemail and left a message. He walked on, immersed in his thoughts, but enjoying the warmth of the sunshine. Melrose Avenue. It had the kind of smart, funky neighbourhood atmosphere that reminded him of parts of Brighton. He walked past a shouty sign above a smart ladies' clothing store, hot pink. Then one above its neighbour, Showtime. Past a large white CVS pharmacy and a black storefront bearing the sign, Tattoo. He was trying to remember where they'd had a Sunday brunch, with one of the best egg dishes he'd ever eaten. He saw on the far side of the road a cool-looking cafe with an awning and crossed over to it. Stepping past a freestanding happy hour sign on the sidewalk outside, he stopped at the entrance, looked all around him carefully, then went inside. It was a large room with a bohemian feel, and was almost completely empty. He sat at a table in the window, giving him a clear view of the street, and anyone who might be following him, and ordered a double espresso, Diet Coke, cheeseburger and fries. Then he sat watching the passing traffic and collecting his thoughts, planning what he was going to say to Mike Delaney tonight, if he showed up. What did he say to the Son of God? His brain was swirling with the enormity of it, and he was trembling. And at the same time he was conscious of the voice inside his head telling him that this wasn't real, could not be real. He looked across at the Glass Hooker Lounge, at the shop next to it, Nail Nation, at the Manic Panic Style Station, and La Creme Café. His vibrating phone broke into his thoughts. It was Sally. "Hey," he said. "So, what's happened?" Ross gave her a quick update. "Want me to come over and be there with you? Maybe two can break the ice better than one?" "No, that's good of you, but I need to do this alone." "Will you call me straight after? God, this is incredible, Ross." "Or an incredible letdown." "I don't think so." As he hung up, his drinks arrived, and shortly after, his food. He raised the salt and was about to shake some onto his fries when a woman walked past on the opposite side of the road who bore an incredible likeness to Imogen. His arm stopped in mid-air. She was the absolute double of Imogen. Was he hallucinating? His tired, addled brain making things up? Impossible. Or was it? He put down the salt, picked up his phone and dialed Imogen's number. Seconds later, the woman stopped in her tracks, pulled her phone out of her handbag and peered at it. He watched her stab a button, keeping it well away from her ear, and return it to her bag. She had redirected the call straight to voicemail. Chapter 125, Monday the 20th of March. Ross jumped up from his seat, about to run for the door and chase after Imogen, but instead he sat back down, mystified. His number would have shown on her phone display for sure. So she saw it and hung up on him. Why? Because she was out on a busy Los Angeles street instead of in the quiet of rural Sussex with her sister. Her being here explained why she had called him at what he thought was around 1 a.m. UK time last night. Why was she here, then? What was she playing at? What was her agenda? He felt totally and utterly baffled. The sheer coincidence of even seeing her in this vast city was massive, although on reflection perhaps not such big odds, as this had been one of their favourite areas when they'd been here together. So perhaps it was natural she would gravitate to it. But coincidences seemed to be racking up, one after the other. The coincidence of meeting Sally Hughes, whose uncle was a trustee of Chalice Well, the day after he'd met Harry Cook for the first time. The coincidence, if that's what it was, of being on the same flight as her, one row apart. Now the coincidence of seeing Imogen walk past. Just 5 minutes later and he might not have seen her, or might have bumped into her in the street. Einstein's words on coincidence came back to him again. God's calling cards. He ate his meal, barely noticing the taste of the food. He was totally immersed in his thoughts. What was going on? What on earth was Imogen doing here? Was she spying on him? Suspicious about his reasons for coming here? The last conversation they'd had was all about danger. What had changed? Just what was she doing? And why hadn't she told him? Still fretting, he left the diner, looking around carefully for any sign of Imogen before stepping out. This felt very weird, hiding from his wife. But then he thought, what the hell? If they bumped into each other, it would be mightily interesting, and he'd look forward to her explanation, especially as she'd been going on about how tight money was for them. Not so tight she couldn't buy an airline ticket to Los Angeles. With a few hours to kill before there was any point in going to the Fairfax Lounge, he took a walk around the farmer's market, got tempted by a huge donut, ate it, and immediately regretted it big time. He left the market and walked up towards the Hollywood Hills, keeping a fast pace on the increasingly steep incline, trying to burn the damn donut off. But an hour and a half later he still had a dull ache in his stomach, and the sensation of having swallowed a cannonball. As he walked back towards his car, parked in a far corner in a lot off La Brea, a text pinged in from Sally. Be careful he doesn't recruit you to be one of his disciples, though I'm sure you'd look great with a beard and sandals, LOL. Smiley face, kiss, kiss. He grinned and replied, ha ha, kiss, kiss. Chapter 126, Monday the 20th of March.
Ross climbed into his car and closed the door. The clock on the dash read 3:50 p.m. Happy hour at the gloomy Fairfax Lounge began at 5:30 p.m. Would Mike Delaney show up today? A wave of tiredness washed over him. He could do with a catnap, but his mind was whirring too much. Imogen had flown all this way when money was tight without telling him. Was she planning to surprise him in some way? Well, she sure had. He looked on his phone at the list of recent numbers dialed. Imogen Mob was at the top. He hovered his finger over the dial button. It was almost midnight UK time. Would she answer pretending to sound all sleepy, or again not answer at all? And what would he say if she did pick up? He still had not decided as he pushed the button. It rang 4 times, then he got a voicemail message, short and no nonsense. "Hi, it's Imogen. Leave me a message." "It's me," he said tersely. Then, sarcastically, "Sorry, it's so late. Give me a call." For the next 10 minutes he checked his emails on his phone. There was one from his editor asking if he had arrived okay and how it was going. He looked at Twitter and Facebook, then at Sky News. A London tube strike was looming, along with another Southern Railway strike that would hit the trains to Brighton. Hitler's wartime telephone was coming up for auction. Great, he wondered. Who would want such a ghastly trophy? Church of England weekly attendance had fallen below 1 million for the first time. No wonder God was concerned, Ross thought. It reminded him of something that the Nobel Prize-winning quantum physicist Max Planck once said. Science moves forward one funeral at a time. Was science replacing the church by stealth, playing the long game? Another wave of tiredness sapped him, despite his nervous energy, and he yawned. He set the alarm on his watch for an hour's time, reclined his seat the few inches it would go, then closed his eyes. But all he could think of, and all he could see behind his closed lids, was Imogen walking past on Melrose. What was she doing? Was she having an affair? It was awful, he thought, that he didn't really care if she was. That didn't say much about the state of their relationship, he knew. Even if she was, she wouldn't have been dumb enough to have flown to the same city he was in, surely, unless she was spying on him. She knew where he was staying and hadn't contacted him. She hadn't taken his call twice, hadn't called him back either. After the alarm rang, he climbed out of the car, utterly mystified, locked it, then made his way back towards the Fairfax Lounge. Chapter 127, Monday the 20th of March. It had clouded over in the past hour, and a wind had got up, tugging hard at Ross's jacket as he crossed the street to the bar. With no sunlight shining on it, the place looked even gloomier and less inviting than earlier. He pushed open the heavy door and entered. Most of the ceiling lights were now on, but the weak bulbs in the dusty shades cast only a faint glow. The television was showing a ball game, although no one was watching it, and Dolly Parton's voice was coming through the crackly sound system. The grumpy old bartender had smartened up and was wearing a crimson tuxedo with a bow tie. He stood still, hands on the bar surface, with seemingly nothing to do except glower at the world. Another bartender of a similar vintage, a small, slight man, identically attired, was stirring a long spoon in a silver cocktail shaker. 2 business suits sat at a banquette, phones clamped to their ears. Both had martini glasses in front of them. The only other customers were a middle-aged man, also in a suit, with a provocatively dressed redhead. They sat at the bar, engrossed in each other. The man wore a ring, Ross noticed. The woman sported a couple of rocks, but not on her wedding finger. He wondered what their story was. Another barman carried a bright green cocktail to the woman and a beer to the man, then approached him. "Yes, sir. Good evening, sir." Ross could have done with a stiff drink, but he had no idea how long he might have to wait, and he didn't want to risk making himself more tired. "Could I have a water?" The bartender frowned disapprovingly. "Tap?" "No, bottle, please. Still or with gas?" "Do you have Evian?" This seemed mysteriously to hit the right spot, and instantly the old man brightened. "Evian. We sure do. Slice of lime with it?" "Perfect, thank you." "Okay, you got it." "Would you happen to know... Will Mike Delaney show up tonight?" Ross asked. There's only two folks know the answer to that, sir, Mr. Delaney and the Lord God Almighty himself. Then he leaned down, glanced conspiratorially over his shoulder at his colleagues as if to make sure they weren't listening, and in a lowered voice said, Sir, if it's a magic show you're after, word is that the hottest place in town is Black Rabbit Rose on North Hudson. I'm afraid our Mr. Delaney, he's a little tame, perhaps, by today's standards. Then he touched his lips. But I didn't tell you that, sir. Okay, sir, you got it. 1 Evian water with a slice of lime coming up. A handful more customers trickled in during the next hour. Ross munched on the peanuts the bartender brought with his drink, had a second Evian, then went to the gents. When he returned to his seat, he was really struggling again to keep awake. His thoughts turned to dinner later with Sally. He was going to be great company if he was like this, he thought. Got to perk up. Where was Imogen dining tonight, he wondered. With whom? What would be the chances of them ending up in the same restaurant? Well, hey, that would make for an interesting conversation. He sipped his drink, and as he put the glass back down, he noticed a tall, elderly man with a slight stoop walking across the bar. Dressed in a fraying grey suit, scuffed boots, and a black shirt with rhinestone buttons, he had a long face beneath a mane of thinning grey hair, a large nose, and cheeks that were mapped with thin red veins. He was approaching the two business suits who looked to be in deep discussion, their phones on the table in front of them. On their second martinis now, or maybe their third. As he reached them, he fanned out a deck of cards in his right hand. Take a card, sir, he said to one of them. Any card you like. He had a courtly, engaging voice, with a Californian accent. One of the suits waved the magician away dismissively. The old man raised an arm apologetically and moved on towards Ross, with an agility that seemed to belie his age. Chapter 128, Monday the 20th of March. Ross began to shake, his nerves out of control. He took several deep breaths in rapid succession as the realization hit him that this was the moment his entire life might have been building up to. I've recently been given absolute proof of God's existence, and I've been advised there is a writer, a respected journalist called Ross Hunter, who could help me to get taken seriously. He was seldom lost for words, but at this moment he was. Remembering his plan just in time, he discreetly hovered his hand over his phone and tapped the Voice Memos app, activating the recorder. Despite his broken appearance, the conjurer exuded a strangely powerful presence. Ross's skin was tingling as he grew closer. The man's hazel eyes seemed much younger than the rest of him, and they shone, filled with zeal and magnetism from behind glasses with bent frames. Closer up now, Ross could see the resemblance to the much younger person in the poster on the wall across the room. It was there, clearly, inside the shell of this old man. As if he were wearing a suit and a mask, but there was someone else inside. Ross felt a strange, powerful aura, the sensation of being sucked into an airlock. He found himself wanting to kneel in front of him. Mike Delaney, he asked, his voice sounding disembodied. That's me, sir, the man replied, fanning out a deck of cards in a shaking hand. There was alcohol on his breath. Sir, he asked, may I show you a trick? Ross could see the young eyes twinkling through the mask, twinkling with humour, with mischief, twinkling with a shared secret. He felt the hairs rising on the nape of his neck. He shivered, awed and excited, but at the same time feeling he was dreaming. This wasn't real. Couldn't be. But he was here, Delaney, standing in front of him. The man with Jesus Christ's DNA. Delaney continued smiling, eyes boring into him as if reading his mind, encouraging him. And almost without realizing, Ross began to feel an immense sense of calm, of well-being, of energy. Sir, may I show you a trick? The man repeated. You are showing me one, Ross wanted to say. You are showing me something incredible. Instead, returning the man's smile, he pointed at his glass of Evian. "Could you change that into wine?" Their eyes locked. Ross had the strange sensation of being drawn into them, deep in through the lenses of his glasses, deep into the pupils, deep into the man's very soul. He saw the trembling smile. Despite his frail, threadbare appearance, there was something quite majestic and commanding about him, about the presence inside the shell, behind the mask. "Pinot Noir or Merlot, sir, or perhaps a nice Chablis?" "Did you give them a choice last time?" Ross responded. Delaney frowned fleetingly, then smiled again, even more warmly. Ross was feeling a strange sensation of complete and utter well-being. All his tiredness had gone, and he was now as wide awake as it was possible to feel. Then he suddenly broke into a cold sweat and felt giddy, as if the room was moving around him. "Very good," Delaney said approvingly. "But I'm guessing you didn't come all the way from England for a free glass of wine, did you, Mr. Hunter?" It surprised him that Delaney knew his name. He smiled, shaking his head. "I was hoping for a little more than that. I've been kind of expecting you. The old guy came to see you, right?" Ross nodded. The whole room seemed to be rotating round him. "Dr. Cook. Dr. Harry F. Cook." Inside the young man inhabiting the old man's shell, it seemed there was an even younger man, and a younger man still inside that, as if it were another shell, as if he was staring into the souls of an infinite number of beings, each inside the other like Russian dolls, drawing him in, enveloping him, protecting him inside this airlock. "Why him?" Ross asked. He felt a catch in his throat. "Why did you choose him?" "Why anyone else?" Delaney replied simply. There was a moment of silence between the two men as they just looked at each other. Ross felt strangely comfortable. It was as though no one else beyond them existed at this moment. "Will you join me, Mr. Delaney? Let me get you a drink," Ross suggested. Delaney perched down beside Ross on the curved banquette, keeping a space between them. "I can't stop too long. They don't like it, you see. They want me moving around, working the tables. But I guess it's pretty quiet right now, so we can talk a while." Ross ordered him a Jim Beam and a beer for himself. Then, as the bartender walked away, he turned back to Delaney. Despite his shabby appearance, he smelled clean, freshly showered. "I feel like I'm in some kind of dream," Ross said. I just want to ask you." He fell into a long silence, unsure how to say what he wanted to. There were so many questions he wanted to ask him, about the past, about the future. "I know who I am," Delaney said, "if that's the question." He looked at Ross. "That's what you want to ask me, isn't it?" Ross stared back into his eyes, mesmerized. "Why Harry Cook?" he asked again. "Why did you choose a modest, humble old guy like him when you could have chosen—" He fell silent again, lost for words. "When we could have communicated in all other kinds of ways, found someone more savvy, more media-friendly. Who would anyone have believed? Not the Pope, not the Archbishop of Canterbury, not any of the imams, the Sikh leaders, the Hindu Brahmins, the rabbis. All of them already have their faith. They know. It's not them who need to believe. They're not going to stop humankind going over the precipice." The warning words, "the great impostor," kept coming into Ross's mind. Was he sitting here with an old fraud, Mr. 10 billion to 1, who happened to have the same DNA as Christ? Or the genuine article? He was having difficulty believing Delaney was real, that it wasn't just his imagination in some kind of wild overdrive. But as he looked back at the man, he felt the magnetism, as if he was staring into infinity, as if he was staring into the souls of everyone who had ever lived on this planet. But how does he know about Harry Cook? How does he know my name? "So, who is capable of stopping, as you put it, humankind falling over the precipice, Mr. Delaney?" Before giving him a chance to reply, Ross went on. Dr. Cook told me God believed that if we could have faith reaffirmed, it would help steer us back onto an even keel. But in the Middle Ages, almost everyone had religious faith. That didn't stop all the centuries of terrible wars, the Holocaust, the dropping of nuclear bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Why would it make it any different now? Delaney smiled wistfully, momentarily turning back into a single person, an old man, the skin creasing around his eyes. Perhaps because too many people are listening to a handful of arrogant, influential people. Smart scientists in the cognoscenti, all with their hubris, who believe there cannot be anything more important than themselves in the universe. These same people who are so certain, yet still cannot explain how the world began. They talk convincingly of the Big Bang, but they can't explain how it actually happened. 2 bits of dust collided and set it off, so who put those 2 bits of dust there? That's the subject they always duck, along with the question, why? Why did anyone put those 2 bits of dust there? No one can answer that, Mr. Hunter, because the only possible answer is someone bigger than man. Someone, or something, Ross tested. Delaney held him with his gaze. The person inside him held him with his gaze too, and the person inside that. A higher intelligence, Mr. Hunter. Maybe it's true, maybe it's an urban legend, but in 1899, the Commissioner of the U.S. Patent Office recommended to Congress that the Patent Office be closed because, he informed them, everything that could be invented had now been invented, and there would be no new discoveries. Think about it. That was before an aeroplane had ever flown, before computers, before the Internet, before almost everything modern there is in the world. A genuine man of vision, if it's true, Ross said with a grin. But you have to admit the Church doesn't have a great record of being helpful to scientists. In 1633, Galileo was found guilty of heresy by the Inquisition for saying the world went round the sun. Has religion tried to be too protectionist and anti-science? Maybe. Delaney sipped his whiskey. Maybe Christianity tried to hold on to old beliefs too long, and instead of embracing science, turned it away. And the irony is that science is asking questions that only religion can answer. But to accept those answers would mean admitting defeat for the scientists. What questions specifically do you think? Ross asked. Do you know about quantum entanglement theory? No. Very simplified, if you split a subatomic particle into 2, put one half in a lab in London and the other in a lab on the far side of the world, say Sydney, then you flip the one in London over, instantly the one in Sydney will flip too. Einstein was fascinated by this, and he came up with his own name for it, spooky action at a distance. Ross smiled again and sipped his beer. He still could not believe this conversation was really happening. He felt drawn deeper and deeper into the myriad eyes inside eyes. Another thing no one can explain, Mr. Hunter, is magnetism. No one can actually tell you what causes it. Scientists know what it does, but that's all. Are you really going to explain how that happens? And how, for example, quantum entanglement theory happens? Through nothing more than evolution from the primal swamp? I don't think so. Of course, evolution exists, but evolution is a part of existence. It is a consequence of life, not a primary cause. Delaney drank some more of his whiskey and looked levelly at Ross. You're not sure about me, are you? Honestly, if you really are who I think you are, I don't understand why you haven't made your presence known before. Why have you waited over 2,000 years? Delaney was silent for some moments. Then, very quietly, so quietly Ross could barely hear him above the music and ambient noise, he said, So tell me, who do you think I am? You have a DNA match to a tooth believed to have been one of Jesus Christ's, and to DNA recovered from what I think may be the Holy Grail. You think that is accidental, Ross? He smiled at the man's use of his first name, as if they were becoming more intimate now. No. Delaney smiled back, and the two men's eyes locked. Ross felt a current of electricity between them, an understanding, a bond. You need to understand I'm not the Son of God, Delaney said, his voice still very quiet. Yes, I have the same DNA. I'm the forerunner, sent here to blend in and report, to see if humankind is ready for the second coming. The Nicene Creed, Ross replied. Jesus Christ ascended into heaven and is seated at the right hand of the Father. He will come again in glory to judge the living and the dead, and his kingdom will have no end. Word perfect. And they are not ready. Who do you mean by they? Ross asked. Everyone with his or her own vested interests. Nothing has changed in over 2 millennia. Vanity, greed, and fear are the drivers the world over, always have been. Jesus was killed for all those reasons. People were afraid of what they might lose because of him. The Jewish religious leaders felt if he truly was the Messiah, he would be a threat to their authority. The Romans accused him of claiming to be a king, which was a direct challenge to their emperor. Pontius Pilate genuinely believed he might be the Son of God, but he was a self-serving politician and a weak appeaser, so he washed his hands of responsibility, letting the mob decide when he could have saved Jesus. Ross stared at him, wondering again, Are you real? Can you possibly be real? As if reading his mind, Delaney said, You're doubting, aren't you? You are asking yourself, could this shabby old guy possibly be real? I've tried to live an ordinary life, well, as ordinary as possible. I know I'm different, but I'm clear what my role is. Ross felt his skin tingling as if charged with static. It was weird, not unpleasant, energizing him as if he were standing in a hot shower. Delaney was grinning at him knowingly. As abruptly as it started, the tingling stopped. Maybe the world needs a wake-up call. That's what I'm thinking, before the second coming can happen, Delaney said. Something no one can mistake, that no scientist can explain away, something that defies the laws of physics of the universe. Ross frowned, remembering where he had heard just these words before. The Bishop of Monmouth, Benedict Carmichael. He had said the same thing. You mean a miracle? Like parting the Red Sea? Ross said. A miracle the whole world will see and can't deny. Ross could see a steely determination in Delaney's eyes, a force, an immense cauldron of power behind the darkness of his pupils within pupils within pupils. It both awed and scared him. What do you have in mind? You'll know when it happens. The whole world will know. It is foretold in the Bible in Genesis 9 when God said, Here is the sign of the covenant I make between myself and you and every living creature with you for all generations. But how will you communicate its significance to a largely skeptical and hostile world? Delaney raised his hands. That's where I need your help, you see. This is where you come in. Why you were chosen. He nodded at Ross's phone on the table. The recording you're making on that phone gadget, the gadget that the head of the U.S. Patent Office never figured would be invented. You're going to need it one day soon. On that day, you'll be able to play it to all the doubting Thomases. Ross felt a flush of embarrassment that he hadn't asked Delaney's permission to record him. How had he known it was recording? Had he seen him switch it on as he'd approached? Delaney went on. It's written also in Matthew 24, The sun will be darkened, the moon will lose its brightness, the stars will fall from the sky, and the powers of heaven will be shaken, and then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven. Delaney fell silent and sat nodding for some moments before he spoke again, with a faraway gaze in his eyes. Soon, after I'm recalled, That will happen. You have the ear of the media. You've got the recording, Mr. Hunter. You'll have absolute proof. He drained his glass and stood up. Guess I gotta get to work and keep you safe for as long as is needed. Ross stared at him. He was still struggling to get his head round any of this. Where will this sign appear? There were a million questions he still had to ask him. Everywhere. At exactly the same moment, in every country, in every time zone. There is not a soul in the world, not a single living creature who will not have the ability to see it. Ross picked up his phone. Can I get a picture of you? Delaney looked hesitant. Okay. He posed for a couple of shots. Then Ross asked, How can I contact you? Do you have a card? Email? I'm sorry. I don't have cards. I don't have email. Not anymore. I'm here most evenings, pretty much every day except Sundays. You can reach me here for as long as I'm around. But that won't be for much longer. As Delaney turned away, Ross surreptitiously pulled out his handkerchief, picked up the whiskey tumbler with it, and slipped it into his pocket. When he was back in England, the lab might be able to get Delaney's DNA off it, he thought. Then he stopped the recording and checked it. At the next table along, he heard Delaney's voice. Take a card, sir. Any card. That's right. Don't let me see it, though. Now write your name on the back with this pen. Ross sat for several minutes, finishing his beer, which he had barely touched during the encounter, deeply shaken and reflecting, trying to figure out what had just happened. Was Delaney like Harry Cook? Were they a crazy double act? There was laughter at the next table. Delaney was holding a small hammer and brought it down hard on an ice cube. The forerunner to the second coming. He watched Delaney pull a folded playing card from out of the remains of the ice cube. He unfolded the card and held it up. Ross could see writing on the back. This your card, sir? This your writing? Ross heard a shout of amazement. Chapter 129. Monday, the 20th of March. A few minutes later, Ross paid the tab, left a tip, and walked in a daze towards the door. As he opened it with difficulty, he felt a blast of wind. It was blowing a hoolie, almost a full-scale gale, which had risen whilst he was in the bar. It was dark outside now, with spots of rain, and the street was busy with traffic. He took a moment to get his bearings. There was a mini-mart directly opposite him and a cafe next to it. He needed to cross the 4-lane road, make a left, then a right, 2 blocks north of Melrose, which would take him to where his car was parked. He pulled his phone from his pocket, impatient to tell Sally what had just happened, waiting for the lights to change. He began to text her, telling her he was on the way as he stepped out into the road. Then, when he was halfway across, still focused on his phone screen, he heard the roar of an engine, saw the bright, blazing headlights of a massive SUV bearing down at high speed, coming straight at him, not going to stop at the crossing. He froze, closing on him, the lights getting bigger, brighter. Time suddenly seemed to slow right down. What should he do? Run across? Run back? He looked over his shoulder and saw Mike Delaney standing on the sidewalk outside the Fairfax Lounge door. A split second later, Delaney was racing towards him, his arms reaching out, his feet barely seeming to touch the ground, almost as if he were on a zip wire. The roar of the SUV was deafening, the lights blinding him. He heard a woman scream. Then, before Delaney's hands touched him, from nowhere he felt a massive force hurtling him sideways, propelling him across the street like he was riding a cushion of air, slamming him against the wall of the mini-mart with a jolt that winded him, that felt like he had broken every bone in his body. All the while, as if in slow motion, he saw the SUV strike Delaney full on. The old man was catapulted through the air and landed in a crumpled heap 20 yards along the street. The vehicle carried on, still accelerating, and within seconds, all that was visible were its tail lights. More screams. People ran towards the old man. Ross, as if in a dream, stumbled towards him too. A pool of dark blood was spreading out on the surface of the road from his head. He lay still. "Did you see that?" a man said. "He didn't stop," said another. "Call an ambulance," someone else yelled. Ross just stood still, in a total, horrified daze. Chapter 130, Monday the 20th of March. What's with this ridiculous traffic? Ainsley Blore peered angrily out through the darkened glass of the limousine's rear window. They hadn't moved for several minutes. He could see a mobile gas station opposite, surrounded by lurid hoardings. The limousine crept forward. He stared at the bright signs. Planet Hollywood, Amoeba Records, Starbucks, Whiskey A Go-Go. "Can't we get off this bloody road?" he said to the driver. The man at the wheel, who had no neck and looked like he was hewn from a block of granite, flicked his wrist over and the face of his gold watch glinted under the neon glare of a store sign. 8 o'clock, Monday. Don't know the problem. Something going on for sure, but this is L.A. You can't ever predict the traffic. Sunset's normally a good route this hour. Yeah, well, it's not such a good route now, is it? How much further? Without this traffic, 5, maybe 10 minutes. Can't we get off this road? Thought you folk wanted to see the sights. What? Blore turned to Julius Helmsley, seated beside him in the rear of the vehicle, who was engrossed in his emails on his phone. Did you tell him we wanted to see the sights, Julius? Helmsley shook his head. Blore addressed the driver. Look, we are not here to see the bloody sights, okay? We want the fastest route you can do to the Fairfax Lounge. Wasn't the message I got, the driver said. Message came through from my office that you guys wanted a little tour on the way. Well, it's not what we want. Blore looked at his own watch. It's been 40 minutes since we left the hotel, actually 45. Just get us there as fast as you can. It's really a dump, that place, the Fairfax Lounge. You sure you want to go there? Yes. Trust me, smart folk like you staying in a fancy hotel, you don't want to be in a rat hole like that. There's a lot of better bars to visit. I can take you. Just take us to the goddamn Fairfax Lounge and step on it, Blore said, his voice rising in pitch. Seconds later, the limousine made a hard right into a side street, the driver accelerating furiously, squealing the tires and throwing Blore against his door. Helmsley's phone flew out of his hands, and he had to grope around on the floor to retrieve it. The next moment, he was slammed against his door as the car made an equally violent left turn. Were you a getaway driver or something in a former life? Blore said, attempting humour. Uh-huh, came the deadpan reply. Minutes later, they made a more sedate right at a stoplight into a 4-lane street lined on both sides with stores, cheap restaurants and takeaway places. Cursing, the driver braked hard as all the traffic in front of them slowed, approaching another junction. Doesn't look like it's our lucky day. Blore and Helmsley peered ahead at the blaze of strobing blue and red lights. A police cruiser was parked sideways across the entrance to the next section of the road, roof lights blazing. Yellow and black "Do Not Cross" tape behind it, sealing off the road, was flapping in the wind. 2 cops on scene guard duty stood in front of it. A short distance behind them sat a big square ambulance, emergency lights also blazing, along with several more official vehicles. They heard the wail of an approaching siren. Where's the Fairfax Lounge? Blore demanded. Dead ahead. Half a block on the left, the driver said. What's going on? We ain't getting any closer, tell you that. I'll go and find out. Blore opened the door and hurried, almost bent double against the wind, over to one of the cops. Officer, he said, I need to get to the Fairfax Lounge. Where? Blore could see its illuminated sign just 50 yards or so along. Almost in front of the bar was a white sedan with the word Coroner written on the door, and next to the car was a white van with a bar of flashing lights on the roof. On the front door were the markings Los Angeles County Coroner and the legend Law and Science Serving the Community. He started to have a very bad feeling he could not explain. The Fairfax Lounge, officer. Sir, it's just there, he said. Can I go through? The cop looked at him and simply shook his head. How long do you think? How long before I can get through? Sir, there's been a fatality. I don't know more than that. I don't know how long. At that moment, another cop, this one stocky and muscular, came out of the Fairfax Lounge's door and strode up to them with a swagger, like he owned the sidewalk. He and the scene guard were clearly buddies. Gonna be here a while, he said quietly to him. "What's the update?" asked the scene guard. "Hit and run. Lot of confusion, the usual. Assholes taking pictures on their phones. Got a couple of good witnesses say the old guy was trying to save a younger guy's life. Pushed him clear. Sounds like the SUV driver was drunk or high on some shit. He came barreling down out of nowhere, didn't stop, just carried on. Hopefully we'll pick up his plates from CCTV outside one of these stores. Any ID on the victim? Seems like his name's Mike Delaney. One of the bartenders in the Fairfax Lounge came out, took a look at him, works in there, some kind of resident magician. Too bad his magic wasn't working tonight," the scene guard said. "Excuse me, did you say Mike Delaney?" Law interrupted. "Uh-huh," said the cop who delivered the news. Law felt as if his whole insides were plunging down a lift shaft. "Mike Delaney," he said again. Neither cop replied. I was on my way to see him. I've got to see him." "You're not going to find him too talkative, sir," said the one who carried the news. "No, you don't understand. I have to see him. Could you let me through, just for a few minutes?" His voice was desperate. "I don't think you heard me right, sir. He's dead. There's nothing here for you." Where will they take him?" "Are you a relative of the deceased, sir?" the scene guard asked. "Yes, yes, my cousin," he lied, thinking on his feet. "I've flown from the UK to meet with him. Family reunion, my long-lost cousin. We only recently got connected again. This has been a big emotional journey for me. Where will they take his body?" "Downtown. Department of the Medical Examiner. Mortuary there. Not a great place for a family reunion." Law grimaced. "There's only one mortuary he'd be taken to." Very sarcastically, the scene guard said, "Look, pal, it's not like hotels, right? When you're dead, you don't get to choose your overnight accommodation, okay? You don't understand, like, just who he is, might be." "I understand fine," the other cop said. "I think it's best if you leave now, sir. We need to keep this road clear." No, please, you don't know." "No one will know for sure until formal identification, sir." "Where will that happen? At the Department of the Medical Examiner?" Law checked. "The mortuary there, right?" Both cops looked at him. The scene guard gave a single nod. "Do you have the address?" "You'll find it in the Good Hotels Guide," the scene guard said. His colleague smirked. Law stared at them. They did not understand, did not get it. They had no idea who it was lying dead and broken just yards behind their smug faces. But as he walked back to the waiting limousine, it dawned on him this might not be a disaster at all. It could be a golden opportunity. A plan began forming in his mind. As he climbed back into the limousine, he said to the driver, "Change of location. Can you take us downtown to the Department of the Medical Examiner?" "North Mission Road?" "That's where it is?" "Uh-huh." "Could we go there, please?" "Good choice. I'd spend an evening there over the Fairfax Lounge any day." Chapter 131. Monday, the 20th of March. Shortly after 10 p.m., Ross and Sally were seated in the bar area of a cool Asian fusion restaurant she had been recommended. She was sipping a margarita. Ross had already downed a double scotch and was now holding a large draught beer in his shaking hand. Music was playing. Billy Joel's Piano Man. An assortment of dim sum lay in front of them, although Ross had no appetite. His whole body ached and several of his ribs hurt, but he barely noticed. Part of him wanted to tell Sally everything, have her listen to the recording word by word, but he was struggling to know where to begin, and he was still guarded. "Hello," she said, waving a hand across his face. "Hello, are you with me?" He looked at her with a start. "I'm sorry," he said. "I'm somewhere else," he knew, spaced out, trying to make some sense. Sense of Imogen being here in L.A., sense of the fact someone had just tried to kill him, sense of who he could really trust. "Tell me what happened tonight right from the start, Ross," she said. "Seriously, you look like you've seen a ghost." "Maybe I have,"
The Holy Ghost? He smiled thinly. I guess, I don't know, I'm trying to remember the sequence of what happened. It was incredible, Sally. It was like, I can't describe it, something otherworldly. I know that everything I'm going to tell you will sound crazy. Try me. She managed to grip a dumpling with her chopsticks and raised it a few inches, but it slipped free and dropped back into the basket. The Chinese mash them up first, then scoop them into their mouths, he said helpfully. Very elegant, she said. So? She picked up the dumpling with her fingers, dropped it on her plate, then began mashing it up. Forgive me, I'm ravenous, but I'm dying to know. So what did actually happen? I mean, what do you think happened after you left the Fairfax Lounge? I started crossing the road, focusing on texting you to arrange to meet. Not smart, she said with a reproachful smile. Crossing the road and texting? You have a death wish? I was on a crossing. The lights were in my favour. Yeah, well, I'd rather you were a few minutes late here than early in the hereafter. He grinned. Very apposite. I'm good at apposite. Anyhow, I was part way across, then this SUV thing just appeared from nowhere, coming at me like a bat out of hell. I heard the roar of its engine, saw headlights. It was like someone was driving at me, deliberately. I froze, just rooted to the spot. I honestly thought I was a goner. I didn't have anywhere to go. Then something, I don't know how to describe it other than mystical, happened. In what sense? Delaney. I saw him standing outside the Fairfax. He must have followed me out. In just a split second, as the SUV was on me, hurtling towards me. Maybe I'm in a bit of shock and my mind's playing tricks on me, but Delaney came at me way faster than a man could move, and even more so a man of his age. I felt him push me, and I was literally propelled across the road. It felt like I was on a cushion of air. For an instant I thought I was dead, like those people who've described near-death experiences. That's what I was convinced I was having, sort of like when Ricky died. Then I crashed into the wall of a shop, and I was lying on the ground. He paused, trying to remember more. I saw the car, a big SUV thing, racing down the street, and Delaney, tumbling through the air like a huge rag doll. She reached across the table and tenderly laid her hand on his. It was as if time just stopped for a split second. Doesn't some strange thing happen to time when people have near-death experiences? You told me that extraordinary thing about your brother when he was dying. Now this was different, more like a miracle, she prompted. It was a miracle. But why did he die? It should have been me. You think he saved you? Maybe. Like, sacrificed his life for yours? I don't know. Possibly. But why? She stared at him hard, her eyes lit up as if she totally understood. Because you have a mission to fulfill? I don't know, Ross answered. He drank some more of his beer. I got the sense he knew his death was imminent. He implied it in the bar. Almost the last thing he said to me was, soon after I'm recalled, that will happen. You have the ear of the media. You've got the recording, Mr. Hunter. You'll have absolute proof. How was it seeing him in the bar? Sally asked. Talking to him. It was... I don't even know how to begin to describe it. He thought for a moment. Very strange. Incredible. I kept feeling this energy coming off him, like static electricity or something, like something supernatural. He shrugged. Maybe it was my imagination. Maybe it wasn't. She leaned forward, studying his face intently. You said that he talked about a sign. He quoted it from Genesis. I have it all recorded. Can I hear it? Sure. Maybe after dinner? He nodded. He also referred to Matthew chapter 24, I think it was, about the sun and the moon going dark, the stars falling out of the sky, and then there being a sign from God. This sign would be everywhere, at exactly the same moment, in every country, in every time zone. What about the people who are asleep or blind? He covered that by saying there wouldn't be a soul in the world, not a single living creature, who would not have the ability to experience it. She stared at him in silence. If this is real, if he is real, that's quite interesting. She grinned. Yeah, quite interesting. Is that the understatement of the year, or of the past 2,000 years? Ross patted his jacket pocket, and there was a tinkle of broken glass. A tumbler Delaney had drunk from, which had smashed when he'd hit the wall. The glass he drank from. I may be able to verify it from this. Smart, she said, but I wouldn't have put you down for a kleptomaniac. I'll return one day and pay for the glass, he smiled. So, what was the very last thing he said to you? Sally asked. Delaney finished his drink, stood up, and said, Guess I gotta get to work and keep you safe for as long as is needed. I asked him when and where the sign would appear. He said it would be soon after he was called back, I guess, to heaven. He also said I could reach him there for as long as he was around, but it wouldn't be for much longer. Then he went off to the next table along and started doing card tricks. I paid and left. And the next time you saw him, he was outside and then hit by the SUV? Yes. You think it was deliberate? The driver trying to kill you, or Delaney? Well, a while later I was sat in the back of a police car and gave them a statement. A cop told me he'd spoken to one of the bartenders. The guy said that a few nights earlier Delaney had been doing his magic tricks on one of their customers. Apparently, he has a whole pickpocket routine. He'd lifted this customer's wallet, then, when he handed it back to him, the guy accused him of taking $50 from it. Things got ugly and the cops were called. They took Delaney into a back room and searched him, but he was clean. They didn't find any $50 note on him. But the customer wasn't satisfied. He left, saying he was going to come back and get even with Delaney. That's who they're focusing their inquiry on. He fell silent for a moment, then added, But? He was thinking about his journey so far, all that had happened, speculating who might have tried to kill him. With Wenceslas dead, he felt that made Kerr Klug the prime suspects for sure. Ross, your friend the Bishop of Monmouth, Benedict Carmichael, warned you that if someone claimed to have this evidence, they'd risk being murdered. You had your experiences in Glastonbury, then Egypt, now possibly this. Maybe he was right, Sally said. Maybe. It's not going to stop you, is it, Ross? No. I'm glad. I don't want you to be harmed, but I admire your principles. So you have some great material for your story. When you're going to write it? I've started. And your newspaper will take you seriously because of who you are? I hope, Ross said. But there's always a risk with every story you file that it comes out on a day of major breaking news and your 2-page spread gets shrunk into a few column inches. Your story is that major breaking news. It's this story that will make everything else in the paper that day seem irrelevant. I hope so, Sally, I really do. I've risked a lot for this. But I've also met some incredible people along the way. He stared at her meaningfully. Their eyes locked, and she nodded. He had a go at picking up a dim sum himself with his chopsticks, a shrimp dumpling. After a few failed attempts, he speared one and lifted it to his mouth. He chewed for some moments, unable to speak. As he finally swallowed, it brought home how badly low on energy he was, and he immediately ate another, thinking as he did. You really believe what Delaney said, Ross? I don't know. I don't know what I believe. There's so much weird stuff going on, stuff I haven't told you yet. Such as? His mind went back to the Fairfax lounge. It was like a dream. Had he just imagined that young man inside Delaney, that younger man still inside him? All the layers within layers? Hello, she said. You've gone again. He looked at her and hesitated, confused. What had they been talking about? You said there was stuff you hadn't told me. Right. He was focused again. Such as my wife being here in L.A. What? She looked shaken. Imogen. He told her what had occurred. And you had no idea she would be here? She knows where you're staying and she hasn't tried to contact you. She hung up on your calls. he nodded. And money's tight. Go figure. I'd figure she's having an affair. That wouldn't be a first, he said. Oh? She's an intelligent woman, Sally. Put yourself in her shoes. Imagine you were married to me and you knew I'd come to L.A. Would you seriously come here with your lover at the same time? Only if I wanted to be caught, if I wanted out of the marriage. He stared at her in silence. I hadn't thought about it that way, he said finally. Some human minds work in oblique ways, Ross, she said. I don't think Imogen's devious, not that devious. She tilted her head towards him. You said she's a smart lady. Well, she must be, to have married you. Thank you, ma'am. I've interviewed quite a few criminals over the years, she said. Something I've learned from them is that the best hiding place is the one right under your nose. Yeah, it's a good theory, but I don't buy it in this situation. You have a better one? No, I don't. I'm feeling fresh out of theories. But I believe one thing, and I'm going to cling to it, however much of a long shot it might be. Then we'll know for sure, one way or another. The sign Delaney promised? Yes. And if it doesn't happen? I've always loved that quote of Martin Luther, something like, even if I knew the world would end tomorrow, I would still plant my apple tree. He looked at her. You know, that's how you make me feel. I apologize if I'm sounding cheesy, but you do. It is pretty cheesy, she grinned. But it's okay. I do cheesy. Van Morrison was singing now. Have I told you lately that I love you? Ross grinned back at her. What was it Noel Coward said about the potency of cheap music? She cocked her head. Tell me. Chapter 132, Monday the 20th of March. This the place? The driver drawled as they arrived at the mortuary. I'm guessing we missed happy hour. It was nearly after 10 p.m. as he turned the limousine sedately in through the open gates, past a prominent sign, County of Los Angeles, Department of Medical Examiner, Coroner. In the beam of the headlights, Blore saw a row of linked, modern-looking two-story buildings, each numbered. On the walls were several clear signs in large blue script. Department of Coroner, Forensic Laboratories, Department of Coroner, Administration Operations. A line of identical white sedans sat outside, each bearing the same emblem and the word Coroner on the front door. As the driver pulled the limousine up at what looked like the main entrance, he said, The party begins here. Ignoring him, Blore got out, leaving Helmsley behind, still at work on his emails. He walked up the steps, through howling wind, and over to the glass-panelled double doors, conscious of a CCTV camera pointing at him. A sign on the glass said, No public access. Peering through, he could see a small waiting area with a couple of functional-looking sofas, a hand-sanitizing machine, and a floor-standing display cabinet full of framed certificates. A man appeared round the corner. He was middle-aged with a greying Beatle-style haircut and a moustache, wearing a purple open-neck shirt and clutching a bunch of photographs. Blore rapped on the glass. The man glanced round, shook his head, gave a cutthroat sign, and pointed past him. Blore looked around, puzzled. The man pointed again, and Blore gave him a shrug. Finally, the man walked over and unlocked the door. As it swung open, Blore was struck by a strong smell of detergent. "Help you, sir?" He had a friendly, efficient air. A phone was jammed in his breast pocket, and an ID tag hung from a lanyard round his neck. It read, Mark Johnson, Head, Forensic Photographic and Support Services, Los Angeles County Department of Medical Examiner, Coroner. "Yes, I hope so," Blore said politely, trying hard to look mournful. "You see, I'm over from England for a family visit with a cousin, but tragically he was killed earlier this evening by a hit-and-run driver up in West Hollywood. I thought it might be helpful if I formally identified him for you." "I'm sorry for your loss, but you need to go to that building behind you, talk to the reception, sir." Blore glanced round at a much older, elegant brick building. "But we don't do formal identifications from family anymore," he added. "No? Pretty much all done by DNA and fingerprints these days." "I see.
Sorry you've had a wasted journey. Blore thought on his feet. Well, the thing is, I've come all the way from England. We were going to have a big family reunion. Would it be possible to see Mike? To pay my last respects? I'm afraid we don't do viewings here anymore. Too many insurance risks. You'd have to do that at the mortuary where he is taken after here. I thought this was the mortuary. I guess in England you'd call the place a funeral home. Okay, where can I find out which one he'll go to? What is the deceased's name? Mike Delaney. Ah, okay, right. I'm afraid he's classified as part of a crime scene. Only after the coroner authorizes release of his body to a funeral home can viewing take place. When will that be? Well, we'll have to wait for the autopsy, and we're pretty backed up, with over 500 waiting. Could be a few days, maybe a week or longer. I see, Blore said, thinking hard. I don't suppose you could break the rules, as I've come all this way and I have to fly back in 2 days, and just give me a very quick look at him? I'm afraid that's not possible, sir. The only way would be if you came back tomorrow and put your case to the coroner. He looked pensive. Oh, no, sorry. He and the deputy are both away at a conference. Won't be back until Thursday. I'm real sorry. Blore thanked him, clocking his name again, and walked back out. But instead of going to the car, he turned right and walked in darkness along the side of the building, peering in through each of the darkened casement windows as he passed them. Then, as he went down some outside steps, he smelled a sweet whiff of cigarette smoke coming from the car park below. He skipped down some steps, walked past a row of coroner's vans, turned the corner and saw a short man in blue scrubs, a hairnet pushed up over his forehead, standing outside a door, smoking a cigarette. Blore strode competently towards him. "That smells good," he said. "Want one?" The man dug a hand beneath his gown and produced a pack of cigarettes. "You sure?" Blore asked. He hadn't smoked a cigarette since his early 20s. "Us smokers gotta stick together." "Absolutely." He pulled out a cigarette from the proffered pack, then accepted the man's light. "You sound like a Brit." "I am a Brit." "So, what brings you here?" "Oh, I'm a forensic pathologist back at home. We don't really have many gunshot deaths, and because of the terrorist threat, I've been seconded here to learn about them at Mark Johnson's invitation. I've just been with him this evening." Blore shot a surreptitious glance at the man's tag, Dr. Wayne Lynch. "Tomorrow, Mark said, I would be meeting a Dr. Lynch here and hopefully spending some time with him." "Dr. Lynch, that's me." They shook hands. "Good to meet you, Dr. Porter. Richard Porter." "Well, Richard, you're in the right place. That's why I'm working late tonight. 4 people shot dead in Orange County and what seems like a drugs deal gone wrong. Want to take a look?" "Sure," Blore said. "That would be helpful." They finished their cigarettes and went inside. Blore followed him into a locker room. The pathologist handed him a blue gown, a cloth hat, and a paper mask, then pulled out a pair of white rubber boots from beneath the bench. "You want to see what kind of a gunshot death?" "Handgun. We get some shotgun deaths, but rarely from a handgun." The pathologist led him along a corridor, then opened a door and switched on the lights. Inside, on a steel gurney, lay a naked Hispanic man on his back beneath a large circular scanner. He had a massive tattoo on his chest, and there was a small puncture mark on either side of his left nipple. "See those marks on his chest?" "The ones by his nipple?" Blore asked. "Yep. Made by a small bore, a dum-dummed .22 handgun. Tiny entry wounds, but the bullets exploded inside him after impact. If I rolled him over, you'd see most of his back is blown away, along with his internal organs." He pointed up at the scanner. "That's an X-ray. We're looking for all the bullet fragments still inside him." Blore looked at the tattoo on the dead man's chest. It read, "I am here." Noticing his interest, the pathologist looked at it also. Then, addressing the dead man's face, he said, "Not anymore, dude." As they left the room, the pathologist switched off the lights and closed the door behind them. "Okay, guess I'd better get back to work. Nice meeting you, Richard." "Nice meeting you, too. See you tomorrow. What time will you be in?" "Oh, I'm an early one, 7 a.m. 7 a.m. it is." As the pathologist walked away, Blore stood still, unable to believe his luck. Mike Delaney's body had already been brought here. Where was it?
He felt a moment of anxiety as a young, overweight and bearded man in a blue gown similar to his own, but with no head covering, strode along towards him. "Have a good one," he said in passing. Blore grunted a reply, then walked quickly along the corridor. He opened the first door he reached. Through it he could see a long, narrow room with operating theatre lights and a row of steel gurneys, some with bodies lying beneath plastic sheeting. All of the bodies were dark-skinned. At the far end was a man, similarly gowned to the pathologist he had just shared a cigarette with, at work on a tiny cadaver. A child. He shut the door and moved on, passing doors to toilets, a water dispenser, a yellow rubbish can on wheels, and several notice boards. He came to a lift, wondering where it went to. Then he saw another door ahead. He opened it. A blast of cold air greeted him, thick and heavy with the cloying reek of decaying flesh. The lights were on. It was a vast cold store, with the feel of a warehouse. A grid of strip lights hung beneath a corrugated roof. Rows of corpses were laid on tiered metal shelves, 5 high and stretching away into the distance. Dozens of steel gurneys, most of them also containing a body, stood seemingly randomly placed around the room. Each cadaver was wrapped in plastic sheeting, some clear see-through, others opaque white. 2 tags hung from a toe of each cadaver, one orange, the other buff. Over 500, he thought, remembering the words of Mark Johnson. One of them was Mike Delaney. The lights flickered. Almost instantly he heard a crash of thunder. It echoed through the room, a deep metallic boom. Closing the door behind him, he stepped forward quickly to a gurney a short distance in front of him, on which lay a figure wrapped in white plastic sheeting. He checked behind him, but the door was still closed. He looked at the toe tags, but all they had were file numbers, no name. He lifted the cover over the head and stared down at a black man with the top half of his skull blown away, his brains exposed. Swallowing in revulsion, he replaced the sheet and moved on. He had to find Delaney, grab some of his hair and get the man's DNA. Had to. The lights flickered again. There was another clap of thunder, followed by a second, then a third, even louder, shaking the ground, booming as if he was inside a massive drum. He looked at several more cadavers beneath clear sheeting, an enormously fat white woman, a thin young man, a beautiful young blonde. Then he approached another figure wrapped in white sheeting. He raised it to expose the head and looked down at the open, startled eyes of a black girl with a blood-crusted hole in the center of her forehead. "Where are you, Delaney? Where in this hellhole are you?" The lights flickered again, went out totally, and after a few seconds came back on. Then an explosion, like a bomb, directly above him, shook the entire building. Feeling increasingly uneasy, he passed several more bodies in clear wrapping, none of them looking like the image of Mike Delaney he had imprinted in his mind. Then another body in white wrapping. As he reached it, the lights flickered again. Then they went out. There was a crash of thunder, so loud and so close he could feel the entire building shake once more. He pulled out his phone and switched on the torch app and checked the face of the cadaver. Thunder crashed again. He approached another body wrapped in white, lifted the cover to look at the head. A Chinese woman. Then an angry voice right behind him, a voice he recognized. Mark Johnson called out, "Hey! Hey, you, mister!" He turned in blind panic. "What the hell do you think you—" At that moment, he heard a crackle of electricity. The whole room lit up in a blue haze. He saw jagged blue spikes of lightning dancing around the ceiling, then across the metal racks like the peaks and troughs on an ECG display. He glimpsed the furious face of the man in the purple shirt behind him. Then he heard a massive explosion above him. He looked up, and the whole ceiling was ablaze. He ran past the man, pushing him aside so hard he fell over backwards, reached the door, yanked it open and ran out along the corridor. Above him, he heard another crash of thunder, then realized he was running the wrong way. The ceiling above him exploded into searing flames. He turned and ran blindly, desperately in the opposite direction. Sprinklers were spraying water down on him. He reached the reception desk and turned towards the door, pushed it, pulled it. Nothing happened. There was another crash of thunder. Part of the burning ceiling fell in behind him. He saw a green button beside the door, pressed it. Nothing happened.
He ran back over to the reception desk, picked up the swivel chair and hurled it with all his strength at the glass door. It shattered open. He climbed through, then sprinted across towards the limousine, yanked open the rear door and climbed in. "You okay?" Helmsley said anxiously. "Get out of here!" he screamed at the driver. "Lightning," Helmsley said. "The building got 2 direct hits in a row." As they drove back out through the open gates, Blore turned and stared back at the mortuary. The entire building was engulfed in flames. In the distance, he heard sirens and the brutal honking of approaching fire trucks. Chapter 133, Tuesday, the 21st of March. After a restless night, kept awake by the thunder and his turbulent thoughts, at 5 a.m. Ross finally gave up trying to sleep. Sally had invited him back to her hotel for a nightcap after dinner, but he had declined. He was drawn more and more to her each time he saw her. He felt something with her that he had never felt with Imogen. He could not put a finger on what that was, a connection at some very deep level. Thoughts of Imogen went round and round in his mind. What was she doing here? What was her game? It didn't make sense that she was here. But at this moment, what did make sense? He reached over, grabbed his phone and peered at the display, hoping for a message from Imogen to explain what she was doing in L.A. But there was only one, and it was from Sally, sent at 11:30 p.m. last night. "Sleep tight, you saver of the world, you. Kiss, kiss." He texted back, "It's spelled savior. Kiss, kiss." The reply came straight back. Presumably, like him, she'd been having a sleepless night. Now, don't get too big-headed. Smiley face. Kiss, kiss. He grinned, his dark mood momentarily lightened. His eyes felt like they'd been rubbed with sandpaper. He picked up the remote, switched on the television and channel surfed. An old episode of ER, a documentary on the melting Arctic. Then a local news channel showing a blazing building with a mass of fire engines and emergency vehicles in front of it. Hosepipes, firefighters, a mediagenic newscaster clutching a radio mic. Working through the night on a blaze started by a lightning strike on the offices of the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner and Coroner. I have with me Mark Johnson, who has responsibility for the entire building. How is it looking? Johnson, a somber-looking, moustached man in a purple shirt, said, "It's looking pretty bad. The principal strike appears to have occurred directly above the room we call the crypt. It's where over 500 bodies awaiting autopsy were stored. It's too soon to assess the damage, but what I hear from the firefighters is that this whole part of the building has been pretty much destroyed." Ross sat up. For the next hour, he was glued to the television, surfing between stations for news updates. Then his phone rang. It was Sally. "Hey, have you seen the news?" she asked. "I'm watching it now." "Weird?" "You could say that." "It was good seeing you yesterday." "You too. Even though you fell asleep on me at the dinner table." "I did? Oh, shit, no, I'm sorry. I'll forgive you on one condition." "Which is?" "We have dinner again tonight." He smiled. He still hadn't totally figured her out, but he felt increasingly sure that she could be trusted. "I'll try to keep awake. I'll take it personally if you don't." Moments after he ended the call, his phone rang again. It was Imogen. Chapter 134, Tuesday the 21st of March. "What are you doing in L.A.? Ross asked his wife. "I can't talk about it on the phone. Could you meet me at 10 a.m. in the foyer of the Serena Hotel on Sunset?" Her voice had a steely tone. She sounded like a stranger. "Yes, but tell me what—" There was a click. She'd hung up. He called her back. It went to voicemail. He didn't leave a message. Instead, he lay in bed wondering just what was going on. What game was she playing? Then he switched his thoughts back to the events of last night. He opened the Voice Memos app and played the recording of his encounter with Mike Delaney, listening to the nuances in his voice, the sincerity. "It's written also in Matthew 24, the sun will be darkened, the moon will lose its brightness, the stars will fall from the sky, and the powers of heaven will be shaken. And then The sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven. Wishing he'd thought to pack his trainers so he could have used the hotel's gym, Ross got dressed in a t-shirt, jeans, boots, and his leather jacket and went out for a walk. The wind was even stronger than yesterday, and after the torrential rain that had come with the thunder, the air felt fresh. He made a random right turn into a quiet, tree-lined street and passed several swanky, secluded houses, then came across a small park. It was already busy with joggers and dog walkers at this hour, and he did 2 brisk circuits. Returning to his hotel, he ordered a room-service breakfast of a 3-egg omelette, sourdough toast, a bowl of berries and coffee, showered and shaved, and ordered a taxi to take him to the Serena Hotel, 15 minutes away, the concierge informed him, at 9:45 a.m. Chapter 135, Tuesday the 21st of March. It was coming up to 6 p.m, and Brother Pete cursed. He'd boarded the wrong train up from Sussex. He should have taken the Victoria train, but instead, as a helpful passenger had told him, he was going to a different station, London Bridge, unless he got off and changed. Spats of rain slid down the carriage window, and a cold draught blew on his face. They were travelling through a grey urban landscape. Everything was confusing right at this moment. He was feeling a deep depression. A while ago, his plan had seemed the right thing, but now he was experiencing doubts. His Bible sat on his lap, unopened, during the journey. He had intended not to return to Mount Athos, not for a while, anyhow. He wanted to see some more of the world and test his faith, to see if his faith drew him back. He needed to understand something deep within his soul. Was it his faith that kept him at the monastery, or just the way of life? A way of life which enabled him to be left alone by the world, which was all he had ever really wanted. It was something his cousin, Brother Angus, had told him. Angus said it had taken him over 40 years to understand his purpose in life, which was to serve the Lord alone, in solitude. Pete had helped carry his coffin earlier this afternoon into the peaceful, simple graveyard with the rows of plain wooden crosses. He felt sad for the old man, but happy for him too, because unlike so many people, Angus seemed to have found peace and contentment in his simple life. But now, as Pete sat on a seat in the train carriage, clutching the bag to his side, he was uncertain about what he should do. Inside the bag was the package the prior had handed him for safekeeping, items that Angus was anxious should be kept safe for eternity. On Mount Athos, they would be safe. Inside his heart he was riddled with doubts. If he returned to Athos, he might never be allowed to leave again. There was no way off the peninsula other than by boat, and only the abbot could give you a ticket for it. A drained-looking woman sat opposite him with a bawling baby, snot running from its nose, a little scrap of humanity. Next to him was a hunched youth playing music through his headset far too loud. Pete could hear the constant, irritating tss as the gormless-looking creature nodded his head to the beat. An elderly couple sat across the aisle in the facing seats. Both stared ahead, not out of the window, not at anything. The man held a walking stick in his bony hand. The woman was plump, with overlapping chins. "I'm bored," the man. "I'm bored too," the woman replied. "How much longer?" he asked. "Dunno," she replied. The train was pulling into a station. Brother Pete saw a sign saying East Croydon, the station where he could change trains to Victoria. He stood up as the train halted and stepped out through the doors, relieved to be away from the claustrophobic environment. Back at Mount Athos, he had space. He didn't have to look at babies with runny noses or endure someone else's ghastly music. He was missing the solitude, he realized, for the first time since he had left. Navigating his way around the maze of platforms through pelting rain, he eventually found the correct one for Victoria. An electronic sign indicated the next train would be along in 14 minutes. He sat on an empty bench beneath a shelter, took his Bible out of his bag and began to read. Moments later, it seemed, he sensed a group of people around him, crowding in on him.
He smelled alcohol and cigarette smoke. A jeering voice said, "What you fucking reading then? That the Quran?" He looked up. There were 4 youths, all tattooed, 2 of them with shaven heads, one with a Mohican, one with nose and lip rings and spiky green hair. They were dressed in hoodies, tracksuit bottoms and trainers, and were all holding beer cans. 3 of them were smoking. "It's the Bible," he said politely. "Yeah?" said one. He nodded. The train was coming in. He put the book back in his bag and stood up. They were all looking at him with a kind of dumb hatred in their eyes. Ignoring them, he walked across and entered the train into an empty carriage. The youths, to his relief, got on further along, a different carriage. He settled into a seat, feeling shaken by the encounter. Why did there have to be such hostility in the world? Perhaps it was the way that God tested all of us, the way he'd put the anger into his own heart, Pete knew. Anger which sometimes flared up uncontrollably. Moments after the train pulled out, rain blew in through the open top of the window beside him. He was about to stand up and close it when he heard a door open and shut behind him. Smelled cigarette smoke again. Then a voice. "You a fucking terrorist or what?" He looked up, and to his dismay the 4 yobs stood in the aisle. One held a cigarette between his finger and thumb and sucked on it. "It's no smoking in here," Brother Pete said before he could help himself, a flash of that uncontrollable anger rising again. "It's no Muslims in here either, mate," said the Mohican. "I'm not a Muslim." "What are you then, with that face fungus in your black dressing gown?" "I'm a Greek Orthodox monk," he replied, and gave them a smile, hoping that might placate them. "Yeah? How do we know you're not an effing terrorist, then? You carrying a bomb inside that bag?" "I'm a monk." "All right, then, show us." The one with the green hair lunged at the bag. Pete swung his left arm defensively, sending him flying. Then he grabbed the bag by the handles and swung it at them, screaming, "Leave me alone! I'm a monk! I'm not a terrorist!" He swung it again, wildly, missing all of them and striking the window beside him. The 4 of them looked at him. "You're bloody mental," the Mohican said. The one with the green spiky hair punched him on the nose. His eyes watering with the pain, he saw blurrily the youth grab the bag and shove it through the open-top part of the window. "No!" Brother Pete screamed. "No! No! No!" "At least we're all fucking safe on this train now. We've chucked the bomb away." Roaring with laughter, they walked off down the aisle. Pete stood, trying to look out of the window, wind and rain hammering his face, tears streaming from his eyes as the train continued accelerating. Chapter 136. Tuesday, the 21st of March. At a few minutes to 10, the taxi turned into the imposing driveway of the Serena Hotel. Of course, Ross thought slightly angrily, wondering how much this was costing a night. Imogen wouldn't be staying in a cheap dump, would she? One moment she was lecturing him on their need to conserve and save money for when she stopped working to have the baby and they would be reliant on his income alone. The next, she was flying to Los Angeles and lodging it in one of the city's swankiest hotels. The taxi drove for several hundred yards up a curving, palm-lined driveway and arrived outside the columned front of the hotel, teeming with liveried staff and lined with top-of-the-range limousines, sports cars and SUVs. Someone young, handsome, and obsequiously friendly opened his door. "Welcome to the Serena, sir." Ross paid and tipped the driver, then headed towards the front entrance, passing bronze statues of past Hollywood icons. He recognized John Wayne seated on a bench, Marilyn Monroe, cigarette in hand, laughing. Rock Hudson, leaning against a wall, gave him a wry smile. The doors parted automatically, and he entered a cavernous, white, scented atrium. Dominating it was a huge circular pond with a fountain sculpted out of 3 gold angels rising from the middle. Groups of armchairs and sofas were dotted along the water's edge. As he stood looking around, he saw Imogen walking towards him, dressed in a smart 2-piece, as if for a business meeting. She was flanked by 2 suited middle-aged men, neither of them particularly good-looking. One was of medium height, with sleek silver hair, a trim figure, and a hawk-like face bearing a smug smile. The other was tall and thin, with red-framed glasses that would have suited an art student, but just made him look a twat, Ross thought. He recognized them now from their company website. If evil had a smell, these men would reek, he thought. As if by an invisible military command, they stopped, and Imogen continued the last few paces towards him alone. The nearer she came, unsmiling, the more of a stranger she was to him. "Hello, Ross," she said, stopping well clear of his personal space. His natural instinct was to step forward, embrace and kiss her, but her body language stopped him. It was like a barrier. "What are you doing here, Imo? Not taking my calls? Do you want to tell me what's going on? I've been going out of my wits." "Oh, right, and I haven't? These past weeks, since you decided to put us both at risk?" "I'm doing my job." "People do jobs to earn money, Ross," she retorted. "Who are your flunkies?" He nodded to the men behind her. "You're getting very flash, flying to LA, staying here, hiring bodyguards. They're not bodyguards. They're paying for everything. And they're offering us a lot of money, far more than the newspaper will ever pay you for the article." Lowering his voice so only Imogen could hear, he said, "Really? Are these the shitbags who tried to have me killed in Egypt?" "No, you're mistaken. They didn't want to kill you. They wanted what you had, but they are now offering a very good deal, far better than the Vatican. Can we go somewhere quiet to talk?" "Is quiet here?" He stared at her, wondering, "Do I know you anymore?" "Let's go and sit down, at least." Joined by the two men, she headed over to a couple of sofas and armchairs grouped around a coffee table, close to the water and far enough from the next seating area not to be overheard. "Ross," Imogen said, "this is Ainsley Blore and Julius Helmsley." He reluctantly shook hands with the hawk-faced man first, then with the one with the stupid glasses, and they sat down. "Very nice to meet you, Ross," said Blore. His voice sounded sharp, overly friendly, and completely insincere. "Can we get you some tea or coffee?" "An Americano with hot milk." Blore clicked his finger in the air, and a server in a beige jacket hurried over. "Would you like anything to eat?" Blore asked. "Have you had breakfast?" "I'm fine." They gave their orders to the server. Then Ross said, "Do you gentlemen have business cards, please?" "Of course." Blore fished out a fancy silver holder and handed one to him. "Kerr Klug." "That's right." Blore gave him the kind of smile a teacher gives a small child. "You're the chief executive?" "I am, and Julius is our chief operating officer." Ross said nothing. Imogen was looking at him anxiously. "Perhaps your wife has explained why we are all here?" "No, I have no idea." "Ah, right," Blore continued in his patronizing tone. "We understand you came here to Los Angeles to meet a gentleman called Mike Delaney, who, according to records you've managed to obtain, might well be Jesus Christ back on Earth, however improbable that sounds." "Understand from whom?" "From your wife," Blore said disarmingly. "Yes, so we are pretty much up to speed, Mr. Hunter," Julius Helmsley chipped in. Ross frowned at Imogen, then at each of the two men. "Is that right? You're aware that he was killed last night by a hit-and-run driver? Nothing to do with you?" "Ross," Imogen said crossly. "To do with us?" Blore said, still humouring the small child. "We came here in the hope of meeting Mr. Delaney, not to kill him. Kerr Klug is a very well-respected public company, as I'm sure you know. Killing people is not our thing." "Except for me in Egypt and poor people in Africa," Ross quizzed. "I beg your pardon," Helmsley said, affronted. "Your company has been criticised on several occasions for selling out-of-date drugs to the African continent," he said, ignoring his wife's glare. "Mr. Hunter," Helmsley said, "there is a wide safety margin on the date stamping of all our pharmaceutical products. They may be out of date for the retailers we supply within Europe and the United States, but they are all still sound products. If it helps poorer countries by selling them cheaply, that's got to be a good thing, surely." "You're making yourself sound like a saint, Mr. Helmsley," Ross said. "Well, I do think people like to demonize the pharmaceutical industry." "Really? I can't think why." "Ross!" Imogen hissed. "Look, Mr. Hunter," Blore said, "I won't beat about the bush. We would like what we believe you have, and we are prepared to pay handsomely for it." "What you believe I have?" "You've bugged my house, haven't you? You know what I have." Blore reddened slightly. "Since you had your people graffiti it, right, under the guise of religious fanatics. Very clever of you." Blore said nothing. "Did your people kill poor Harry Cook and his solicitor?" "There are a lot of people after what you have, Ross. Not just us." "Really?" "I think you know that." "And as ruthless as you lot? People willing to shoot at me in Egypt? To try to drown me in a well?" "High stakes have always carried high risks," Blore said cynically. "Sometimes people have to pay the ultimate price. That's how the world rolls and always has done. You have something that could change the world. A vial of fluid that very probably contains Jesus Christ's original DNA, obtained from crushing a tooth. Imagine that in the wrong hands." Ross looked at Imogen, totally gobsmacked. "You told these people about the vial? These slime balls?" "They're not slime balls, Ross. These are good people doing good research, doing good for the world." "Really?" He looked, seething, at both men as their drinks arrived, along with the plate of tiny biscuits. As the server walked away, he said, "Can you tell me, gentlemen, why Jesus Christ's DNA is so important to you? I know you are major players in the genetics field. Are you planning to start cloning him? Or are you worried, Mr. Blore, that someone else might, and you'll have hordes of miracle workers wandering around healing people and putting you out of business?" "I'm an atheist, Ross," Blore smiled. "It is very simple. We are, as you correctly say, a major player in genetics research. I don't believe in Jesus Christ being the Son of God or being a healer or any of that claptrap, but there are over 2 billion practicing Christians in the world, many of whom buy my company's products. This is about marketing, pure and simple." "What?" Ross said. "I don't follow." Blore had his condescending expression again. "Very simply, Mr. Hunter, you are a consumer, and you have a choice of products. If you were a Christian believer, shopping for headache tablets or a cold remedy, which product are you going to choose, assuming the same price? The one manufactured by a company you know nothing about, or the one that has Jesus Christ's DNA?" Ross was silent for some moments, absorbing this. Finally, he shook his head. "That is so unbelievably cynical." Blore continued, smiling at him. "It's called business, Mr. Hunter." Ross turned to his wife. "What did they offer to pay you, Judas? Imogen, 30 pieces of silver." "Ross," Imogen said, "they are offering to pay off our mortgage, all our debts, and more." "We are prepared to make you a very generous offer," Helmsley said. Ross looked at his wife. "I don't believe this. I have a chance to do something for mankind, and you're prepared to sell me out. First Silvestri, and now you bring these scumbags all the way here." "Yes, Ross, okay? I'm not doing it for the rest of the world. I'm doing it for us." "You're meant to be a Christian believer, Imogen." "Yeah, well, maybe I put practical considerations above my faith sometimes." Ross looked at the men. "What kind of money are you talking?" "Before we enter detailed negotiations, we need to be completely sure of the provenance, Mr. Hunter," Helmsley said. Ross pulled his wallet out of his breast pocket and held it up. "Provenance?" Blore and Helmsley's eyes lit up. He dug into the lining and tore it open. Then he tugged out the tiny vial with an ATGC forensics label around it and held it up. "You're asking for provenance for this?" He registered alarm in Imogen's eyes. "That's correct, Mr. Hunter," Helmsley said. "We would need to satisfy our board." But surely your board are already aware of the provenance. I don't understand, Helmsley replied. Really? You're telling me they don't know of its provenance? You tried to have me killed when I went to Egypt to get it. That's outrageous, Blore protested. You know it's the truth, gentlemen. He stared at the vial. And you know something? This little thing here really does seem to be the cause of a lot of problems. Ross, Imogen cautioned. Holding the tiny vial in his left hand, he twisted off the stopper with his right hand, stood up and strode to the water's edge. No! Shrieked Blore so loudly people were turning round. Mr. Hunter, Helmsley called out imploringly. Ross, don't! Imogen commanded. He threw the vial as hard as he could towards the fountain. As it flew through the air, droplets fell from it. A moment later, the vial was gone from view, below the surface. Then he turned to the shocked faces of the two pharmaceutical executives. Quick, gentlemen, grab a bucket each. I'm giving you a gift. Holy water, totally free. Chapter 137, Tuesday, the 21st of March. You okay? Sally, seated beside him on the plane, looked pale. She nodded. Yeah, thanks. It's just this is the bit I don't like, the takeoff and the landing. I prefer landing to the alternative. Don't! They had taxied out onto the runway and were now in a queue. The strengthening gale was battering the plane and they could feel it shaking. Ross glanced at his watch. It was 6:20 p.m. They were due into London Heathrow at lunchtime, UK time, tomorrow. How strong does the wind need to be before planes can't fly, Ross? She asked. It would have to be pretty bad. These things have hooks in the sky. That's too bad. I was sort of hoping the flight might be cancelled, and we get deplaned and have another evening in LA. He studied her expression for some moments as the engines roared and the plane shuddered even more. I'm going to ask you a question, and I want you to answer me honestly, okay? She grinned. I'll try. Did you actually need to make this trip out here, or was that bullshit? Am I that transparent or shallow? Neither, but I have a sneaking suspicion you might just be a tad devious. Mr. Ross Hunter, she said with feigned indignation. Is that something you should say to a lady? I'm a reporter. It's my job to ask questions, just like it's your job, too. Well, okay, I'll come clean. This trip was on my own dollar. You intrigue me. This mission you're on fascinates me. I wanted to be here to see what you found and hopefully to give you support. The plane began to move. As it did, she gripped his hand hard, her nails digging in, and closed her eyes. It accelerated down the runway, picking up more and more speed, the wheels bumping beneath them, the wind shaking them more and more. Still on the runway, faster and faster, bumping, bumping. Ross began to feel anxious too. Shit, were they ever going to lift off? Then, suddenly, they were in the air, and the bumping became worse. Her nails dug in even harder. They were climbing, buffeted, jolting, yawing. A massive bang right behind startled them both. Then they calmed down. It was just stuff crashing around in the rear galley. Through the window by Sally, Ross could see the lights of the city below them. Then wisps of cloud. Suddenly, the lights were gone. They were climbing steeply, bumping, bumping. You can open your eyes now. She looked at him, still deathly pale, and gave a faint smile of relief. Thank you, he said. For what? For being honest with me. Always. Chapter 138, Tuesday the 21st of March. 2 hours after Ross and Sally's flight had taken off from LAX, the Gulf Stream, taking Ainsley Blore and Julius Helmsley back to the UK, taxied along the runway of Santa Monica Airport a few miles to the north. The small jet was shaking in the wind, which had continued strengthening throughout the evening. Both men were in furious moods. The pilot had tried to dissuade them from flying tonight because of the weather conditions, but Blore was in no mood to be told what to do. Strapped in his seat, he drained his second glass of champagne and for the third or fourth time asked, Just tell me, Julius, how did that little shit, Hunter, know it was us in Egypt? I don't know. I've told you, Ainsley, I don't know. Someone enabled him to make the connection. Someone must have bloody told him. I've already asked the pilots. Both the pilot and co-pilot of the Gulfstream had been in the helicopter in Egypt, along with a local Luxor pilot to help navigate. Blore stared out of the window. He could barely see the runway lights. It looked like mist swirling past. The senior pilot's voice crackled over the intercom. "Sandstorm's coming in, gentlemen. It will be a very uncomfortable ride. My advice is to abort, and we'll see how the weather's looking in the morning." Blore grabbed the microphone in his armrest and switched it on. "Just go, okay? Go now. Beat the bloody storm. You said we could get ahead of it if we went now." "Okay, you're the boss. It's going to be bumpy. It'll be even bumpier for you if we don't go. Your dollar, your call." The engines roared and the plane accelerated rapidly. "Are you sure about this, Ainsley?" Helmsley said nervously. "This guy's flown like 110 missions in Iraq. They have proper sandstorms there. He knows what to do. This is a cakewalk for him." Moments later, as the plane lifted off, it shook violently, sideways, then plummeted. Helmsley screamed. It gained height again, plummeted again. Blore blanched. Then it was as if the two of them were inside a cocktail shaker. The plane rose almost vertically, then plunged just as vertically for several seconds before leveling out. Then it felt like it was being thrown sideways, spinning. "Jesus!" Blore yelled. Helmsley vomited. Chapter 139, Wednesday the 22nd of March. The pilot's voice came through the intercom, waking Ross from his light, uncomfortable sleep in his cramped seat. Sally was still asleep, her face inches from his, pressed against a small pillow. He could hear the clattering of a trolley and could smell hot food. "Well, I'm sorry you've had such a bumpy night, everyone, but the good news is the tailwind has given us a useful push, and we are going to be arriving at Heathrow almost an hour ahead of schedule. The weather in London is a mild 14 degrees centigrade, and it's a sunny day. I'll give you a further update in a while." Sally opened her eyes and smiled at him. "Did you get some sleep?" he asked. "Yeah, the kind you might get lying on a busy trampoline." He smiled, and before he realized what he was doing, kissed her lightly on the forehead. She fixed her eyes on his, clear, deep blue, trusting eyes, smiling eyes. She yawned. "So, see you again sometime?" "Soon, I hope." "Me too," she said. "Make it very soon." Later, as Ross drove out of the long-term car park at Heathrow, he was thinking through everything that had happened in the past 2 days, and already missing Sally's company. She was under his skin. He needed to put her out of his mind, focus on finishing his piece for the Sunday Times, and somehow find a way forward with Imogen. Anger rose inside him. What a bitch. He didn't understand her, didn't understand where she was coming from. She'd talked about the danger they were in, distressed, petrified, then suddenly it had become all about the money. Fair dues, she had a point. Maybe she'd been right and he was the one who was being stupid, stubborn, unrealistic. Was it unrealistic to try to do something towards pulling the world back from the brink? Or was he massively deluded? Had he thrown away the chance to make some serious money out of this whole thing? It was still an option. Brother Angus had the backup, both the chalice and the vial of DNA. He could recover the situation if he so decided. The news came on the radio. Freak storms were battering the west coast of the USA, with Southern California being the worst hit. Los Angeles LAX airport had been closed. They were lucky to have got out in time. Maybe, he thought, the gods were angry at Mike Delaney's death, or rather, God. His phone pinged with an incoming text. A few minutes later, it pinged again. He ignored it. Imogen was always chiding him for looking at texts whilst driving, and a couple of months ago he'd written a piece about fatal road accidents caused by drivers doing just that. A Sussex police traffic officer had told him about 2 recent separate fatals he had attended in which the drivers, one a female, the other a male, had veered inexplicably across the road into the path of oncoming lorries. It was later that the collision investigation experts had discovered texts from each of the deceased's phones had been sent at the corresponding time of impact. Finally, shortly after 2:30 p.m., tired and hungry and very badly in need of coffee, he turned into his empty driveway. He switched off the engine and looked at his messages. The first was from Sally. "Hey, you. I'm sorry if I come across a bit stalkerish. I do really like you, but I totally get you're a married man, and I wouldn't want to do anything to compromise you. Been there, done that, still wearing the scars. So, bestest friends, good luck with the article. Tell me when it'll be pubbed, and cannot wait to read. Kiss, kiss, kiss." He smiled wistfully, then tapped out a reply. "Safe home, my new bestest friend. Kiss, kiss, kiss." Then he looked at the next text. It was from Imogen, and it was long. "Ross, I'm not sure where you are. I don't know if you heard, but Blore and Helmsley were killed last night. Their jet went down. It's all over the news here. I'm staying in America for a few days, going to visit an old girlfriend. I couldn't tell you when I saw you yesterday. Sadly, I've lost the baby. This is not easy to write, but I'm afraid I've also lost you, or rather, we've lost each other. I just don't know who you are anymore. You love your work more than you will ever love me. I think it's better if we separate. I'm sure this won't be a surprise to you. I'm sorry, and I hope this bland text isn't too hurtful. I did love you for a long time, I really did. And I know you loved me too. Kiss." As he sat reading it through again, his emotions were in turmoil, and he was fighting back tears. He'd lost his baby, and his wife. Was it this story that had driven them apart, or was it just the final nail in a crumbling relationship? He was convinced she'd been having an affair. Had the baby even been his? He texted back. "Is there someone else?" A reply came back almost instantly. "Does it matter?" Life sure was full of surprises, he reflected cynically. His phone rang, interrupting his thoughts. He answered it, blinking back tears, and heard a Brummie accent. "Mr. Hunter?" "Speaking." "It's DCI Star from Birmingham Major Crime Unit." "Yes, hello. Is this a convenient time to speak?" Hesitantly, he said, "Yes, sure." "Well, just a couple of things to report, sir. The coroner has released Dr. Cook's body, and the funeral is scheduled for this coming Friday. I was wondering if you might be attending. I've just literally flown in from the US. I'll have a look at my diary, but I think I'm free. I was wondering, sir, if you do plan to attend, whether I might get a more formal statement from you while you are up in the area. Of course, I'll check my diary and get back to you." Starr gave him the best number to contact him on and thanked him. Ross climbed out of the car, grabbed his suitcase and laptop bag from the boot, then walked to the house. He was too tired to look around to see if he was being watched, and beyond caring. Chapter 140, Friday the 24th of March. Ross drove round Spaghetti Junction, finding it hard to believe it was only 10 days ago that he had last been here on this same nightmare of a road. And somehow it didn't seem appropriate for a funeral that it should be such a fine, sunny day. As if echoing his thoughts, Sally, seated beside him in the Audi, said, "I thought the weather was meant to be horrible for funerals. All the ones I've been to, it's been drizzling and windy." "Me too." "What time's your appointment with the detective tomorrow?" 11:30. "Good," she said approvingly. "I deliberately didn't make it too early." She cocked her head at him. "Now, why might that be?" "Well, it's a lovely country house hotel. I thought we might want to use the facilities." "Maybe." She continued looking at him, smiling. Turning her focus back to the navigation app on her phone, she read out directions through a tricky series of junctions. When she was confident they were on the right road, she said, "You know, I've been thinking about what you did, throwing the contents of the vial into the fountain. There's something—" Her voice tailed off. "Something?" he prompted. "I can't explain it, well, at the moment anyway, but I think you did the right thing." "Maybe," he nodded. "I know where the backup is, if I ever change my mind." He reflected for a moment, feeling a deep twinge of sadness that he had not known about Angus's death until his return from Los Angeles. He would have liked to have attended his funeral if he would have been permitted. "Personally, I hope you don't change your mind. Just my gut feeling that there's something very dangerous about it," she said, falling into the wrong hands, as it would have done with Kirkluge. She put her hand on his arm and gave a gentle squeeze. "How are you feeling?" He thought before answering. Since getting Imogen's text, he had been through a whole gamut of emotions. It had been a shock, and yet he couldn't explain why, but ever since she told him she was pregnant, he'd harboured doubts that he was the father. He should have felt sad, perhaps even devastated, that she had lost the baby, but he didn't. All he really felt now, however wrong that might be, was a sense of relief. In truth, he was feeling more comfortable than he could remember. Sally looked even more lovely, all in black. It felt as if she had always sat in the seat beside him, that she belonged there. He knew he should be feeling guilt about Imogen, but he felt none. Zero. He was feeling strangely liberated, in a way he could not rationalize. "It's just great you came with me," he said. "I kind of like travelling with you, Mr. Hunter. Not many people can turn going to a funeral into an adventure. I never met him, but I feel as if I know Harry Cook quite well. I guess I owe him a lot. And maybe not only you? The whole world? We'll find out on Sunday. They're definitely running it then. My editor loves it. She originally asked me to cut the story down to fit a 2-page spread. Then she said her boss liked it so much he wanted to extend it to 3, maybe 4 pages. Brimming with delight, she said, "That's amazing, and what you deserve." "Yeah, but I'm not getting too excited in case a bigger news story comes along. I've been there before." "Like, what could be bigger?" "A major air disaster, the president of the US getting assassinated, a member of the royal family dying." "What happens then?" "Well, if I'm lucky, the story gets bumped for a week. If I'm unlucky, as I told you before, it gets cut to a few column inches. And if I'm really unlucky, it gets spiked." "Meaning?" "It's history. That cannot happen, Ross. Welcome to the wonderful world of journalism. You're going to cause a global sensation with this story, I know it. I believe in you." She leaned over and kissed him on the cheek. Chapter 141, Friday the 24th of March. 40 minutes later, they arrived at the attractive Norman village church, just a few miles from where Ross had come a month ago to see Harry Cook, and found him dead. There were a few cars outside, and Ross parked behind them. He pulled his black tie from his pocket, and, with the help of his courtesy mirror, at the third attempt finally got the knot in the right position. It was 11:40 a.m. They climbed out of the Audi into the unseasonably warm day. The sun beat down hard as they headed towards the church, Ross feeling awkward in his navy suit. He was always much more comfortable in casual clothes. They took the order of service sheets handed to them as they entered, walked a short distance down the aisle, then sat behind the small group of mostly elderly people in the church. A middle-aged couple with 2 teenage children, a boy and a girl, sat in the front row. He looked at the service sheet and saw on the front a photograph of a much, much younger Harry Cook than he had met. He was in his early 20s, if that, in RAF uniform, with a bristling moustache and a very proud smile. The service was officiated by a robed vicar with a white Santa Claus beard, who had clearly known Cook well. He described him as a dedicated family man, devastated by the death of his son, who was killed in action in Afghanistan, and who had struggled to come to terms with the recent death of his beloved wife, Doreen. He doted on his niece, Angela, and her 2 children, Alice and Robert. A much-respected university professor, he displayed endless patience in conveying his love and passion for the history of art to his students over many years. "All of you who knew Harry," the vicar said, "will have experienced both his sincerity and his humour. Some years ago he was asked by a newspaper what he had learned about the evolution of human nature as studied through the eyes of an art historian. He told me how he had responded. 'Don,' he said to me, 'let me tell you the one thing I've learned. Buy shares in food and ammunition. People are always going to have to eat, and they're always going to kill each other.'
There was a nervous titter of laughter. I told him that as vicar I didn't have the spare cash for gambling on the stock market, but that I would remember his advice. He was analytical, and he was passionate about the things he believed in. Most of all, he cared about this world of ours. His passing robs us of a fine man, but now he will be reunited in heaven with his beloved Doreen and his son. There were Bible readings from his nephews, and his niece read a poem. Finally, they filed outside into the cloudless sky. Ross and Sally, feeling almost intruders, followed the group across the graveyard, keeping well to the rear. It was an idyllic setting, Ross thought. Beyond the walled graveyard were gentle hills dotted with sheep. They could hear the chorus of bleating. The vicar began the committal. I am the resurrection and the life, says the Lord. Suddenly, it felt as if the sun had clouded over. Ross looked up. There were no clouds, just endless blue sky. Those who believe in me, even though they die, will live, and everyone who lives and believes in me will never die, intoned the vicar. The sky was darkening. In the space of a few seconds, its colour went from brilliant cobalt blue to navy. Ross looked up again, frowning. I am convinced that neither death, nor life, nor angels, nor rulers, nor things present, nor things to come, nor powers, nor height, nor depth, nor anything else in all creation will be able to separate us from the love of God in Christ Jesus our Lord. It was as if night was falling. Several people were now looking upwards, puzzled. The sky was growing darker still. A flock of starlings flew down, descending on the church roof to roost. Ross and Sally looked at each other, puzzled. It felt like a total eclipse of the sun was happening. Ross had only ever seen one total eclipse, watching in fascination through protective lenses as the moon had slid in front of the sun. But he could see the dim disk of the moon now, a long way from the increasingly faint glow that was the sun. What's happening? Sally whispered. Is there an eclipse today? The vicar's voice was faltering, and he kept looking upwards distractedly. Since we believe that Jesus died and rose again, even so, through Jesus, God will bring with him those who have died. So we will be with the Lord forever. Therefore, encourage one another with these words. It was now almost pitch dark. For as much as it hath pleased Almighty God of his great mercy to call unto himself the soul of our dear brother Harry here departed, we therefore commit his body. Then, as if a huge switch had been pulled in the sky, a brilliant, iridescent rainbow appeared above them in the stark blackness. But something was different about it, Ross thought. The vicar fell silent. There was a complete hush. Everyone was staring upwards at the rainbow. It spanned the entire void above them, each end touching a shimmering, far and ghostly horizon. And as Ross looked, he remembered the rhyme he had learned at school for getting all the colours of the rainbow in their correct order, the only possible order, the order in which the colours of every rainbow since time began had appeared. Richard of York gave battle in vain. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. The colours of this rainbow were the wrong way round. They were inverted. Violet, indigo, blue, green, yellow, orange, red. Mike Delaney's words in the bar in Los Angeles came back to him. The sun will be darkened, the moon will lose its brightness, the stars will fall from the sky, and the powers of heaven will be shaken. And then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven. Was this the sign? Chapter 142. Friday the 24th of March.
Big Tony sat back in his yellow-cushioned window seat, smoking a cigar, drinking whiskey, and soaking up the sunlight pouring in through the window behind him. He'd been drinking more than usual this week since arriving back from Los Angeles. Big fuck-up, Los Angeles. Big fuck-up, Tony. He was feeling a little drunk. Never normally touched the stuff until 6 p.m. Never had, except perhaps that day he was finally released from jail. He went a bit crazy that day. Anyone would after that long in the big house. Outside, it felt like the sun had clouded over, but he barely noticed. He was thinking about last Monday, trying to fathom it out. Either he was losing the plot, or the crazy old guy on the sidewalk had moved too fast, faster than any athlete could have sprinted. And he never pushed Ross Hunter. He never got that close to him. He was still yards away when Hunter catapulted sideways. Then the old man had been right in front of him, lit up bright by the headlights, no chance to avoid him. He could still see the white of the man's eyes now, his whole face. He showed no fear. He was smiling, like someone crazy, like someone who wanted to die, was ready to die, sacrificing himself. It spooked the hell out of Tony. He had kept going for 20 blocks before he parked up, changed the plates and changed vehicles into the one waiting. He then drove 4 hours to Vegas to catch up with the pal who had arranged the vehicles and played in a poker game with him through the night. He'd lost heavily, too distracted to concentrate. Dusk was falling. The room was growing dark. What? He looked at his watch. 1:25 p.m. Had the thing stopped? He shook it, then looked at the clock on his DVD player. 13:25. He looked out of the window. Winking lights of a helicopter descending, passing his window level now. It was pitch dark. Dark as night. He looked up. What the... He jumped to his feet, went over to the French windows, opened them and stepped out onto the balcony, and could not believe his eyes. How much had he drunk? He stared at the rainbow spanning the ink-black sky. And something was odd about the rainbow. It took a moment to figure it out. The colours were the wrong way round, back to front. Violet, indigo, blue, green, yellow, orange, red. He continued staring, half in awe, half in dark, undefined terror. What the heck was going on? Was this an alien invasion, the start of the end of the world? He picked up his cell phone and went down to the concierge, asking him if he knew what was happening. The Frenchman didn't. He was equally mystified. Big Tony took the elevator back up to his apartment. He entered and hurried across through the open French windows, back out onto the balcony. Above him and below him, he could see other people out on their balconies too, watching and photographing this phenomenon. Chapter 143. Friday the 24th of March. The door of Hassam Uddin's office on the first floor of his house flew open. Hassam! It was his wife, Amira, and her voice sounded urgent and alarmed. He was seated at his desk with his usual cup of coffee and cigarette smouldering in the ashtray. All morning he had been exchanging emails with a lady called Hilary Patel. It was a laborious process, his machine reading out each email one word at a time to him. Hilary was the team leader for faith engagement for the Government Department for Communities and Local Government. He wasn't actually sure what her title meant, but she was a delightful and hugely helpful lady. She was putting him in touch with a number of key faith leaders, helping him with a book he was writing, identifying the similarities between many of the world's religions and faiths. Hassam! Oh, my God! I wish you could see this! Amira said. Yes, my love. Tell me. Outside, it has gone dark, completely dark. But it is not even 12:30, like it is a total eclipse of the sun. People are all out in the street watching. Every car has stopped. All the drivers are out watching. People are taking photographs with their phones, cameras, tablets. Uddin tapped the phone he wore on his wrist, which spoke the time to him. 12:27, it announced. Up in the sky, Hassam, she said. There is a rainbow shining across the entire sky. Very quietly, he replied. I'm seeing it too, my love, inside my head. But tell me, am I right, that the colours
are all wrong. Chapter 144. Friday the 24th of March. Brother Pete's return to Mount Athos had not been easy. God had tested him, he knew, tested his faith. For 2 days he had frantically searched the railway line north of East Croydon looking for his bag. He finally found it, nestling sodden among weeds in a ditch, sodden and empty. It had contained everything. His meagre savings, which he had brought with him as part of his plan to start a new life in England, and his passport, and the precious items he had been entrusted with by Angus. All gone. He had fallen to his knees in despair and did the only thing he knew, which was to pray for help. Then, as he had grown increasingly desperate, hitchhiking at the roadside, God had answered his prayers. Wet, cold, thirsty and hungry, he had found a saviour who had driven him to the Greek embassy in London. Now, finally, at 2:25 p.m., he was on the ferry from Thessaloniki back to Athos. Moments earlier, it had been a fine sunny day, but now the sky was darkening strangely, ominously. Could it be an eclipse? Within minutes it was like night-time. A rainbow, its colours inverted, appeared in the sky above him, radiating light, radiating warmth, radiating love. A sign. Like all the other monks and the pilgrims around him on the open deck, he fell to his knees. Chapter 145. Friday the 24th of March. Ainsley's bloody monkeys, Cilla Blore thought. Shortly after 1 p.m., as the strangely coloured arc faded in the returning sunlight and lightening sky, it sounded like there was bedlam in the cages. Grief-stricken and still in shock following the phone call from Los Angeles informing her that her husband's jet had crashed shortly after takeoff, she had barely left the house all week. Both their children had come home, their 19-year-old daughter, Lucy, who had been backpacking in Europe in her gap year, and their son, Jake, who was reading biology at Oxford. The two of them had gone out earlier today to the American embassy to discuss the return of the remains of their father, once his body had been released by the Los Angeles coroner. Cilla had been too distraught to go. Had Lucy and Jake both seen it, she wondered? The extraordinary, unpredicted eclipse, or whatever phenomenon it was, and that incredible coloured arc in the sky. She had not yet phoned them. The screeching became louder. "Shut up, monkeys, for heaven's sake!" It sounded like they were killing each other. The most terrible sounds. Where was Frank, their head gardener? Why wasn't he dealing with them? She still had not bathed or dressed yet today. She left the house, aware she looked a mess and beyond caring, and walked in her velvet slippers and housecoat across the damp grass towards the orangery. The screeching was even louder as she neared it. Just as soon as the funeral was over, she had decided, she would get rid of the lot of them, send them to a zoo or to some monkey sanctuary or whatever organisation would be happy to have 6 noisy monkeys with poor typing skills. She opened the door of the pretty Victorian red brick orangery and stepped inside, trying to breathe in as little as possible of the smell. The screeching was piercing her ears. She passed the first 5 cages. To her surprise, each occupant was subdued. One, Jefferson, cupped a peanut in his little hands and eyed her disinterestedly. The next, Gwendolen, where had her husband got these ridiculous names from, was sitting on a perch high up, looking slightly traumatized, her laptop almost buried in excrement. It was Boris at the far end who was making all the noise. He was leaping around his cage almost dementedly from perch to floor, to the desk on which his computer lay, to the cage bars, shaking them, screeching, screeching, screeching. When he saw her, he opened his tiny jaws, baring his teeth, screeched again, then leapt a seemingly impossibly high jump, up to the perch 10 foot in the air. "What is it, Boris?" she said. He screeched again, jumped down on the desk, bounded onto the keypad, then leapt back up onto the high perch. He was trying to show her something, she understood. Then she noticed that a sheet of the perpetual paper feed that was sticking out of the printer had typing on it.
She entered the cage warily and walked over to it, stared at it, looked up at Boris, then back at the single sheet of paper. She had to look again, twice, to make sure her eyes were not deceiving her. She peered up at the monkey and could have sworn he was grinning at her. On the sheet of A4 paper, in large letters, was typed in bold one word with an exclamation mark at the end. Rainbow. Chapter 146. Sunday the 26th of March. The media had been full of little else for the past 2 days. Astronomers and meteorologists were all pontificating. Some newspaper headlines were predicting Armageddon. Just what was it that had occurred at 12:25 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time and, simultaneously, in every time zone of the world? How could a rainbow occur in a sky in which there had been no rain? How could it occur in a pitch-dark night sky, and the colours inverted? Social media was agog with theories and speculations. Every channel on television carried interviews with eyewitnesses. Ross had seen 2 young backpackers standing outside Sydney Opera House, talking almost breathlessly about the extraordinary shimmering rainbow with its colours the wrong way round in the night sky. Something quite mystical about it, they were saying. He'd seen a shepherd on a remote plain of the Andes trying to describe what he had seen, an oil man at an Arctic drilling station confirming the phenomenon, a Japanese whaler crew, a soldier outside the Kremlin, people lying prostrate in St. Peter's Square in front of the Vatican, market traders in Iraq, an imam in Baghdad, a meteorologist in Hawaii saying that what he and his colleagues had witnessed was just not possible. Some kind of interference from an unpredicted galactic electrical storm was the best he could come up with. What was equally extraordinary was that not a single photograph or video image of the rainbow, out of all the millions taken around the world, appeared to have survived. In every instance, the image had either simply failed to record or had somehow subsequently been erased. It seemed that every scientist in the world, in China, Russia, the USA, Africa, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, Europe, Scandinavia, India, and elsewhere, was stumped. The world's faith leaders had put forward their own views. The Pope had declared it a miracle, a sign from God. The Archbishop of Canterbury was more circumspect. He had issued a press statement saying that something defying all our scientific knowledge had occurred. He called on scientists around the globe to come together to provide an explanation that was better than his own view, that it was divine intervention in our physical world. On Saturday, Ross had driven to Monmouth to tell his friend Benedict Carmichael the background he had to the phenomenon, and to remind Benedict of his earlier words about proof of God requiring something that defied the laws of physics of the universe. "Let's see what the scientists come up with," Carmichael had replied tactfully and a little too evasively for Ross's comfort. Lying in the spare room in Sally's comfortable flat, Ross barely slept all Saturday night in the hard single bed. He watched the clock ticking away the hours. 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m., 6:15 a.m. Newsagents opened early. How early? 6:30 a.m.? Then, when he next looked, it was 7:20 a.m. He slipped out of bed, narrowly missing stepping on Monty, who was asleep on the floor beside him, enjoying the white rug on the polished wood floor. Ross threw some water on his face, brushed his teeth, then, dressed in a T-shirt and tracksuit, pulled on his trainers and zipped his wallet into his pocket. The dog jumped up and whined. "Shh!" He heard Sally call out from her room. Opening her door a crack, he said, "Just going to get the papers." "Hurry back," she murmured. "Go back to sleep, I won't be long." He was anxious to get a copy of the Sunday Times, to see his story. He always looked forward to seeing his work in print, but never more so than today. He could not wait to see how much space they had given him, the 4 pages his editor's boss had indicated. That would be amazing. 3 flights of stairs down, he clipped on Monty's lead, checked he had a poop bag in his pocket and the keys, opened the front door and stepped out into the fresh morning air of the elegant Georgian Crescent in Bristol. It was nearly full light. He broke into a run, Monty loping happily beside him for a short distance. Then the dog stopped, yanking hard on the lead, wanting to sniff a lamp-post. "No," Ross said sternly. "Later." They ran on, down a hill, and came to a parade of shops. One, to his joy, was an open newsagent. Securing Monty to a hoop outside the shop, he went in and bought a copy of all the national Sunday papers that they had. The front-page splash of the Sunday Times was, of course, the story of Friday's mysterious, worldwide, total eclipse and freak rainbow. The world plunged into darkness. For added emphasis, the entire front page was black, with an artist's depiction of the rainbow across it. To the dog's dismay, Ross hurried straight back to Sally's flat. "Don't worry, boy, we'll go for a longer walk later, I promise." Monty gave him a look that, if he could have translated doggy language, would have said, "Yeah, right, whatever." When he arrived back, Sally was awake with the television in her bedroom switched on to Sky News, the sound muted. "Hi, gorgeous," she said. "Is it in?" "Just about to check." "Great. Let's watch the Andrew Marr show at 9. Let's see what he or his guests have to say. It's bound to be his big topic." Dumping all the papers on the round table in the dining area adjoining Sally's kitchen, he began to leaf through the pages of the Sunday Times. Page after page was full of the story of the darkness that engulfed the world on Friday, the shimmering, iridescent, shining, mysterious, inverted rainbow. Theories from scientists around the globe, from bewildered politicians. It wasn't until 23 pages in that he found his own story. It had been cut to just one short column. He stared at it, barely able to believe his eyes. According to our reporter, Ross Hunter, Mike Delaney, an elderly former magician and stage illusionist, predicted that God would give the world a sign as evidence of the second coming of Christ. Delaney, who claimed to be a messenger from Christ, hosted a primetime show on ABC television during the 1990s, Mickey Magic Man of Mystery. In 2014, Delaney was convicted of DUI. He was killed last week when he stepped in front of a vehicle in West Hollywood. Fuming, barely able to contain his anger and hurt, Ross carried the paper into the bedroom and showed Sally. "What?" she said after she'd read it. "What are they playing at? You have the greatest story, maybe of the last 2,000 years, and they print this? They can't do this to you." "They have, I told you," he said, feeling totally gutted as the reality sank in. Bloody newspapers. Then he had a thought. Had that man from MI5, Stuart Ivans, who had accosted him in the motorway cafe 2 weeks ago, had something to do with this? He'd never got back to him on his request to see his article before publication. He grabbed his phone and dialed his editor's number. She answered almost immediately. He hit the hands-free button so Sally could hear too. "Ross, hello. Sorry to call so early, Natalie. No, I'm up. What the hell's happened to my piece?" "What do you mean?" "You said I was getting 4 pages and probably the splash." "That's right, that's how I left it. Everyone was really excited about it. We're down in the country at the moment and the papers haven't arrived yet." "Did you or your editor get any interference from MI5? MI5? A man called Stuart Ivans? I've never heard of him, Ross." "Are you certain?" "Absolutely. Why, is there a problem?" "A problem? Actually, yes." A couple of minutes later, he hung up, leaving Natalie McCourt as mystified as he was. Turning to Sally, he said, "Something very, very strange is going on." "Maybe I know what it is," she replied. "You do?" "All the stuff that's happened to you. That dire warning you had from your bishop friend, that if someone had actual proof of God's existence, they would probably be murdered. Maybe Delaney intervened to protect you." He gave her a strange look. "I mean it, Ross. What's happened has now happened. It's out there. So you don't get the credit for it, but at least you're safe. Isn't that a pretty good trade-off?" He stared vacantly ahead, trying to take this in. "I guess at least I still have the DNA safe with the monk from Mount Athos," he said. "Maybe not now, but at some point when—" She touched him gently, interrupting him, nodding at the screen. The Andrew Marr show was starting. Grabbing the remote, she turned the sound up. The renowned television interrogator, with neat short hair, a dark grey suit and salmon-pink tie,
sat against a curved backdrop of the Thames, the London Eye, and the Houses of Parliament. In front of him, splayed out on a table, were all the national Sunday newspapers. "And the big story this week," Ma said, "is the extraordinary global eclipse of the sun on Friday, March the 24th, if indeed that's what it was. At 12:25 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time, in every time zone of the world where it was light, it went dark, and an inverted rainbow appeared. In those time zones where it was already dark, at the same moment, the same rainbow appeared. Millions, billions of people were outside in the streets witnessing the phenomenon. It has left astronomers, as well as meteorologists, totally caught on the hop and dumbfounded. What the world witnessed was not just an unpredicted total eclipse of the sun, but an impossible rainbow, at least impossible within the laws of physics as we currently know and understand them. I'll be joined in the studio by Dr. Susan Meyer, Professor of Meteorology from the University of Leeds, Professor Sir Quentin Furlinger, Astronomer Royal, and Colonel Jeff Hawke from the United States National Aeronautics and Space Administration. He went on to outline further guests on the show, including a folk band. Then the news came up. His mind in turmoil, Ross settled on the bed beside Sally, leafing through other sections of the Sunday Times just in case more of his story had been printed in a supplement. But he could find nothing. After the news, Andrew Marr reappeared, seated on an apricot-coloured swivel chair, opposite two men and a woman on a matching sofa. One man was in his late 60s in a grey suit with long, straggly grey hair, the other a decade younger with a military bearing. He had a crew cut and wore a shapeless beige jacket over a shirt and tie. The woman, in her late 40s, was smartly dressed with short red hair, small round glasses, and a rather fierce expression. So, welcome Dr. Susan Meyer, Professor of Meteorology at Leeds University, Professor Sir Quentin Furlinger, Astronomer Royal, and Colonel Jeff Hawke, Director of Space Research at NASA. The first question I would like to put to the three of you regarding the events of this past Friday is simply this. You and countless other experts are all rushing to find a scientific theory for what happened. We've heard about the possibility of freak meteorological conditions, perhaps some unforeseen astronomical occurrence, a meteor shower, or some extraterrestrial attempt to communicate with us. Isn't there, possibly, a much simpler explanation for what, or who, could be responsible, that no one wants to accept? Such as, said Susan Meyer, God? Epilogue. Sunday the 26th of March. Later that afternoon, Ross and Sally watched the Andrew Marr show again. As the debate on the television program became increasingly animated, Ross punched the sofa with his fist, raging with frustration. "I could have told them," he said. "I should have been on the show. I could have—" His phone rang, the number withheld. He looked at Sally. She grabbed the remote and pressed the pause button. "Answer it," she urged. "Ross Hunter," he said. A persuasive North Atlantic accent replied, "Mr. Hunter, this is Jim Owen of Owen Media. Do you have a moment?" He frowned. Owen was the most powerful publicity agent in the media world, specializing in high-profile stories. "Yes, okay," Ross said, hesitantly, wondering what was coming. "Your story in the Sunday Times today. I have information that there is a lot more you have on this incredible topic, and relating to the extraordinary supernatural occurrence across the globe. Am I correct?" "Yes, you are." "I already have a bidding war starting with newspapers around the world. At the moment, one newspaper here is prepared to pay £3.5 million, but I think I can get you a lot more. Would you be interested in me taking you on as a client?" Ross replied, "Is the Pope Catholic?"
Thank you for the listening. If you want to support us, please subscribe to our channel of relaxing music. Link in the description below this video.